Picture narrow stone streets warmed by the afternoon sun, the scent of bread baking in a wood-fired oven, and the sound of church bells drifting across the hills. Tonight, we're travelling back to discover what life was really like in old country Sicily. It was a place where days moved with the rhythm of the land. Olive groves, vineyards, and fishing boats pulling in with the morning tide. Families gathered around long wooden tables, stories passed down as easily as bread and wine. So before we jump straight in, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you appreciate the greatness provided here. Also, please let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's ease into this masterpiece. Imagine this. It's 1890 and you're walking through a Sicilian village. The first thing that hits you isn't the Mediterranean breeze or the smell of wild herbs. It's the fact that everyone within 3 miles knows exactly who you are, where you're going, and probably what you had for breakfast. In old Sicily, privacy was as rare as snow in August. You'd wake up in your stone house. When I say stone, I mean real rocks that the mason put together with anything he could find, like his grandmother's secret recipe that may or may not have had goat cheese in it. The walls were thick enough to stop a cannonball, which was good because your neighbour's rooster sounded like an opera singer having a terrible day. Today, your bed wasn't really what we'd call comfortable. Imagine sleeping on a mound of grain sacks filled with things like corn husks, wool that still smelled like a sheep, and sometimes even a few surprises that made you think the previous owner had been keeping his winter vegetables under there. But you know what? You could have slept standing up against a cactus after working for 14 hours straight. The morning ritual was simple and gorgeous. You would wander into the kitchen, which was also the living room, dining area and barn for the family goat on chilly nights. Your wife would have already started the fire, as people in the town believed that if you weren't married by the age of 25, it meant something was wrong with you. And by fire, I mean a real wood-burning stove that needed the talents of a NASA engineer and the patience of a saint to work right. There was bread for breakfast. Always bread. If the harvest was good and the saints were smiling, a tomato or cheese might be undiscovered. The bread was a wonder of medieval science. It was so dense that you could use it as a foundation stone, yet it was also the best thing you'd ever tasted. Your local baker, who undoubtedly learned his profession from someone who might have known Julius Caesar, had hands that could make bread and water do magic. You'd go outside after breakfast and breathe in air that was so clean it almost washed your lungs. Women beat laundry against rocks to the rhythm of ancient percussion. Children played games that always seemed to involve running at full volume. And somewhere in the distance, 2 men were having a philosophical argument about whether their grandfather's donkey was faster than their neighbour's grandfather's donkey. This argument had been going on for about 30 years. The roadways, if you could call them that, were more like suggestions scratched into rock by feet, hooves, and the odd cartwheel over the years. They walked around hills and olive trees like water flows downhill, which means they had no logic at all, but they always took you where you wanted to go. It was like trying to solve a 3-dimensional puzzle made by someone with a sick sense of humour and a clear dislike for straight lines to go around the village. Your house was surrounded by other houses that appeared like they had sprouted out of the hillside itself. These winding paths made sure you would run into at least 17 individuals before you could buy a loaf of bread. This was on purpose. In Sicily, community wasn't simply a pleasant thought, it was a way to stay alive. When the next drought, invasion or locust plague struck, you and your neighbours would need each other. Now let's speak about your employment. In the past, work in Sicily wasn't so much about getting ahead in your profession as it was about getting Mother Nature to cooperate for one more season. If you were lucky enough to own property, by land, I mean a plot about the size of a modern parking space that was supposed to support a family of 8, you were basically a professional gambler playing against the weather, bugs, and the strange changes in soil chemistry. A modern gardener would cry for you if they saw your farming implements. Imagine a plough that looked like it had been made by someone who had only heard about ploughs and had never seen one in person. A donkey pulled it, and the only thing that seemed to qualify it for the task was its amazing ability to show existential misery through ear positioning. This donkey, let's call him Giuseppe, because they were all named Giuseppe, had something to say about every furrow and wasn't afraid to say it. People who understood that flat ground was meant for others in different regions transformed the fields into hillsides. You'd work on these terraced plots that stuck to the sides of hills, like a stone mason's fever dream. There were paths between each level that would make your calf muscles strong enough to break walnuts. Every morning, You would climb up and down these old steps with tools, seeds, hope, and occasionally Giuseppe's angry feelings when he thought the labour was too easy for him. But here's where it gets intriguing. Sicilians have turned making do into an art form that would make modern recyclers look like amateurs who waste things. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was ever thrown away. Did the broken pottery catch your eye? It was perfect for storing olive oil. Is that old shirt still in use? It can be used for cleaning purposes, as patches for a friend's old clothing, or even as a source of fire fuel. Giuseppe meticulously collected the items he added to the landscape every day, transforming them into treasures for the garden. Your wife, on the other hand, ran a household that worked like a small factory. She would get up before dawn to milk the goat, who had her own ideas about how to start the day, and made them known by moving her hooves in certain ways. Then came the bread making, which was more like conducting a symphony of yeast, timing, and prayer than cooking. The dough would rise in wooden bowls that had been in the family for so long that they almost had family names. Lunch was a time when Sicilians showed that they knew something deep about life. You can't work well on an empty stomach, and you can't appreciate food well if you're in a hurry. Everyone in the hamlet would stop what they were doing for 2 hours and congregate around tables, rocks, or any other flat surface they could find. The food could have been modest, like bread, olives, and whatever veggies that the local animals hadn't devoured yet, but people ate it with such care and enjoyment that it became a celebration. The afternoon brought new problems. If you weren't tending to the crops, you might have been repairing something that was broken. In a world composed of stone, wood, and hope, this happened about every 15 minutes. Your concept on repairs was simple. If something is broken, use everything you have to fix it. If it breaks again, fix it again, but this time with more determination. If it breaks again, make it part of the design and act like it was always meant to work that way. The way people lived in your community was more complicated than a spiderweb made by an architect who couldn't make up his mind. Everyone knew everyone else, but more significantly, everyone knew everything about everyone else, even things that hadn't happened yet but surely would because, as your neighbour would remark, it runs in the family. The village well was the core of this communication network. It was the source of water, the news headquarters, and an unofficial courtroom where people could settle conflicts, from severe property problems to heated arguments about whose grandmother cooked better tomato sauce. You'd come with your water jug and leave with it, along with full reports on 3 pregnancies, 2 family fights, 1 iffy romance, and comprehensive weather forecasts from someone whose great-uncle was said to have been able to tell when it was going to rain by watching how his chickens walked. In this social order, the priest of the community had a special role. He was a spiritual guide, a mediator, an amateur meteorologist, and a secret keeper who would have made a government spy envious. He had somehow learned the fine art of knowing everything while seeming to know nothing. He could give a sermon that spoke directly to the moral shortcoming you had been struggling with all week, without ever looking you in the eye. Then there were the village elders. They were old enough to remember when things were different but not so ancient that people could comfortably dismiss what they thought. They would sit outside their houses like living libraries, giving counsel, criticism, and sometimes deep knowledge. But you had to be careful to tell the difference between the wisdom and the stories that had become better with each telling over the preceding 40 years. While everything was going on, your kids were getting an education that no school could equal. They'd learn useful things like how to get a chicken to lay eggs where you want them, how to read the weather in clouds, and how to cope with the complicated social dynamics of a place where your third cousin's choice to plant beans instead of wheat could change your family's winter food supply. But maybe most significantly, kids would learn how to tell stories. As the sun sank behind hills that had seen many families struggle and succeed, someone would start a story every night. It could have been the time great-grandfather outsmarted the tax collector, the winter when the whole village lived on nothing but olives and sheer stubbornness, or the strange merchant who came one day with spices that made everyone's food taste like it had been blessed by angels. These stories were more than just fun, they were guides for how to live. Every story had a lesson about bravery, intelligence, the value of community, and the fact that you should never ever trust someone who says they can make you rich quickly. The stories showed you that life would be hard but also beautiful, and that the hard and the beautiful were often the same thing, seen from various points of view. In your community, marriage was primarily focused on creating a partnership capable of handling any challenges life presented, rather than being centered around love, which was scarce. Courtship involved long negotiations between families, thorough background checks that would make modern security agencies look undesirable, and careful thought about practical matters like whose land bordered whose, who had the healthier goats, and whether the potential bride's mother knew any advantageous ways to treat common illnesses. People today have a hard time understanding how complicated your relationship with food was. You lived in a place where wealth and scarcity were like elderly lovers who had been battling for ages but couldn't bear to be apart. One season might yield crops so large you'd think you were in an agricultural paradise, while the next might be so lean you'd enjoy the subtle taste in bread made of hope and ground acorns. But what was wonderful was that Sicilians had come up with a way to convert any meal into a party. With just 3 ingredients, wild greens, a little olive oil and some garlic, your wife could create a dish that would delight your palate. It wasn't about using strange spices or complicated methods. It was about giving each ingredient the care and respect it needed. For example, look at your olive trees. These weren't simply plants. They were family members with their personalities, histories, and even mood disorders from time to time. Your great-grandfather learned to walk when certain trees were making oil. Those trees would keep making oil long after your great-grandchildren were old enough to grumble about the harvest. The trees were all different. This one made oil early, that one was stubborn but made the sweetest oil, and the old behemoth on the hill had weathered 3 droughts and a landslide, but still made enough olives to feed the family through the winter. During the harvest season, the hamlet transformed into a scene resembling ordered pandemonium. Everyone assisted each other, since olives don't wait for the right time, and a family that tried to pick them alone would still be picking when the next season's flowers came out. You'd work from dawn until your hands were purple from olive stains, and your back hurt like it had been redesigned by someone who hated how people stand. But the work paid off in ways that went beyond the oil's usefulness. The rhythm of the harvest was quite fulfilling. It was like reaching, picking and tossing the fruit into baskets that seemed to fill up with magic. The talks that took place throughout these lengthy days formed friendships that would last a lifetime. People worked out their problems, fell in love, and either settled old arguments or turned them into legendary feuds that would fascinate future generations. You produced wine using a similar method. The grapes grew on vines that ran down slopes in designs that made it look like the person who planted them either knew a lot about the land or had been sipping their wine while planning. Each family developed their unique methods, learning from both their mistakes and successes over the years. Some batches got so famous that they became local legends. Making wine was a mix of chemistry, art and religion. You would crush the grapes, sometimes with your foot and sometimes with a wooden press. You knew that the wine would taste like the fruit, the weather that year, the mood of the soil, and your hopes for the months ahead when this purple liquid would warm winter evenings and make ordinary meals feel like celebrations. Another kind of art was preservation. Your lady knew how to preserve food in a way that would impress even the smartest food experts today. She dried, pickled, salted and stored vegetables with the meticulous care of someone who understood that the difference between having enough food and being hungry could hinge on accurately estimating how many tomatoes the family would need to last until spring. The pantry, which was really just a cool, dark part of your stone house, was set up like a military supply depot. Peppers dangled from the rafters like decorations that you could eat. There were clay containers with olive oil, preserved lemons, and strange mixtures that your wife swore could treat anything from a headache to a broken heart. They carefully stored sacks of grain, paying close attention to the moisture, temperature, and the continuing fight against rodents that thought your food storage was their buffet. Your daily life was shaped by rhythms that were older than written history, rhythms that linked you to every generation that had ever worked in this tough, magnificent country. You wouldn't wake up to alarms. Instead, you'd wake up to the sky getting lighter above mountains that had seen empires rise and fall, conquerors come and go, and people who just wanted to produce their food and raise their kids in peace. Weather wasn't simply something that occurred to you. It was your business partner, your enemy, and your unpredictable companion who might make or ruin your year depending on how it felt. You could discern signs that meteorologists would be jealous of, how the morning light hit the hills, how the wind changed between valleys, and how insects and birds acted as if they knew things that humans wouldn't understand for another 100 years. Your neighbour, the one with the philosophical donkey, possessed meteorological knowledge that was almost otherworldly. He could tell it would rain 3 days ahead of time by how his chickens organised themselves in the yard. He'd tell you when to plant by watching which wildflowers flowered first. His forecasts were so good that people from nearby towns would come to him, only to obtain his forecast. But knowing how the Earth operated meant more than just being able to anticipate the weather. You lived in a place where cause and consequence were clear in ways that people who lived in cities would never see. If you plant at the wrong moment, your family will go hungry. If you don't pay attention to the indicators of plant disease, your neighbour's crops will suffer too. When you waste water during dry spells, everyone suffers. This person wasn't being politically aware of the environment. It was just a matter of life and death. Local craftsmen made your tools so that they fit your hands as well as your skin. For example, a man's plough or a woman's loom had to suit their hands properly. The blacksmith in the hamlet wasn't just a person who fixed things. He was an artist who could look at a piece of twisted metal and see what kind of tool it wanted to be. He would heat iron in forges that gleamed like parts of the sun that had been caught, and then he would shape the metal with hammers that made sounds that could be heard throughout the valley. The rhythm of seasonal work generated a calendar that was more reliable than anything written down. In the spring it was time to prune, plant, and carefully encourage new growth while keeping it safe from late frosts that could ruin months of planning in a single night. During the summer, farmers were responsible for monitoring their crops, managing their water resources, and preparing for harvest. Harvesting and storing food and celebrating the year's success in the cellars and pantries took place in the fall. During winter, you had the opportunity to make repairs, strategize, and spend extended evenings sharing stories and transferring skills. The way you lived your holy life fit well with the way you farmed. You would pray for rain when your crops needed it, praise God for excellent harvests, and ask for protection when things were perilous and everything you had worked for was at stake. The village feast days were on important days for farming. Thus, the celebrations honoured both spiritual and practical customs. The church was the village's most beautiful building. It was made of the same local stone as your house, but centuries of craftsmen turned it into something that made you feel good every time you saw it. Saints peered down from paintings made by painters who knew that the faces of the saints needed to show the hopes and struggles of the people who would pray to them through years of joy and pain. Your priest had the hard job of finding a balance between long-term and short-term needs. He would deliver sermons on spiritual salvation while simultaneously monitoring families struggling to provide for their children and requiring the silent support of the community. He would marry people, baptize them and bury them, marking the end of their lives in the embrace of community, tradition, and the harsh beauty of the Sicilian environment. In your universe, family wasn't just a group of people who lived together. It was also a business, a support network, an entertainment committee, and a quality control department all rolled into one complicated, caring, and often frustrating organisation that ran every area of everyday life. Your kids weren't just the next generation. They were your retirement plan, your insurance policy, and your way of living on in a world that judged performance in decades and centuries instead of quarterly reports. Your family's house undoubtedly sheltered 3 or 4 generations, each of whom made their own changes, repairs, and upgrades. Over time, the house became a physical record of your family's history. That corner where the wall was a different colour, great-grandfather added onto the kitchen there because great-grandmother's cooking was so outstanding that neighbours started coming over for supper without being invited. The floor in the main room isn't even. That was in the winter when Uncle Antonio put his wine barrels inside and forgot that wood expands when it gets wet. Your kids acquired responsibility not through instruction, but through practical experience. By the time they were 7, they would be in charge of critical tasks like feeding the chickens, retrieving eggs, and maintaining the fragile diplomatic ties that were needed to keep the family goats giving milk. By the time they were 10, they would know enough about farming to tell when plants were sick, guess what the weather would be like, and figure out exactly how much grain the family would need to get through till the next harvest. But being a kid wasn't all about work and duty. Kids in Sicily were great at finding fun things to do with items that adults left lying around. They would use stones, sticks, and their imaginations to play complicated games that might turn a hill into a war, a kingdom, or an ocean full of pirates. They would make toys out of scraps of fabric, build tiny communities out of pebbles and clay, and learn how to tell stories that would help them when they grew up and had to pass on traditions to the next generation. Unwritten rules, which were stronger than any written laws, dictated how neighbours treated one another. You would help with the harvest, lend tools, be there for people when they were sick or going through a hard time, and take part in the complicated social discussions that keep a small community running. However, rivalries, competitions and fights could last for decades and be enjoyable for everyone else who was not directly involved. Your town had its own court system that worked on its own, no matter who was in charge of the government at the time. Village elders settled disagreements because they knew that the purpose wasn't to figure out who was right and who was wrong, but to find solutions that let everyone keep living and working together. Most of the time, punishments were useful. For example, if you broke something, you would fix it, and then some to make up for the trouble you caused. If one were to disseminate harmful rumours, it may be necessary to engage in activities that would occupy one's time and prevent further gossip. The town also had its own economy centred on trade, mutual duty, and the idea that what goes around comes around, sometimes literally. You could swap olive oil for wheat, aid a neighbour with their harvest in exchange for help with your own building project, or give wine for a wedding celebration, knowing that when your daughter got married, the community would give generously to her celebration. Marriage wasn't just the joining of two people, it was the joining of two family businesses, complete with negotiations that would make current corporate lawyers proud. People discussed dowries, changed property lines, and planned for future generations like military leaders might. But beyond all the practical reasons was the understanding that successful marriages made partnerships strong enough to get through any problems that might come up in Sicily. Women in your village had a real but often hidden influence on the community. They oversaw the household budgets, made medical choices, set up marriages, and kept the social networks going that let people share information and solve problems. A woman who was known for being wise and making beneficial decisions might sway village decisions just as much as a male did. However, she might accomplish it by talking to people at the well instead of at official gatherings in the town square. As night falls over your village, the old stones turn gold, as they have seen many sunsets just like this one. You feel like you are part of something bigger than any one life or generation. The fire in your hearth burns wood from trees your grandfather planted. It warms a house that was built by hands that learned how to do things from craftsmen, whose names are no longer known but whose work is still strong and true. As the day comes to an end, your kids come together, their faces lit by the firelight that ties them to every child who has ever listened to stories in this room. The stories you tell them aren't just for fun. They're a legacy that passes on knowledge gained through generations of success and failure, happiness and sadness, and plenty and want. Each story teaches bravery, intelligence, determination, and community better than any school. The community relaxes into its nightly routines, which have been the same for hundreds of years, outside your massive stone walls. A woman sings while she spins wool. Her voice can be heard in the tiny alleys, which are full of children going home for dinner. The fragrance of bread baking in communal ovens mixes with the smell of wood smoke, and plants growing wild on slopes that seem to glow from inside. Your neighbours are doing their own nightly routines like taking care of animals, fixing tools, making plans for the next day's labour, and sharing meals that turn simple foods into celebrations of survival and community. The two old men are still arguing about their grandfather's donkeys, and their dispute has gotten more complicated to include extensive comparisons of the donkey's intelligence, endurance, and moral character that will make future generations laugh for decades. The priest of the hamlet makes his rounds at night, not as an official duty, but as a friend and neighbour who knows that spiritual care frequently means helping out in other ways. He might help someone make a tough choice, settle a small argument, or just have a glass of wine with someone who needs companionship. His presence is like thread through fabric, weaving through the community and making links that hold everyone together when their strength isn't enough. The stars shine above mountains that have protected your people from invasions, plagues, famines, and all the other things that test human strength. You remember that you are part of a chain that goes back to ancestors whose names you will never know, but whose blood runs through your veins. Their hardships made your life possible, just like your struggles are making life possible for kids who haven't been born yet. The knowledge of your world isn't in books, it's in how you read the weather, how you keep food fresh, the stories you tell, the songs you sing, and the people you meet. It's wisdom that comes from experience, is tested by need, and is confirmed by the fact that you're here, doing well in a location that asks a lot of its people and provides them beauty, community, and a deep sense of belonging. Your Sicily isn't just a place on a map. It's a way of living that knows how seasons and souls are connected, how individual effort can help a community survive, and how daily work is necessary but also spiritual when it's shared with others through meals, stories, and struggles that become victories. As you go off to sleep in your old house surrounded by the tranquil sounds of a community at rest, you feel positive about the work you've done, the connections you've taken care of, and the traditions you've kept alive. Tomorrow will bring new problems, new chances, and new stories to contribute to the collection that makes up your people. But tonight, you are surrounded by community, tradition, and the lasting beauty of a life lived in accordance with the rhythms of the soil, the seasons, and the human heart that finds its home in the endless dance between struggle and celebration that is the heart of the Sicilian character. The fire turns into brilliant embers, your kids breathing slows as they fall asleep, and the old hills outside your window stand guard over dreams that tie you to every generation that has ever lived on this wild, beautiful island. Alexander Graham Bell was born into a world of silence and sound on March 3rd, 1847, in Edinburgh, Scotland. While history remembers him primarily as the inventor of the telephone, Bell's relationship with sound began long before his famous invention, shaped by a family legacy that would set him on an unexpected path. His father, Alexander Melville Bell, was no ordinary man. A pioneer in elocution and speech correction, the elder Bell developed visible speech, a revolutionary system of phonetic symbols representing the position of the throat, tongue, and lips during speech. This ingenious method allowed the deaf to learn spoken language by mimicking these positions. The Bell household wasn't just a home, it was a laboratory of human expression, where conversations about vowel formations and consonant articulations were as common as discussions about the weather. What's rarely discussed is how young Alec, as he was called, didn't initially share his father's fascination with speech. His early passions centred on music and botany, spending hours collecting and classifying plants around Edinburgh. At 12, while wandering through the wheat fields near his grandparents' home, he invented a simple dehusking machine using rotating paddles. His first invention came not from sound, but from plants. Bell's mother, Eliza Grace Simons, was progressively deaf, yet she possessed remarkable musical talent. This paradox, a woman unable to fully hear who could still play piano beautifully, created Bell's first understanding that sound existed beyond the ears alone. He discovered he could communicate with her by speaking in low, clear tones close to her forehead, allowing her to feel the vibrations of his voice. An intimate form of communication that taught him sound was as much physical as auditory. The household's connection to deafness deepened when Bell's two brothers died of tuberculosis, leaving him the sole surviving son. Few historians acknowledge the shadow this tragedy cast. Bell developed an almost superstitious belief that his work with the deaf was somehow protective, believing that by dedicating himself to helping those without hearing, he might escape the fate that claimed his brothers. At 16, Bell began teaching music and elocution at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland, trading lessons for board while continuing his education. Here, he encountered James Bell, no relation, who introduced him to electrical science. Their experiments with a homemade battery and telegraph sparked young Bell's interest in electricity, though he wouldn't connect it to sound for years to come. What's particularly fascinating is how Bell's early experiments weren't aimed at distance communication, but at something far more fanciful. He and his brother Melville created a speaking automaton, essentially attempting to build a machine that could produce human speech sounds. They managed to make their creation speak by using bellows for lungs, a crude larynx made from reed, and a flexible leather mouth with movable lips and tongue. Simple sounds and even utter phrases like mama. This forgotten experiment reveals Bell's initial fascination was not with transmitting human voices, but manufacturing them artificially. In 1863, Bell turned 16 and took a position as a pupil teacher of elocution and music at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland. While there, Bell read the work of German physicist Hermann von Helmholtz, who had conducted experiments demonstrating that electrical currents could be used to simulate sound. Bell couldn't read German and misinterpreted Helmholtz's work, believing the scientist had successfully transmitted vowel sounds over wire using electricity. This productive misunderstanding planted a seed that would eventually grow into the telephone. After his brothers' deaths, Bell's parents sought healthier surroundings, eventually settling on Canada. In 1870, the family made the Atlantic crossing after Edward. His second brother died from tuberculosis. This transition period is rarely highlighted, yet it was pivotal. Bell was leaving behind not just a country, but an identity. On the ship crossing to Canada, he grew a beard to look older, attempting to reinvent himself in this new world. The man who arrived in North America was determined to escape not just the tubercular air of Scotland, but also the shadow of family tragedy. In 1871, Alexander Graham Bell arrived in Boston, not as the confident inventor history often portrays, but as a man desperate for work. His reputation as an expert in visible speech had preceded him, and the Boston Board of Education hired him to train teachers at the School for the Deaf. Bell was not merely teaching a method, he was challenging an entire philosophy of deaf education. The American approach to deaf education at the time heavily favoured sign language. Bell, influenced by his father's methods, advocated for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak and read lips, a position that would later earn him significant criticism from deaf communities. This ideological battle shaped Bell's early years in America and revealed his stubborn willingness to champion unpopular ideas, a trait that would serve his inventing career well. What's typically overlooked in Bell's biography is that he was perpetually broke during these Boston years. He supplemented his teaching income by taking private pupils, often travelling hours by horse-drawn streetcar between lessons. One such journey in winter nearly cost him his life when he fell through ice while crossing the Charles River as a shortcut. Soaked and freezing, he barely reached his destination, where his student's family had to thaw him out before a roaring fire. Bell's private students included the children of Boston's elite families, giving him access to social circles that would later provide crucial financial backing for his inventions. Among these students was George Sanders, whose father would become one of Bell's most important financial supporters. The Sanders home in Salem became Bell's second residence, where he was given attic space for experiments. This arrangement not only provided convenience, but also enabled Bell's wealthy supporters to closely monitor their investment. During this period, Bell met Mabel Hubbard, a student who had lost her hearing to scarlet fever at age 5, 10 years his junior. Mabel was bright and determined, and came from a wealthy and well-connected family. Her father, Gardner Green Hubbard, was a prominent Boston lawyer and would later become Bell's business partner Namer and father-in-law. While their romance blossomed slowly, what's less known is that Bell initially hesitated to pursue Mabel, worried that his work with the deaf might make her feel like a project rather than a partner. Bell's teaching methods were revolutionary but exhausting. He would spend hours with individual students, placing their hands on his face to feel the vibrations as he spoke, moving their tongues and lips with his fingers to form correct positions. This intimate, hands-on approach yielded remarkable results but drained him physically and emotionally. After full days of teaching, Bell would retreat to his living quarters to conduct experiments with electricity and sound, often working through the night. Bell's experimentation during this period wasn't solely focused on voice transmission. He was simultaneously developing a harmonic telegraph, a device capable of sending multiple telegraph messages concurrently over a single wire by using different musical tones. This approach directly challenged Western Union's telegraph monopoly and attracted financial backing from those eager to break the company's stranglehold on communication. Rarely discussed is the fact that Bell's unusual habit of combining disciplines often led to his breakthroughs. His understanding of the human voice, acquired through years of speech training, informed his electrical experiments in ways pure electricians couldn't match. While contemporaries like Thomas Edison and Elisha Gray approached communication technology from an electrical engineering perspective, Bell approached it through the lens of human anatomy and acoustics. Bell's research notes from this period reveal a man constantly torn between commercial and humanitarian motivations. While he genuinely wanted to help the deaf communicate, he also meticulously documented which ideas might be patentable. This pragmatic duality, humanitarian dreams backed by business acumen, helped Bell succeed where other idealistic inventors failed. In June 1875, while experimenting with his harmonic telegraph, Bell and his assistant Thomas Watson discovered that a reed stuck and continued to transmit sound. Bell recognised the implications immediately. If he could make continuous electrical current vary in intensity precisely as air varied in density during sound transmission, he could transmit speech. This epiphany came during a period when Bell was physically ill and mentally exhausted from overwork, suggesting that his breakthrough emerged not despite his fatigue, but perhaps because of it. His tired mind making connections his disciplined thinking might have missed. The birth of the telephone wasn't the triumphant eureka moment, often depicted in simplified histories. Instead, it emerged through a series of incremental advances, false starts, and near misses that culminated in a working device through persistence rather than a single flash of genius. On March 10, 1876, Bell uttered the famous words, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you," through his experimental device, but the context of this moment is rarely fully explained. Bell had accidentally spilled battery acid on his clothes and was calling for assistance, not deliberately testing the machine. Watson, working in another room, heard the call clearly through the device and rushed to Bell's side. The first transmitted sentence in telephone history was essentially a workplace accident report. What's also frequently overlooked is how close Bell came to losing his place in history. Just hours before Bell filed his telephone patent on February 14th, 1876, another inventor, Elisha Gray, submitted a caveat, a preliminary patent document, for a similar device. The ensuing priority battle would consume years of Bell's life and mental energy. Despite Bell's eventual victory in the US Supreme Court, his victory was narrowly margined and surrounded by persistent allegations of patent office corruption. The telephone's early demonstrations revealed public skepticism about its practicality. When Bell first exhibited his invention at the 1876 Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia, most visitors dismissed it as a clever parlor trick rather than a revolutionary communication device. Emperor Dom Pedro II of Brazil provided crucial validation when he tried the device and exclaimed in amazement, "My God, it talks!" This royal endorsement transformed public perception overnight. Before journalist Frederick Gower popularised the term telephone in his reporting, Bell preferred to refer to his device as an electrical speech machine. Bell disliked the term, considering it imprecise and overly Greek, but eventually conceded to its popular usage, demonstrating that even the inventor couldn't control all aspects of his creation's identity. The early telephone faced significant technical limitations. Early models required users to both speak into and listen through the same piece, necessitating an awkward back-and-forth motion during conversations. The transmitter design was so inefficient that users often had to shout to be heard, and range was severely limited. Thomas Edison's later carbon transmitter improvements significantly enhanced performance, though Bell resisted adopting Edison's technology due to their intense rivalry. Bell's demonstration before Queen Victoria at Osborne House in January 1878 was a carefully choreographed publicity event. Musicians were stationed at Cowes and Southampton, miles from the royal residence, to play for the Queen through the telephone line. The performance was successful, though court records indicate the Queen found the sound quality adequate but unrefined. Nevertheless, her royal attention guaranteed newspaper coverage throughout the British Empire, advancing Bell's interests while he personally found the royal performance anxiety-inducing. The telephone's early adoption wasn't driven by the business applications as Bell expected, but by what we might today call emergency services. Police stations and fire departments were among the earliest institutional adopters, seeing the value in instant communication during crises. Doctors also quickly embraced the technology, allowing patients to call for urgent care, a use case Bell hadn't anticipated but which provided crucial early revenue. Bell grappled with the business aspects of his invention in the background. Though often portrayed as a scientific genius, he was an indifferent businessman who found commercial negotiations distasteful. His father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, managed most business affairs, often making decisions Bell disagreed with but felt powerless to oppose due to family dynamics. When the Bell Telephone Company was formed in July 1877, Alexander Graham Bell was given only a small portion of the shares, a financial arrangement he would later regret as the company's value skyrocketed. By 1878, Bell was already growing disillusioned with his creation's commercialization and the endless patent litigation surrounding it. In a rarely quoted letter to his parents, he confessed, "I have become rather tired of the telephone. Inventing something is so much more interesting than perfecting it. And now, when I see the telephone serving the common purposes of life, it loses very much its romance and wonder to me." This sentiment would eventually drive Bell away from telephony altogether, toward new scientific pursuits where the thrill of discovery could be experienced afresh. Behind Alexander Graham Bell's public persona as inventor and businessman existed a private life characterized by deep personal commitments and internal conflicts that rarely make it into standard histories. His marriage to Mabel Hubbard in 1877 connected him to one of Boston's most influential families, but also placed him within a complex web of expectations and obligations that would shape the remainder of his life. Mabel was far more than the supportive wife historical accounts often reduce her to. Intelligent, educated at Radcliffe College, then called the Harvard Annex, and fluent in multiple languages despite her deafness, she managed the family's finances, edited Bell's scientific papers, and negotiated many of his business arrangements. Their correspondence reveals that major decisions about Bell's career were joint ventures, with Mabel often providing the strategic vision while Bell supplied the technical expertise. Their home life had features rarely discussed in traditional accounts. Due to Mabel's deafness, the Bell household operated under communication protocols that visitors found unusual. Family members and servants were trained never to speak to Mabel from behind, always to face her directly in good light, and to use specific gestures to gain her attention. Bell himself developed a private sign language with Mabel, combining elements of conventional sign language with intimate gestures unique to their relationship. This private language allowed them to communicate across crowded rooms and in situations where lip reading was impossible. The Bells had 4 children, though only 2 daughters, Elsie and Marion, survived to adulthood. The deaths of their 2 sons in infancy affected Bell profoundly, triggering intense periods of depression that occasionally halted his scientific work altogether. These episodes of mental health struggle remain largely unexamined in Bell biographies, yet they significantly impacted his productivity and interests. During these dark periods, Bell would sometimes disappear for days into his laboratory, working obsessively on projects unrelated to commercial potential, a form of therapy through invention. Bell's relationship with the deaf community was far more complicated than most. While he is remembered for his work in deaf education, Bell's strong advocacy for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak rather than use sign language, and his opposition to deaf intermarriage eventually made him a controversial figure among deaf activists. They viewed these positions as attacks on deaf culture and identity. What's rarely acknowledged is how Bell's position evolved with age. Private journals from his later years show growing ambivalence about his earlier hardline stance, though he never publicly reversed his position. Bell's household on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C., became an intellectual salon frequented by scientists, politicians, and artists after the family moved from Boston. These gatherings were carefully orchestrated by Mabel, who used these social connections to advance Bell's projects and secure funding for his increasingly diverse scientific interests. The house contained a specially designed laboratory where Bell would often retreat during these parties, emerging occasionally to demonstrate new experiments to impressed guests. Financial anxiety haunted Bell despite his apparent success. The continuous patent litigation surrounding the telephone drained resources, and Bell's habit of funding elaborate scientific explorations frequently strained the family finances. Mabel imposed a strict allowance system on her husband, controlling his access to funds when she felt his spending on scientific equipment became excessive. Their correspondence contains numerous instances of Bell pleading for additional research funds, while Mabel insisted on budgetary discipline. By the standards of his time, Bell's personal habits were eccentric. He typically worked through the night and slept during daylight hours, a schedule that caused friction within the household, but which Bell insisted was essential to his creative process. He was known to go days without changing clothes when absorbed in an experiment, and household staff were instructed never to clean or rearrange his laboratory, no matter how chaotic it appeared. Bell claimed to have a topographic memory for the position of every tool and paper. Bell's relationship with his famous father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, was complex and occasionally strained. While Hubbard provided crucial business support and connections, he also pushed Bell toward commercial applications when Bell preferred pure research. After one particularly heated argument about the direction of the Bell Telephone Company, Bell retreated to his Nova Scotia estate for nearly 6 months, communicating with Hubbard exclusively through Mabel as intermediary. As he aged, Bell developed various health problems, including diabetes and symptoms consistent with neurasthenia, a period diagnosis for fatigue and anxiety. Bell managed these conditions by combining conventional medicine with the popular water cures of the late 19th century. Bell became an advocate of hydrotherapy, installing elaborate bathing equipment in his homes, and maintaining detailed journals about the effects of various water treatments on his health and intellectual energy, an aspect of his life completely absent from standard biographies. Alexander Graham Bell's identification with the telephone has overshadowed his remarkable range of other scientific contributions, some visionary, others curious dead ends, but all revealing a restless intellect that refused to be defined by a single invention. Bell's work on the photophone, developed with his assistant Charles Sumner Tainter between 1879 and 1880, represented the first wireless telephone communication system. The device transmitted sound on a beam of light, essentially the same principle behind fibre optic communication developed nearly a century later. Bell considered it the greatest invention I have ever made, greater than the telephone, yet the technology was ahead of its time, limited by contemporary light sources and detectors. Few people realise that when making a fibre optic call today, that you're using principles Bell pioneered. In the realm of aviation, Bell formed the Aerial Experiment Association in 1909, bringing together Glenn Curtiss, Thomas Selfridge, Casey Baldwin, and Douglas McCurdy. This team created several notable aircraft, including the Silver Dart, which in 1909 made the first controlled powered flight in Canada. Bell's particular contribution was the tetrahedral kite, a unique design using triangular cells that provided remarkable structural strength. He built increasingly large versions, eventually creating the Cygnet, a tetrahedral kite large enough to carry a man. What's rarely mentioned is how Bell's obsession with these tetrahedral structures extended beyond flight. He incorporated the geometric pattern into furniture, lamps, and even children's toys he designed for his grandchildren. Bell's work in genetics and animal husbandry represents another largely overlooked chapter. At his estate in Nova Scotia, he conducted extensive breeding experiments with sheep, meticulously documenting the inheritance of traits across generations. His specific focus was producing sheep with multiple nipples, a trait he believed would allow ewes to nurse more lambs, increasing meat production efficiency. After nearly 30 years of selective breeding, he successfully developed a strain of sheep where multiple nipples were consistently inherited. While this work never gained commercial application, his meticulous records anticipated principles of genetics that would only be fully understood decades later. Environmental concerns occupied Bell's later scientific work in ways that appear surprisingly modern. In the 1910s, he became concerned about deforestation and fossil fuel depletion, writing, "The unchecked consumption of our natural resources will bring future generations to privation we can hardly imagine." He experimented with avoidant or alternative energy sources, including early solar collectors and alcohol-based fuels derived from plant materials. He even designed a distillation system that converted plant cellulose to ethanol for use in internal combustion engines, essentially an early biofuel program. Bell's work with the deaf led him to medical innovations that extended well beyond speech therapy. He developed an early metal detector specifically to locate the bullet lodged in President James Garfield after his 1881 assassination. While the device worked in laboratory tests, it failed in practice because the metal bed springs in the president's bed created interference, a factor the attending physicians hadn't disclosed to Bell. This experience sparked Bell's interest in medical instrumentation, which led to his development of a vacuum jacket for patients with respiratory problems, a predecessor to the iron lung that would be fully developed decades later. In his Nova Scotia laboratory, Bell conducted extensive hydrofoil experiments, culminating in the HD-4 craft, which set a world marine speed record of 70.86 miles per hour in 1919, a record that stood for 2 decades. This work was conducted in close collaboration with Casey Baldwin, and the two men developed several innovative hull designs that influenced later naval architecture. Bell submitted designs for hydrofoil warships to the US Navy during World War I, but they never saw construction. Bell's interest in sound led him to acoustical experiments that extended well beyond telephony. He developed methods for recording sound vibrations visually, allowing detailed analysis of speech patterns. This work evolved into techniques for teaching the deaf to modulate their voices by watching these visual representations, a precursor to the speech visualization technology used in modern speech therapy. He also conducted extensive research on how different architectural materials and designs affected sound transmission. creating customised acoustic environments decades before acoustic engineering became a recognised discipline. Perhaps most surprisingly, Bell devoted considerable attention to desalination technology in his later years. Concerned about freshwater scarcity, he designed several solar distillation systems intended to provide drinking water in arid coastal regions. His vacuum distillation design was particularly innovative, using pressure differentials to reduce the energy required for water purification. Although it was never commercialized during his lifetime, versions of Bell's approach later became standard in desalination plants worldwide. Throughout these diverse projects, Bell maintained meticulous records, thousands of pages of laboratory notes, diagrams, and correspondence that reveal the day-to-day workings of his experimental process. These documents show Bell wasn't the solitary genius of popular imagination, but rather the central node in a network of collaborators, assistants, and correspondents who contributed significantly to his various projects. Bell freely acknowledged these contributions in his private papers, though public accounts often attributed innovation solely to him, a simplification that distorted the collaborative nature of his actual work. Among the most troubling yet least discussed aspects of the legacy of Alexander Graham Bell is his involvement with the eugenics movement, a connection that reveals the complex intersection of progressive scientific thinking and regressive social policies that characterized much intellectual thought of his era. Bell's interest in heredity began innocently through his work with the deaf. His statistical studies of deaf families documented patterns of deafness across generations, and were published in 1883 as Memoir upon the Formation of a Deaf Variety of the Human Race. While the research methodology was sound for its time, Bell's conclusions and policy recommendations have tarnished his legacy in deaf communities to this day. Bell became concerned that congenital deafness might lead to the formation of a deaf variety of humans if deaf people continued to marry other deaf people. A common practice as shared language and culture created natural social bonds. In what he viewed as humanitarian concern, Bell advocated for laws discouraging or prohibiting deaf people from marrying other deaf people. This position, rooted in his belief that deafness was a disability to be eliminated rather than a culture to be respected, placed him squarely within the eugenics movement gaining momentum in America and Europe. What's rarely examined is the profound conflict this created in Bell's personal life. His wife, Mabel, was deaf, though not congenitally so. She lost her hearing to scarlet fever, and many of their close social circle included deaf individuals whom Bell genuinely respected. Private letters reveal his struggle reconciling his scientific conclusions with his personal relationships, writing to a colleague, "I find myself in the uncomfortable position of advocating publicly what would have prevented my own marriage had it been law." Bell served on the board of scientific directors for the Eugenics Record Office from 1912 to 1918, alongside prominent eugenicists like Charles Davenport and Harry Laughlin. However, his participation was marked by increasing discomfort with the organisation's more extreme positions. Meeting minutes and correspondence show Bell repeatedly objecting to proposals for forced sterilisation and immigration restrictions based on pseudoscientific racial theories, though he rarely made these objections public. Bell's position within the eugenics movement was complicated. He endorsed the general principle that society should encourage breeding from the fit, while discouraging reproduction among those with hereditary conditions he considered detrimental. Yet he consistently opposed coercive methods. Writing in 1914, "I believe in eugenics, but not eugenics by compulsion." This middle position satisfied neither eugenics hardliners nor those who opposed the movement altogether. As the eugenics movement increasingly embraced racist ideology in the 1910s, Bell's participation diminished. His resignation from the Eugenics Record Office in 1918 came after increasing disagreements with Davenport and Laughlin over proposed immigration restrictions targeting Southern and Eastern Europeans. Bell's objections were based partly on scientific. He questioned the methodology behind claims of racial differences in intelligence, partly based on his personal experience with immigrants as colleagues and employees. The evolution of Bell's thinking about heredity and human improvement is visible in his private papers but absent from his public statements. By the early 1920s, he had largely abandoned the terminology of eugenics in favour of human engineering, a concept he defined more broadly to include education, nutrition, and environmental factors alongside heredity. This shift reflected growing scientific understanding about the interaction between genetics and environment, though Bell never publicly repudiated his earlier eugenic positions. Bell's relationship with the deaf community remained complicated throughout his life. While he dedicated significant resources to deaf education and consistently advocated for the integration of deaf people into mainstream society, his opposition to deaf intermarriage and his promotion of oralism over sign language were viewed by many deaf people as attacks on their community and culture. The National Association of the Deaf passed resolutions opposing Bell's positions as early as 1880, creating a rift that has persisted long after his death. What's particularly notable is how Bell's eugenics views contradicted his otherwise progressive social positions. He supported women's suffrage, advocated for the education of indigenous peoples when such education was primarily assimilationist, and opposed racial segregation in the organisations he led. These positions coexisted uneasily with his eugenics work, demonstrating how even forward-thinking individuals of the period could embrace what would later be recognised as profoundly discriminatory ideas. The complexity of Bell's engagement with eugenics serves as a cautionary tale about how scientific authority can be misapplied to social policy. Bell genuinely believed his positions were both scientifically sound and humanely motivated, a reminder that ethical failures often emerge not from malicious intent, but from incomplete understanding and unexamined assumptions. His legacy includes not just his inventions, but also these complicated moral positions, which reveal the dangers of applying scientific reasoning to human diversity without recognising its intrinsic value. Later in life, Alexander Graham Bell retired to Bay-in-Brigg in Baddeck on Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. Pronounced Benvria, Bell became an American citizen in 1882, but his name, meaning beautiful mountain in Scottish Gaelic, showed his Scottish heritage. Bell used this 600-acre estate as his home, lab, and community centre, not just a summer vacation place. Bell's original design of Bay-in-Brigg for integrated living and working is rarely mentioned. The estate comprised collaborator housing, workshops for craftspeople making his experimental equipment, and sheep genetic research facilities in addition to the family residence and lab buildings. Beyond institutional constraints, Bell's community functioned practically as a self-contained research facility, believing scientific progress required both seclusion for concentration and community for cooperation. Few biographies described Bell's Bay-in-Brigg schedule. He woke up late, generally midday, ate a lot and read letters and newspapers. His experiments began in the evening and lasted all night. Food was served at midnight and drinks were served all night by household staff. Despite difficulties with family and guests following typical timetables, Bell said his midnight schedule allowed him to think freely without the distractions of the workday. The Bay-in-Brigg lab's technology was unusual for their remote location. Bell built his own electrical producing system to power modern technology in his workshops before rural electricity came to Nova Scotia. He established one of Canada's first private phone lines from the estate to Baddeck. Most importantly, he created a darkroom and photographic studio with cutting-edge equipment, believing that rigorous visual documentation was essential for scientific progress. The thousands of photos taken at Bay-in-Brigg provide an unsurpassed visual record of his later experiments. In these later years, Bell's connection with Bell Telephone became more distant. He remained a stakeholder but spoke privately about his dissatisfaction with the company's direction and had no operational role. Bell sometimes gave brief approval when phone officials visited Bay-in-Brigg to discuss new projects but quickly switched to tetrahedral construction, hydrofoils or sheep farming. For the old inventor, his name-brand firm was almost irrelevant. In his final years, Bell became interested in cancer research after his daughter's diagnosis. Despite his lack of medical experience, he invented a cooling device to prevent cancer growth by lowering tissue temperature. Cancer cells reproduce faster than normal cells, making them more susceptible to temperature decline. This experiment failed, but his detailed notes show his systematic approach even in unrelated fields. Bell, 75, died at Bay-in-Brigg on August 2nd, 1922 of diabetes complications, which he had fought for years with little success given medical knowledge at the time were the main cause. Insulin treatment became available only months before his death. He specified that his coffin be made from estate materials by his workshop staff, demonstrating his scientific approach to funeral arrangements. On Bell's funeral day, all phone service in the US and Canada was suspended for 1 minute, possibly the longest period of technological quiet in history. Unlike many innovators, Bell lived to see his main invention become a staple of modern civilization, with over 14 million telephones in use worldwide by his death. Bell's legacy went beyond the phone. Early aircraft design profited from his aviation innovations. His hydrofoil research improved marine technology. Though controversial, his deaf educational approaches altered education. Even after his death, architecture and engineering used his tetrahedral structural principles. Most crucially, Bell's invention, combining systematic experimentation with instinctual leaps, set a paradigm for industrial research that corporate research laboratories adopted throughout the 20th century. Bell Laboratories, named for the telephone rather than the man, pioneered transistors and information theory that shaped technology. Many of the tools, laboratory supplies, and personal things of Alexander Graham Bell are at the neighbouring Alexander Graham Bell National Historic Site. But the Bell estate at Banbury is mainly intact. Instantaneous global communication, which Bell pioneered, is his greatest legacy. Every time a voice crosses continents in milliseconds and knowledge pours over telecommunications networks, I sometimes wonder if my name will be associated with the telephone in the ages to come, Bell wrote to his wife. Instead of the technological means we used, I want it to be remembered as the notion that human speech is unaffected by distance. Bell's vision was extraordinary in this modest wish, and in other aspects. Picture yourself standing outside a towering Manhattan mansion in 1885, clutching a worn carpet bag and wearing your only decent dress. The marble steps stretch up like a mountain, but you're not headed that way. Your entrance is around back through a narrow door marked only by the constant stream of delivery boys and other working folks. Welcome to your new life as a housemaid in America's Gilded Age, where the rich got richer and you got to scrub their chamber pots. The servant's entrance opens into a different universe entirely. While the family upstairs lives surrounded by velvet drapes and crystal chandeliers, you're entering a maze of narrow hallways, steep staircases, and rooms that never see proper sunlight. The basement kitchen feels like a ship's galley, cramped, hot, and buzzing with activity. The downstairs is your world now, and it operates by rules as rigid as any royal court. Your first shock comes when the housekeeper, Mrs. Patterson, hands you a list of duties longer than your arm. Did you assume that housework only involved sweeping and dusting? Think again. You're responsible for everything from blackening the coal stoves before dawn to polishing door handles with such precision that the master of the house shouldn't see a single fingerprint. And that's just Monday. The uniform comes next. A grey wool dress that itches something fierce, covered by a white apron that must remain spotless, despite the fact that you'll be cleaning fireplaces, scrubbing floors, and hauling buckets of water up 3 flights of stairs. The little white cap perched on your head serves as both identification and humiliation. You're invisible until you're needed and needed until the job is perfect. Your bedroom is a closet-sized space under the eaves, shared with another maid named Sarah who snores like a freight train. The single window faces an air shaft, offering a view of absolutely nothing except the brick wall of the house next door. But hey, at least you get your own chamber pot, though you'll be emptying everyone else's too. The pay sounds decent at first, maybe $8 a month plus room and board. But then you discover the board consists of whatever leftovers the family doesn't want, served at a wooden table in the kitchen after the family has finished their elaborate meals upstairs. You'll eat a lot of bread and gravy, and you'll be grateful for it because jobs are scarce, and this beats the factory work that's slowly killing your cousin back home. What nobody tells you is how the hierarchy works below stairs. The butler rules like a king, the housekeeper like a queen, and you're somewhere near the bottom of the pecking order with the scullery maid and the boot boy. Everyone has a boss and someone else bosses them around. It's like a pyramid scheme, except instead of selling overpriced vitamins, you're all selling your dignity one scrubbed floor at a time. The strangest part isn't the work, it's becoming a ghost in your life. You dust around the family as they eat breakfast, invisible as furniture. You change sheets while they're at the opera, erasing any sign that you exist. You know intimate details about their lives, who's having affairs, who's losing money at cards, who can't sleep without laudanum, but they couldn't pick you out of a police lineup. Yet somehow, in this strange netherworld between upstairs and downstairs, you'll find a community. The other servants become your family, sharing gossip over stolen moments and leftover cake. You'll discover that Mrs. Patterson isn't as stern as she seems, and that even the stuffy butler once sneaked you an extra blanket during a cold snap. Your hands will become rough and red, your back will ache from bending over scrub brushes, and you'll fall into bed each night exhausted. But you'll also develop muscles you never knew you had, learn skills that would impress any modern efficiency expert, and gain a perspective on wealth and privilege that few people ever get to see from the inside. 5 in the morning marks the start of your day, with the world still in darkness and the house enveloped in a quiet that echoes with every footstep. You've learned to dress by feel, fumbling for your uniform in the pitch black, because lighting a candle would wake Sarah, and a cranky roommate makes an already difficult day downright miserable. The first task is creeping downstairs like a burglar in your workplace. Those beautiful hardwood floors that the family walks on so elegantly become your enemy in the pre-dawn hours. Every board seems designed to creak at the worst possible moment. You've mapped out the quiet spots like a criminal planning a heist, stepping only where the floorboards meet the joists. Once you reach the kitchen, it's time for the morning miracle, bringing the house to life without anyone upstairs knowing how it happens. The coal stove needs to be cleaned out, fresh coal added, and the fire coaxed back to life. Your hands turn black within minutes, and you'll spend the rest of the day trying to scrub the evidence from under your fingernails. But this temperamental iron beast is your lifeline. No fire means no hot water, no cooking, and no heat for the family's morning comfort. While the stove heats up, you're racing against time to complete what servants call the invisible ballet. Every surface that the family might touch needs to be perfect before they wake up. Doorknobs become polished until they gleam, carpets become beaten free of yesterday's dust, and windows are cleaned with a mixture of vinegar and newspaper that leaves your hands smelling like a pickle factory. The state of the bathroom warrants a separate narrative. Indoor plumbing is still a luxury even in wealthy homes, so you're dealing with chamber pots, wash basins, and the occasional newfangled water closet that breaks down more often than it works. Emptying and cleaning chamber pots becomes as routine as brushing your teeth, though considerably less pleasant. You develop a technique that involves holding your breath and contemplating literally anything else. Breakfast preparation happens in controlled chaos. The cook maintains strict authority in the kitchen, wielding a wooden spoon with determination to ensure that anyone who obstructs her efforts is swiftly dealt with. You're responsible for setting the dining room table with military precision. Every fork exactly 1 inch from the edge of the plate, every napkin folded into perfect triangles. The family's breakfast must be delivered upstairs as if by magic, hot and impeccably arranged, while you hastily grab cold leftover biscuits and hope your stomach remains silent enough to go unnoticed. The washing routine would make a modern person weep. Everything is scrubbed by hand with lye soap that could strip paint from a barn door. Bedsheets are boiled in large copper tubs and stirred with wooden paddles, reminiscent of preparing an exceedingly tedious stew. Your hands develop calluses in places you didn't know could grow blisters, and the constant moisture makes your skin crack like dried leather. Laundry day transforms the basement into a steamy jungle. Clotheslines stretch everywhere, creating a maze of damp linens and undergarments. You learn to navigate this textile obstacle course while carrying baskets of wet laundry that weigh more than small children. The air becomes so thick with moisture that breathing feels like drowning in slow motion, and your hair escapes from your cap in rebellious wisps that make you look like you've been struck by lightning. The ironing comes next, using heavy metal irons heated on the stove. These weapons of domestic destruction weigh about 5 pounds each and retain heat like tiny furnaces. You'll burn yourself at least once a week, developing a collection of small scars that mark you as permanently as any sailor's tattoos. The family's clothes must emerge crisp and perfect, while your own uniform looks like you slept in it, which some days you practically did. Between all these tasks, you're constantly running up and down stairs that seem designed by someone who hated servants. Your legs develop the strength of a mountain climber, but your knees start protesting before you turn 25. Each trip upstairs feels like scaling Mount Everest, especially when you're carrying heavy buckets or baskets of clean laundry. The morning routine ends around 9, when the family finally makes their grand appearance downstairs. By then, you've been working for 4 hours, accomplished enough tasks to exhaust a small army, and somehow managed to make it all look effortless. The family effortlessly navigates their morning routine, unaware that a team of servants has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure their comfort. The invisible line between upstairs and downstairs isn't marked on any blueprint, but it might as well be painted in neon. Cross it at the wrong time or in the wrong way, and you'll face consequences ranging from sharp words to outright dismissal. Learning to navigate this social minefield becomes as crucial as mastering the art of silver polish. Your training in invisibility starts immediately. When family members enter a room, you become a piece of furniture, useful when needed, ignored otherwise. You learn to dust around conversations about family finances, clean fireplaces while dramatic arguments unfold, and change bed linens while pretending not to notice the love letters hidden under pillows. It's akin to operating as a secret agent within your own organisation, yet the information you collect is utterly insignificant and could pose a threat if discovered. The bell system becomes your master. Every room has a cord that connects to a series of bells in the servants' hall, each with a different tone that you must memorise like a musical scale. The library bell sounds different from the morning room bell, which sounds different from the master bedroom bell. Every room is equipped with a cord that connects to a series of bells located in the servants' hall, each producing a distinct tone that one must memorise akin to a musical scale. The bell in the library has a different sound than that of the morning room, which in turn differs from the bell in the master bedroom. Should you make an error, you may find yourself in the position of having to explain why you delivered tea service to someone who actually desired their boots to be polished. Engaging in conversation with family members necessitates its own set of protocols. One should never initiate dialogue unless there is an urgent situation, such as someone's hair being on fire. Speaking to family members requires its own protocol. You should never start a conversation unless someone's hair is in danger. When spoken to, you respond with "yes sir" or "yes ma'am," followed by immediate action. Extended conversations are forbidden, even if the family member seems friendly. They might ask about your family back home or comment on the weather, but these aren't invitations for genuine human connection. They're just rich people being polite in the same way they might pat a well-behaved dog. The children of the house present special challenges. Little Master Timothy might be adorable in his sailor suit, but he's also a tiny dictator who's never heard the word "no" applied to himself. He'll demand that you drop everything to build him a fort out of dining room chairs, then cry to his mother when you explain that you need to finish your actual work first. The result? You'll build the fort and work twice as fast to catch up, because rich children's tears carry more weight than servants' explanations. Privacy becomes a foreign concept. Your employers expect you to see and hear everything while somehow remaining mentally absent. You'll witness family fights that would scandalise the neighbours, observe personal habits that range from quirky to disgusting, and overhear financial discussions that could tank stock prices. But you're not supposed to remember, discuss, or use any of it. The family's guests provide their own entertainment. Wealthy guests treat their servants like interactive wallpaper, discussing intimate details of their lives as if they've left you deaf and mute. You'll learn about affairs, business deals, and family scandals that would fill a dozen gossip columns, all while polishing silver or arranging flowers with the focused concentration of a monk. Meal service becomes a choreographed dance where one wrong step can ruin the entire performance. You must appear at exactly the right moment with the right item, serve from the correct side, and vanish before anyone notices you are there. Drop a fork and the entire table falls silent. Spill wine on a guest and you'll be lucky to find work cleaning stables. The family's schedule dictates your entire existence. When they decide to host a dinner party for 20 people, your schedule explodes into 16-hour days of preparation. They either pack you along like luggage or leave you behind to maintain an empty house when they travel to their summer house. Your needs for rest, social contact or personal time simply don't factor into their calculations. Yet within this rigid system, small rebellions bloom. Servants develop their own communication networks, passing information through a complex system of glances, gestures, and carefully coded conversations. You learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when cook is in a poor mood, when the butler has been sampling the wine, or when Mrs. Patterson is actually pleased with your work despite her stern expression. The hypocrisy becomes almost comical once you adjust to it. The same family that lectures their children about honesty will lie smoothly to social callers about their whereabouts. They'll preach Christian charity at Sunday dinner, then dock your wages for breaking a plate. They'll discuss the moral degradation of the working classes while running their household through a system that would make a medieval lord blush. Your fellow servants become your real family, united by shared exhaustion and mutual understanding of the absurdities you witness daily. Late-night conversations in the servants' hall create bonds stronger than blood. forged by the knowledge that you're all surviving the same bizarre social experiment together. Below Stairs operates like its own small kingdom, complete with rigid social rankings, unspoken rules, and enough political intrigue to rival any royal court. Understanding your place in this hierarchy becomes crucial for survival, because stepping out of a line can make your already difficult life absolutely miserable. At the top of this domestic pyramid sits the butler, a man who carries himself with more dignity than most senators and considerably more authority than the average army general. He controls the wine cellar, manages the male servants, and serves as the family's public face when they are receiving guests. In his perfectly pressed uniform and white gloves, he glides through the house like he owns it, which, in many practical ways, he does. Cross him, and you'll find yourself assigned to the worst jobs until you either quit or learn proper respect. The housekeeper holds a dominant position among the female servants, dictating everything from uniform standards to room assignments. Mrs. Patterson may appear as a gentle grandmother to some, yet she manages her domain with the efficiency of a military commander and the meticulousness of a Swiss watchmaker. She keeps track of every towel, every bar of soap, and every minute of your day. Her approval means protection and slightly better assignments. Her disapproval means scrubbing floors until your knees bleed. Cook occupies her own special category, technically below the housekeeper in rank, but wielding enormous practical power because she controls the food. A skilled cook has the power to shape the social status of a wealthy family, inspiring both respect and fear in everyone, including the family members themselves. She rules her kitchen like a benevolent dictator, capable of creating masterpieces with one hand while boxing ears with the other. If you manage to gain her favour, you'll never face hunger. If you provoke her anger, you'll have to rely on bread crusts and regret. Ladies' maids and valets occupy the aristocracy of servant land. These personal attendants dress their employers, style their hair, and know intimate details about their daily lives. They earn higher wages, wear better uniforms, and often receive cast-off clothing worth more than your annual salary. They also tend to adopt an air of superiority, behaving as though they are somehow elevated above others simply because they assist affluent individuals in dressing rather than performing more menial tasks. Footmen represent the peacocks of the servant world, chosen more for their appearance than their skills. They need to be tall, handsome, and capable of standing motionless for hours while looking decorative. Their primary duties include opening doors, serving meals, and providing visual stimulation for the family's female guests. The beneficial news is they're often too pretty to be truly bright. The adverse news is they know they're pretty and act accordingly. You occupy the vast middle ground of general housemaids, along with your fellow soldiers in the war against dust, dirt, and disorder. You're above the scullery maid, who spends her entire existence washing dishes and scrubbing pots, and the boot boy, whose life revolves around making leather shine, but below practically everyone else. It's like being middle management in a company that specialises in thankless labour. Kitchen politics make international diplomacy look simple. Cook and the housekeeper maintain an uneasy alliance based on mutual respect and territorial boundaries that shift like desert sands. The butler considers himself above such petty concerns, which makes everyone else consider him an arrogant peacock. Personal maids gossip about their employers while somehow maintaining superiority over everyone who doesn't have access to such intimate information. Meals in the servants' hall follow protocols stricter than state dinners. At the head of the table, the butler and housekeeper receive the first service and consume the tastiest portions. Personal servants are seated next, then upper housemaids, then lower housemaids, and lastly, the truly unfortunate individuals who clean pots and polish boots. Conversation follows equally rigid rules: no discussion of family business, no complaints about working conditions, and absolutely no questioning of decisions made by your superiors. Romance Below Stairs provides endless entertainment and occasional heartbreak. Relationships between servants face constant scrutiny from both the staff hierarchy and the family upstairs. A housemaid dating a footman might find herself reassigned to less desirable duties if the housekeeper disapproves. Marriage usually means one partner must locate employment elsewhere, since most families won't employ married couples who might prioritise each other over their duties. The contrast between your circumstances and those of the family creates its own psychological challenges. You handle their money while earning a fraction of what they spend on a single dinner party. You maintain their beautiful clothes while wearing the same grey dress day after day. You prepare their luxurious meals while eating leftovers that wouldn't satisfy a prison inmate. The irony thickens to such an extent that it could be sliced with the silver knives you meticulously polish every day. Yet within this strange system, genuine friendships develop. Sarah, your snoring roommate, becomes your closest confidant. The scullery maid, despite her lowly status, possesses a wicked sense of humour that makes even the worst days bearable. Even Mrs. Patterson, for all her stern efficiency, occasionally shows flashes of motherly concern that remind you she was once young and overwhelmed too. Information becomes currency in this closed world. Knowing which family members are travelling, which guests are expected, or which social events require extra preparation provides you leverage and protection. The servant who overhears plans for a dinner party can prepare accordingly. The one caught off guard ends up working until midnight with no warning. Nothing tests a servant's endurance quite like the social season, when wealthy families transform from merely demanding employers into social climbing tornadoes that sweep through your life, leaving chaos, exhaustion, and occasionally broken china in their wake. From November through February, your employers shed any pretense of normal living and dive headfirst into a whirlwind of dinner parties, balls, and social events that would exhaust a professional athlete. Preparing for a dinner party feels like planning a military invasion. 2 days before the event, the house erupts into controlled pandemonium. Every piece of silver must be polished until it blinds anyone foolish enough to look directly at it. Crystal glasses get washed in special solutions that cost more per bottle than you earn in a week. Mrs. Patterson meticulously scrubs, polishes and inspects every surface in the dining room, a process typically reserved for operating theatres. The floral arrangements alone could drive you to drink, if you had access to anything stronger than Cook's cooking sherry. Flowers arrive from the florist in carefully packed boxes, each bloom worth more than your monthly wages. You'll spend hours arranging roses, lilies and exotic blooms, whose names you can't pronounce, creating centerpieces that will be admired for precisely 3 hours before being relegated to the servants' hall, where they'll brighten your dreary meals for the rest of the week. Planning the menu turns into a challenging exercise in culinary mathematics, comparable to that of a university professor. The family wants to impress their guests without appearing to try too hard, serve sophisticated food without being pretentious, and accommodate dietary restrictions that change daily based on the latest medical fads. Cook transforms into a temperamental artist, creating elaborate dishes while simultaneously managing a kitchen staff that multiplies mysteriously during party preparations. Your uniform gets upgraded for special events, a slightly better dress, a crisper apron, and shoes that haven't been rosoled 3 times. You're expected to serve guests with the grace of a ballet dancer and the efficiency of a factory worker while remaining as invisible as furniture. Spill wine on a guest's gown, and you'll find yourself explaining to potential future employers why your last position ended so abruptly. The guest bedrooms become monuments to excessive hospitality. Fresh linens appear on beds that may not even be used, but the possibility that the Vanderbilt's cousin might need a place to rest between courses requires preparation worthy of visiting royalty. You'll arrange flowers, stock wash basins with the finest soaps, and ensure that chamber pots are spotless and discreetly positioned, because nothing ruins a social evening like inadequate bathroom facilities. Christmas season multiplies the insanity by roughly 10,000%. The family's gift-giving requires military-level logistics coordination. You'll spend December wrapping presents with paper that costs more than most people's winter coats, arranging elaborate displays that transform the house into something resembling a particularly expensive museum, and somehow maintaining normal daily operations while accommodating the constant stream of deliveries, social calls, and holiday preparations. Holiday entertaining reaches levels of absurdity that would impress Roman emperors. New Year's Eve parties stretch until dawn, requiring you to work shifts that would violate modern labour laws by several decades. You'll serve champagne that costs more per bottle than you earn in 3 months, clean up after revellers whose idea of fun involves considerable property damage, and somehow maintain a pleasant demeanour while running on 3 hours of sleep and pure caffeine. The laundry situation during the social season deserves its own chapter in the annals of human suffering. Evening gowns require special handling, with beading, lace and fabric so delicate that breathing on them wrong could cause irreparable damage. Men's formal wear involves starching shirt fronts to cardboard stiffness, pressing tailcoats that must hang perfectly, and managing white tie ensembles that require the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. Guest management becomes a diplomatic challenge that would stump professional ambassadors. Wealthy visitors arrive with their servants, creating temporary hierarchies and territorial disputes that make international border negotiations look simple. Sharing already cramped quarters with ladies' maids who consider themselves your social superiors, competing for kitchen space with visiting cooks who have strong opinions about proper techniques, and navigating personality conflicts that could destabilise small governments are all common experiences. The aftermath of large parties resembles battlefield cleanup. Wine stains on Persian carpets require immediate attention, with special cleaning solutions and techniques passed down through generations of servants. Broken crystal is collected with the reverence usually reserved for gathering fragments of religious relics. Leftover food will be redistributed through a complex system that ensures nothing edible goes to waste, though the definition of edible is stretched considerably after midnight. Your social life disappears entirely during party season. Any hope of personal time evaporates under the constant demands of preparation, service and clean-up. Letters from home pile up unread, friendships with other servants get reduced to exhausted nods in hallways, and your health becomes secondary to maintaining the family's social standing, yet somehow you develop skills that would impress modern event planners. You learn to coordinate complex logistics, manage multiple tasks simultaneously, and solve problems with creativity born from desperation. You can estimate quantities for 50 people, arrange flowers that would make professional florists weep with envy, and serve formal meals with precision that would satisfy military inspection. The strangest part is how normal it all becomes. After your first social season, you develop the stamina of a marathon runner and the organisational skills of a general staff officer. What once seemed impossible becomes merely exhausting, and what once seemed exhausting becomes just another Tuesday in the life of a Gilded Age housemaid. Finding space for your humanity within the rigid structure of domestic service requires the ingenuity of a master criminal and the stealth of a professional spy. Your personal life exists in fragments, stolen moments between duties, whispered conversations in hallways, and relationships that bloom in the shadows of other people's grand lives. Your correspondence becomes a lifeline to the world beyond the servant's door. Letters from home arrive sporadically, their contents both comforting and heartbreaking. Your mother writes about crops and weather and neighbours who've married or died, painting pictures of a life that feels simultaneously familiar and impossibly distant. You save your pennies to send money home, knowing that your wages might mean the difference between your younger siblings eating well or going hungry, even as you survive on kitchen scraps and leftover bread. Romance in service requires navigating obstacles that would challenge a diplomat. Meeting someone from outside the household means coordinating schedules that change daily, finding time when you're not exhausted from 14-hour workdays, and somehow maintaining a relationship when you can't predict whether you'll have an evening free until about 5 minutes before it happens. Dating fellow servants creates its own complications, workplace relationships under the constant scrutiny of superiors who view any personal attachment as a potential distraction from duty. Your half-day off becomes more precious than gold and twice as rare. Every other Sunday afternoon, from 2 until 10 in the evening, you're theoretically free to live your life. In reality, you're often too exhausted to do anything more ambitious than sleeping in a real bed or taking a bath without worrying about someone needing immediate service. When you do venture outside, the world feels foreign after spending weeks in the artificial environment of wealth and privilege. Friendships among servants develop their own peculiar intensity. Shared hardship forges bonds that might not otherwise exist. The scullery maid transforms into your confidant, the boot boy provides you with comedic relief, and Sarah becomes your sister beyond blood. These relationships sustain you through the worst moments and make the best moments worth celebrating, even if celebration means sharing a stolen apple tart in the servants' hall after midnight. Reading becomes a form of rebellion and escape. You squirrel away penny novels and yesterday's newspapers, reading by candlelight until your eyes strain and your candle budget disappears. Books transport you to worlds where women have choices, where love overcomes social barriers, and where hard-working people sometimes find happiness. The family's discarded magazines provide glimpses into fashions and lifestyles that seem as exotic as tales from distant countries. Your health suffers in ways both obvious and subtle. The constant physical labour strengthens your muscles but wears down your joints. Poor nutrition leaves you vulnerable to every passing illness. The lack of sunlight and fresh air creates a pallor that marks you as any uniform. Back pain becomes your constant companion, along with hands that crack and bleed from exposure to harsh cleaning chemicals and cold water. Personal hygiene presents its challenges in an era when hot water is a luxury, and privacy is non-existent. Your weekly bath becomes a cherished ritual, even if it takes place in a tin tub in the kitchen after everyone else has finished their evening duties. Washing your hair requires planning and coordination worthy of a military operation, since you need access to hot water, sufficient time for drying, and privacy that's rarer than diamonds. Your few personal possessions take on enormous significance. A locket from your mother, a pressed flower from your last walk in the countryside, or a photograph of family members becomes a treasure guarded more carefully than the family silver. These small tokens represent your identity beyond the grey uniform and white cap, reminders that you exist as more than just a pair of hands that scrub and clean. Dreams and aspirations are modified rather than abandoned. Instead of opening your shop, you dream of becoming a housekeeper with authority over your staff. Instead of marrying a prosperous farmer, you hope to locate a butler or valet whose combined income might allow for a small apartment and maybe even children someday. Your goals shrink to fit reality, but they don't disappear entirely. The seasonal rhythms of the household create their own calendar of anticipation and dread. Summer might bring opportunities to accompany the family to their country house, offering glimpses of different scenery and slightly modified routines. Winter social season means exhausting work, but also excitement, and the possibility of glimpsing famous guests. Spring cleaning represents weeks of back-breaking labour, but also the satisfaction of transformation and renewal. Small pleasures take on enormous importance. A compliment from Mrs. Patterson carries more weight than praise from royalty. An evening when cook shares leftover dessert feels like Christmas morning. A Sunday when you're healthy enough to walk to the park and sit under actual trees becomes a memory to sustain you through difficult weeks ahead. Your relationship with money becomes complex and contradictory. You handle more wealth daily than most people see in their entire lives, yet your own financial situation remains precarious. Every penny saved represents enormous sacrifice, less food, fewer letters home, and no small luxuries that might make your hard life slightly more bearable. Your bank account grows slowly while your hands grow rough and your back grows crooked. The strange intimacy of service creates its own emotional complications. You know details about your employers' lives that their relatives don't share, yet they remain strangers who could dismiss you without reference and barely remember your name. This one-sided intimacy breeds both affection and resentment, creating relationships that are simultaneously personal and completely impersonal. As the 1890s draw to a close, you've survived nearly a decade of service in the grand houses of America's wealthy elite, and the world around you is changing in ways both subtle and dramatic. From your perspective in the servants' quarters, these changes feel both impossibly distant and intimately personal. Technology creeps into the household like a slow-moving revolution. Electric lights begin replacing gas fixtures, transforming your morning routine of lamp cleaning but introducing new mysteries of switches and bulbs that sometimes work and sometimes don't. The telephone appears in the front hall like a magical device, bringing the outside world directly into the house while creating new responsibilities. Someone must answer it, and that person often turns out to be you. Your body tells the story of your service in ways that no employment record could capture. Your hands bear the permanent stains and scars of countless cleaning chemicals and burns from hot irons. Your shoulders curve slightly forward from years of bending over scrub brushes and laundry tubs. Your knees protest when climbing the endless flights of stairs that connect your basement world to the family's elevated existence. These marks of service will stay with you long after you've left domestic work behind. The skills you've developed would impress any modern efficiency expert. You can manage complex household logistics, coordinate multiple tasks simultaneously, and maintain impossibly high standards under constant pressure. You've learned to read people's moods and needs from subtle cues, mastered the art of diplomatic problem-solving, and developed the physical stamina of a professional athlete. These abilities will serve you well, whether you continue in service or venture into other forms of work. Daily proximity to extreme luxury, and the labour required to maintain it, has shaped your perspective on wealth and privilege. You've witnessed the ease with which one can spend money, and the challenge of earning it. You've witnessed the isolation that wealth can create, even as you've experienced the exhaustion that poverty demands. This understanding of both sides of America's growing economic divide provides you insights that few people possess. The friendships forged in service carry a special intensity born from shared hardship and mutual dependence. Sarah, your long-suffering roommate, has become closer than any sister. Cook, despite her gruff exterior, has served as a mentor and mother figure. Even Mrs. Patterson, with all her stern efficiency, has shown moments of genuine care that transcended the employer-employee relationship. These bonds will outlast your employment and provide emotional support for decades to come. Years of separation and financial responsibilities have complicated your relationship with your own family. The money you've sent home has made real differences. Your youngest brother finished school instead of working in factories, your sister avoided an unfortunate marriage, and your parents kept their small farm despite several bad harvests. Yet the physical and emotional distance has created gaps that letters can't entirely bridge. You've become somewhat foreign to your origins, shaped by experiences your family can't fully understand. Marriage and family planning in service pose special difficulties that will influence your future choices. If you marry another servant, you'll understand each other's experiences but face continued economic uncertainty. If you marry outside domestic service, you'll need to explain a world that sounds almost fictional to people who haven't lived it. Children complicate everything. Servants with families obtain fewer employment opportunities and face the constant struggle of balancing parental responsibilities with professional demands. The broader social changes rippling through American society will eventually transform domestic service itself. Women are beginning to discover other employment opportunities in offices, shops, and factories. Labour movements are questioning the working conditions that you've simply accepted as natural. New technologies will gradually reduce the need for armies of servants to maintain wealthy households. Your generation represents the peak of an era that won't last forever. Your dreams have evolved through your years of service. The naive girl who first walked through the servants' entrance has been replaced by a woman who understands both her capabilities and the realistic limits of her opportunities. Even when your hard work remains largely unnoticed, you've learned to find satisfaction in it. You've discovered that dignity can be maintained even in situations designed to minimize it. The education you've received through observation and experience rivals anything offered in formal schools. You've learned about art by dusting priceless paintings, about music by overhearing private concerts, about literature by reading discarded books, and about human nature by witnessing how people behave when they think no one important is watching. This informal education has expanded your mind in ways that will continue paying dividends throughout your life. Looking back on your years in service, the experience defies simple categorization. It has been simultaneously degrading and ennobling, exhausting and educational, and isolating and community building. You've sacrificed your youth and health to maintain other people's comfort, yet you've also developed strengths and skills that you might never have discovered otherwise. You've lived through one of the most economically unequal periods in American history, not as a victim or a hero, but as a working woman doing what was necessary to survive and help your family survive. As you consider your future, whether continuing in service, marrying and starting your family, or venturing into the changing world of women's work, you carry with you the knowledge that you've already overcome challenges that would break weaker spirits. You've maintained your humanity in a system designed to reduce you to a function. You've found friendship in unlikely places, dignity in humble work, and strength in circumstances that seem designed to crush it. The Gilded Age is ending, taking with it some of the extreme social rigid structures that defined your working life. But the lessons you've learned about resilience, community, and the true nature of both wealth and poverty will serve you well in whatever comes next. You've been invisible to the wealthy families you've served, but your story, and the stories of millions of women like you, represents the real foundation upon which America's grandest era was built. Napoleon Bonaparte's story opens not in the halls of Parisian power, but on a rugged Mediterranean island. He was born Napoleon de Bonaparte in 1769 in Ajaccio, Corsica, only months after France seized the island from Genoa. As a boy, he spoke the Italian Corsican dialect and harboured fierce pride in his Corsican heritage. Sent to mainland France for schooling at age 9, he arrived a thin, intense child who felt himself very much an outsider. Classmates mocked his accent and provincial manners. In quiet moments under the ancient oaks of Brienne Academy, young Bonaparte dreamed of home, the smell of the maqui shrubs on Corsican hillsides and tales of heroism by Corsican patriot Pasquale Paoli. These memories fueled a lifelong resentment and a drive to prove himself in a world that perceived him as a foreigner. Yet France also opened new horizons for him. At the Royal Military School in Paris, Napoleon, as he still signed his name, immersed himself in Enlightenment ideas and military texts. He was a voracious reader of Rousseau and Voltaire, cultivating radical notions about merit and reason. Commissioned as a young artillery officer, he honed a mathematical precision in ballistics and a steely calm under pressure. Still, in the late 1780s, the ambitious lieutenant found himself idling on half-pay in provincial garrisons, chafing at the lack of opportunity. Letters to his family betray a restless mind. He wrote an unfinished story and essays on Corsican history, longing to carve out a place for himself. By 1789, the French Revolution's fiery rhetoric gripped him. The revolution's eruption promised career opportunities for talented individuals, and Bonaparte, now known as Bonaparte in French, was determined to capitalise on this opportunity. He returned to Corsica during the early revolution, hoping to spread the new ideals. However, island politics turned against him. The revered Paoli deemed Napoleon a traitor for siding with the French Republic. In 1793, after a bitter falling out and an attempt to depose Paoli's Corsican government, the Bonaparte family fled their homeland under threat. The 24-year-old artillery captain arrived back in France as a refugee, but also as a staunch Republican officer hungry for action. He soon got his chance. At the end of 1793, royalists in the southern port of Toulon revolted and welcomed British forces. The besieging revolutionary army faltered until Bonaparte, through a mix of Corsican connections and sheer assertiveness, was assigned to direct the artillery. Amidst the thunder of cannons and acrid smoke, Napoleon shone. He emplaced batteries with lethal effectiveness, blasting the harbour and forcing the British to flee. In the final assault, a bayonet wound scarred his thigh, but victory was complete. The achievement was stunning. A little-known Corsican had masterminded the recapture of Toulon. Word of his brilliance travelled to Paris, and at age 24 Bonaparte was promoted to brigadier general. The scent of gunpowder at Toulon signalled his ascent to prominence, but revolutionary fortunes shifted quickly. Just months later, Robespierre and the radical Jacobins fell from power. Napoleon, considered a Robespierre ally by association, was arrested. He was briefly jailed in a dank cell at Fort Carré. The omniscient fates that had elevated him now threatened to cut short his ascent. He emerged unscathed but unemployed, pacing the Paris streets in a threadbare coat, surviving on meagre rations. During this low ebb in 1795, he even toyed with leaving France to serve the Ottoman Sultan, an ironic prospect for one who would one day humble the great powers of Europe. Opportunity, however, knocked again that October. Royalist mobs stormed toward the ruling convention, aiming to topple the fragile republic. General Paul Barras, desperate to save the revolution, tapped the only artillery expert he knew who could be ruthless enough, Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon did not hesitate. Stationing cannon in the streets of Paris, he met the royalist charge with blasts of grape shot at point-blank range. The cobblestones of the Rue Saint-Honoré shook with each thunderous volley, shredding the insurgent columns and sending the survivors into panicked flight. A whiff of grape shot, one witness called it caustically, describing how shredded banners and bodies littered the smoky avenues. Bonaparte's decisive action saved the revolutionary government. In a single brutal afternoon, he became the Republic's saviour, and also earned a reputation for cold-blooded efficiency that some would not forget. Paris grew quiet at dusk, the air heavy with the tang of spent gunpowder and a new awareness. A young general had shown he would not hesitate to fire on his fellow Frenchmen to secure order. Far from hiding this bloody episode, Napoleon later had it celebrated each year, defending himself with the remark that a soldier is only a machine to obey orders. The reward for this loyal service was extraordinary. Within weeks, the Directory, the new executive body, gave 26-year-old Bonaparte command of the Army of Italy, a post that seasoned generals had coveted. Around the same time, he met Josephine de Beauharnais, a glamorous Creole widow 6 years his senior who was connected to Barras. The attraction was immediate and consuming. In March 1796, just days before departing to take up his new command, Napoleon married Josephine in a private civil ceremony. He adored her with an earnest, impassioned love that blazed through the letters he would soon send daily from the Italian front. Josephine provided the social polish and connections he lacked. He gave her devotion and the promise of destiny. As he rode out of Paris in the spring rain, Napoleon Bonaparte was a curious figure, a Corsican outsider turned Republican general, recently a penniless outcast, now head of an army. His ambitions were boundless. France had given him an army and a beautiful wife. He intended to repay both with glory. The die was cast. The little corporal's rapid ascent was about to commence. The slender young general who arrived to lead the army of Italy in 1796 found a dispirited, ragtag force clad in rags and hungry for both food and victory. Napoleon's predecessors had achieved little in the grinding war against Austria, but the new commander electrified his men from the outset. Gathering the troops, who looked sceptically at his slight stature and youthful face, he pointed toward the enemy's rich lands beyond the Alps. "Soldiers," he cried, "you are ill-fed and almost naked. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will lie in your power. In them you will find honour, glory and riches." The soldiers erupted in cheers. Scepticism gave way to fervour as he promised to transform their threadbare desperation into triumph. During the early days of the campaign in the damp foothills of Piedmont, men who were on the verge of deserting instead found themselves prepared to follow this fiery little general to the farthest reaches of the earth. Napoleon promptly fulfilled his promise. He moved with startling speed and aggression, catching Austrian and Piedmontese armies off balance with bold tactics. In a whirlwind of battles through the mountain passes, he demonstrated a predator's instinct, striking where least expected and driving his exhausted troops forward with sheer force of will. At Montenotte, Dago, Millesimo and Mondovi, French cannon and bayonets routed forces that months before would have sent them reeling. The Austrian generals, many twice Bonaparte's age, were confounded by his unpredictable manoeuvres. "They haven't seen anything yet," Napoleon boasted confidently after one victory. "In our time, no one has the slightest conception of what is great. It is up to me to give them an example." His bravado was backed by action. He negotiated Piedmont's withdrawal from the war within weeks, then turned the army of Italy against the Austrians occupying Lombardy. In May 1796, Napoleon cemented his legend at the bridge over the Adda River, near the town of Lodi. The Austrian rearguard had taken up a strong position across the river, their cannon covering the narrow wooden span. Rather than wait for a safer crossing, Bonaparte decided on a frontal assault that defied all conventional sense. Amidst the deafening roar of enemy guns, he personally helped aim French cannons and rallied a column of grenadiers for a head-on charge. Tricolour flag in hand, he plunged onto the bridge at the head of his men. Grapeshot whistled past his ears, planks splintered under the blast of artillery. For an instant, the attack faltered under withering fire, but Napoleon stood firm in the smoke, his sword drawn and his uniform powdered with gun smoke. His presence ignited the troops. With a final yell, "En avant!" the troops surged forward, overrunning the Austrian guns. On the far bank, the stunned enemy broke and fled. Lodi was a small battle, but in its drama lay the seed of a myth. The soldiers, amazed by their general's fearless exposure to fire and his willingness to do a corporal's work loading guns, affectionately dubbed him Le Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal. That night, as the exhausted French camped under a moonlit sky, Napoleon could not sleep. The adrenaline of victory and survival coursed through him. In later years, he would recall that at Lodi, from that moment on, I foresaw what I might be. Already I felt the earth flee from beneath me, as if I were being carried into the sky. It was at Lodi that Napoleon Bonaparte began to believe unequivocally in his destiny. Through the summer and autumn of 1796, Napoleon led his army on a relentless offensive that read like something out of Caesar's commentaries. Napoleon swiftly crossed the Po River, flanked enemy positions using mountain tracks, and repeatedly encircled the Austrians. In battle after battle, Castiglione, Arcole, Rivoli, the French overcame superior numbers through Bonaparte's imaginative tactics and the esprit de corps he instilled. His troops marched hungry and barefoot over the Alps, referring to him as Father Violet due to his unexpected arrival, much like the first violet of spring. They came to believe he could do it, could take any fortress and defeat any foe, and often he did. After a grueling siege, Napoleon captured Mantua in early 1797, breaking Austrian resistance in Italy. By that spring he had advanced to the very edge of Austrian territory. The once mighty Habsburg Empire, shocked by the string of defeats inflicted by this upstart, sued for peace rather than see Vienna threatened. Bonaparte dictated terms like a seasoned statesman. In the Treaty of Campo Formio, October 1797, he reshaped the map of northern Italy, creating new republics under French influence, and ceded Venetia to Austria as compensation. Remarkably, he negotiated this peace directly, outshining the politicians back in Paris. Here was a general taking the initiative to formulate foreign policy, a sign of the growing power he was accumulating. Meanwhile, in the territories he conquered, Napoleon revealed other facets. He presented himself as a liberator, abolishing feudal privileges and spreading revolutionary principles in Italy. But he also levied heavy contributions and sent convoys of looted art back to France. Wagon loads of paintings and sculptures, spoils from Milan, Verona and Venice, trundled over the Alps bound for the Louvre, evidence that Napoleon understood the propaganda value of culture. Parisians were thrilled at the arrival of masterpieces and the news of victory. The directors in Paris found themselves eclipsed by the glory of their young general. As his fame grew, so did the complexities of his character. Napoleon the Romantic, for instance, was on full display in Italy. Separated from Josephine, he wrote her letters almost nightly, pouring out his heart in unguarded prose. "I have loved you for a long time," he wrote after one battle, "and I feel that I love you more each day. I thought I loved you a few days ago, but since I saw you, I feel that I love you 1,000 times more," words that reveal a passionate, even obsessive attachment. On the battlefield he was icy and calculated, but alone in his tent by candlelight he could be almost feverish with longing. Unbeknownst to him, Josephine's replies were infrequent and often perfunctory. The worldly Creole was enjoying Paris society and a discreet affair on the side. This imbalance of affection, the conqueror of Italy begging for love, was a poignant contradiction. The soldiers saw their general as a demigod, yet in matters of the heart he could be as vulnerable as any man. Napoleon was the most renowned figure in France by the time he returned to Paris at the end of 1797. Newspapers hailed him as le héros d'Italie, the Italian hero, extolling his triumph over overwhelming challenges. Walking through the Tuileries gardens, civilians gaped, and officers snapped to attention. The energy he exuded had altered the course of a continent in a matter of months. Yet the Directory grew wary. Here was a general whose popularity rivaled their legitimacy. In Napoleon's piercing grey eyes and curt self-confidence, some Directory members glimpsed a potential threat. For the time being, they showered him with honours, inviting him to dine with directors and seeking his advice on grand strategy. However, these politicians secretly felt a sense of relief when Bonaparte accepted a new assignment that took him far from Paris. The restless general, just 28, was already looking beyond Italy. In his omnivorous mind, the next grand adventure was forming. He spoke of an expedition to Egypt, a bold strike aimed indirectly at England. It was audacious and full of risk, perfectly suited to Napoleon Bonaparte, who by now believed destiny had extraordinary plans for him. Napoleon embarked on his campaign in the East as both conqueror and visionary, determined to etch his name alongside Alexander the Great. In May 1798, he set sail from France with a fleet of soldiers, scholars and dreams, leaving the comforts of Europe for the fabled sands of Egypt. The voyage itself felt like a journey into legend. On deck under the stars, Napoleon would point out constellations to his savants and muse about the glory of antiquity. By day, he devoured books on the Orient. He was not merely leading an army, he was crafting an image of himself as an enlightened liberator and a new Caesar of the East. The soldiers, packed tightly in the sweltering holds, were regaled with their general's proclamations that they were bound for immortal glory. Many were seasick and anxious, yet they believed in him. It was said that as their ships passed by the Great Pyramids visible on the horizon, Napoleon dramatically addressed his troops. "Soldiers, from the summit of these pyramids 40 centuries look down upon you." The line, echoing across the desert wind, sent shivers down the ranks. It was bombastic, historically dubious, and utterly effective in stirring men's souls. Bonaparte was scripting his mythology even as it unfolded. After a swift conquest of the port of Alexandria, Napoleon marched his army inland to confront the ruling Mamluk warlords. On July 21, 1798, near the village of Embabe, Napoleon deployed his troops in massive squares, with the hazy outline of pyramids in the distance. The Battle of the Pyramids, as it came to be known, was as much theatre as combat. Mamluk cavalry in colourful silk and armour charged repeatedly, renowned for their ferocity, but they shattered against the disciplined French squares bristling with bayonets. Amid the volleys and cannon smoke, French drummers beat a steady rhythm that mingled with the distant cries of camels and the clang of scimitars. Napoleon, seated atop a grey Arabian charger, surveyed the battlefield through his spyglass, outwardly calm. When the dust settled by late afternoon, thousands of Mamluk riders lay dead or dying in the Nile marshes. The French losses were relatively light. Word spread among the locals that the young general had supernatural powers. How else could one explain such a lopsided victory? Napoleon encouraged these whispers. He established himself in Cairo and convened a diwan, council, of local notables, pledging respect for Islam and the people. In proclamations, he professed admiration for the Prophet Muhammad and claimed the French were friends of Muslims, even inventing a tale of a mystical conversation with imams in a pyramid. Such declarations were cynical but shrewd, aimed at pacifying a land he knew little about. Bonaparte the chameleon was adapting once more. In Cairo he appeared draped in an oriental robe at times, playing the part of the liberator of the East. However, reality intruded on his grandiose plans. In August 1798, mere weeks after the triumph at the pyramids, disaster struck at sea. The British Admiral Horatio Nelson caught the French fleet anchored in Aboukir Bay and annihilated it in a fiery night-long battle. In one night, Napoleon's communication with France was severed. His army was stranded in Egypt. Unfazed outwardly, he doubled down on forging a new narrative. If return to Europe was cut off, he would turn his conquest into a transformative mission. He established the Institut d'Egypte in Cairo, where scholars studied everything from ancient hieroglyphs, the Rosetta Stone would soon be unearthed by his team, to modern irrigation. French officers strolled the streets with notebooks instead of only muskets. The occupation took on a curious dual nature: brutal military rule on one hand, suppressing revolts with mass executions when needed, and enlightened exploration on the other. Napoleon ordered local printers to produce a French-Arabic newspaper, Courrier de l'Egypte, praising French victories and reforms. He commissioned artists to sketch ruins and scientists to catalogue Egypt's flora and fauna. Under the glow of lanterns in Cairo's palaces, conversations about philosophy and governance unfolded in both French and Arabic. This blend of force and charm offensive was Bonaparte's approach to empire building. Gloire through both sword and pen. Yet Egypt would test Napoleon as never before. In early 1799, hungry for further laurels and concerned by an impending Ottoman counterattack, he marched north into Ottoman Syria, today's Israel-Palestine, an overland journey through Sinai's deserts into a crucible of hardship. The campaign swiftly turned into a terrifying ordeal. The sun above was merciless. Water was scarce. Plague stalked the ranks. Still, Napoleon pushed on, capturing coastal towns like El Arish and Gaza, and then storming Jaffa in March 1799. At Jaffa, a horrifying incident tarnished his reputation. After the city fell, thousands of Ottoman soldiers who had surrendered, including a garrison previously paroled by the French, were executed under Napoleon's orders, most by shooting or bayonet. It was an act of ruthless expedience. He could neither feed nor guard so many prisoners while enemy forces gathered nearby. The beach outside Jaffa became a field of death. Later accounts describe columns of prisoners being led out under guard, forced to kneel in the dunes, and the crackle of musket fire mingling with screams. Napoleon never publicly acknowledged this massacre. Within days he had moved on. But some of his officers were sickened by it. The general who spoke of enlightenment had shown he would also cross any moral line for military necessity. Days later, in the same city, another scene emerged, immortalised in paint and propaganda as a counterpoint to the bloodshed. A vicious outbreak of bubonic plague ravaged the French camp after Jaffa. Soldiers lay moaning in a makeshift hospital, housed in an old caravansary. Fear of contagion spread even faster than the disease. Many troops dared not go near the stricken. Napoleon understood that fear could destroy his army faster than plague itself. So on a warm morning in mid-March he visited the plague hospital in Jaffa. According to accounts, he strode through the low archways of the mosque-turned-infirmary with a calm expression as rays of light pierced the dusty air. Rows of the sick and dying lined the walls, their faces etched with feverish agony. Napoleon showed no hesitation. He moved from cot to cot, speaking softly, even touching one soldier's inflamed bubo with his bare hand in a gesture of compassion and courage. The men watched in astonishment as their general, the same man who had ordered prisoners shot days before, now comforted the afflicted with near saintly composure. One soldier reportedly tried weakly to rise and salute. Napoleon gently bade him rest. This visit became legendary. Later, back in France, the event would be commemorated by artist Antoine-Jean Gros in a massive painting depicting Bonaparte as a fearless healer reaching out to the plague-stricken, bathed in a quasi-religious glow. The painting glossed over the grimmer context, yet its power endures. It was propaganda as much as compassion, Napoleon crafting the myth of himself as both ruthless conqueror and benevolent hero. That spring, however, military realities were harsh. Napoleon's advance into the heart of Syria encountered the formidable walls of Acre. British warships aided the Ottoman defenders, and despite repeated assaults, the fortress of Acre did not fall. Bonaparte's army grew weaker by the day. Plague, heat and stiff resistance sapped their strength. After 2 months of frustration, Napoleon finally lifted the siege in May 1799. He led his gaunt, worn men on a gruelling retreat back to Egypt, harassed by mounted Ottoman forces and bedevilled by the merciless climate. The omniscient narrator of history might note that the event was the first serious setback in Napoleon's career. Outside the walls of Acre, the limits of his fortune became evident. In one poignant incident during the retreat, a French soldier, too sick to walk, begged not to be left behind. Napoleon paused, and in a rare display of quiet mercy, ordered that a horse be left for the man, a small redemption for Jaffa's horror. By late 1799, back in Cairo, Napoleon received word of political turmoil in France and the threat of invasion by European coalitions. Sensing that his moment on the larger world stage had arrived, he made a fateful decision. He would abandon the Egyptian enterprise and return to Paris post-haste. He left General Kleber in charge of the army, with secret instructions to negotiate a withdrawal, and slipped out of Egypt with a few close aides in August 1799. By luck and stealth, he navigated through the British blockades and arrived in France in October, where he was greeted as a hero. Astonishingly, the disasters, the fleet's destruction and the failure at Acre were largely suppressed or ignored in the news. Instead, France heard only of the triumphs, the Battle of the Pyramids, the scientific discoveries, and the bold Eastern adventure. In the public eye, Napoleon returned from Egypt draped in oriental mystery and glory, as he intended. He brought home scholars' reports, exotic animals and art, further fueling the legend he was weaving around himself. The Egyptian expedition ultimately was a mixed success at best in practical terms, but in terms of Napoleon's self-made mythology, it was a triumph. He had shown France not only a general of battlefield genius, but also a leader who aspired to greatness on a civilizational scale. He cast himself as a new Alexander, a lawgiver and patron of knowledge as well as a warrior. The contradictions were stark. The same man who executed prisoners and poisoned plague victims also posed as an emancipator and enlightened ruler. Napoleon seemed aware that to achieve immortality, a leader had to shape his narrative. In Egypt he learned the power of image and propaganda. From the grandiose proclamations and commissioned paintings to the curated flow of news back to Europe, he ensured that he, Napoleon Bonaparte, would not be considered merely another French general. He would become a figure worthy of epics, a man who conquered ancient lands and engaged in conversation with the pyramids. As he returned to France, he prepared for his next daring action, seizing political power. The saviour of France had returned from the deserts, burnished by sun and fame, ready to dictate the next chapter of the revolution. The France Napoleon returned to in 1799 was ripe for change, and he knew it. The Directory government was deeply unpopular, marred by corruption, economic troubles and military setbacks in Europe during his absence. Paris buzzed with rumours of coups and conspiracies. Emmanuel Sieyès, one of the directors, famously muttered that France needed a head, a sword to complete the revolution's work. Fresh from his Egyptian mystique and Italian laurels, Napoleon appeared to many as the ideal candidate for this role. Ever the political opportunist, he quietly aligned with plotters including Sieyès, Talleyrand and his savvy younger brother, Lucien Bonaparte. Behind closed doors in Parisian salons thick with cigar smoke, the plotters schemed to topple the Directory throughout October 1799. Napoleon was cautious at first, assessing every detail like a battlefield plan. But as the crowds cheered him in the streets and even the fickle newspapers hailed him, he realised that now was the crucial moment. "Weaker men get caught in the current of events," he confided to a friend, "but I will direct events myself." the omniscient narrator might observe that fortune was once again favouring him. Napoleon put his plan in motion on the morning of 18 Brumaire, year 8, November 9th, 1799, by the Republican calendar. Under the pretext of a supposed Jacobin coup threat, he persuaded the councils, France's legislature, to move their session out of volatile Paris to the suburban chateau of Saint-Cloud, where his loyal troops could surround them. The air was tense and thick with the intrigue as Bonaparte donned his general's uniform, mounted a horse and trotted through the Paris streets flanked by grenadiers. He had told Josephine to be ready for any outcome, success or his death or imprisonment. "If I fail, I shall be outlawed tomorrow," he said flatly. By afternoon, under grey November skies, soldiers occupied key positions around Saint-Cloud. Inside, bewildered deputies gathered in gilded chambers, suspecting something was amiss. Napoleon paced in an antechamber, uncharacteristically nervous. He was a man used to commanding armies, not quelling politicians, and for perhaps the first time doubt gnawed at him. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and strode into the hall of the Council of Ancients head high. He addressed the ancients with controlled passion, decrying the incapable Directory and the perils facing France. His hands trembled slightly as he gestured. This was no battlefield, and the hostile stares of elected deputies were a new kind of danger. Some applauded, but others murmured in dissent. Napoleon next moved to the Council of 500, the lower house where things would soon descend into chaos. The moment he entered the orangery, where 500 legislators were meeting, a hostile roar rose up. "Down with the tyrant, outlaw him!" Jacobin deputies screamed upon seeing soldiers at his back. Napoleon momentarily stumbled over his words, declaring that his only goal was to preserve the Republic. His presence inflamed the assembly. A knot of deputies rushed at him, one even lunging as if to stab him with a paper knife. Amid shouts of "hors la loi," outlaw him, Napoleon turned pale and reportedly began to shake. For a heartbeat, it seemed his carefully laid coup might collapse in embarrassment. Grenadiers hustled him out as the hall erupted in pandemonium. Outside, in the palace courtyard, Napoleon caught his breath, sweat beading on his forehead in the cool autumn air. He was used to battlefield glory, but this was raw political theatre, and it was almost lost. The day was saved by a combination of military force and his brother's quick wits. Lucien Bonaparte decisively took the stage as president of the Council of 500. He slipped away and addressed the soldiers waiting outside. With a dramatic flourish, Lucien drew his sword and pointed it at Napoleon's chest, shouting that his brother had been attacked by assassins inside, and that he would strike Napoleon down himself if ever the general betrayed the people. The grenadiers, perplexed but swayed by Lucien's bravado, rallied. They burst into the hall with fixed bayonets, clearing it of recalcitrant deputies in minutes. Legislators scrambled out windows or bolted for the doors as soldiers occupied the chamber. By evening, Saint-Cloud was silent save for the measured tramp of boots on marble floors. A rump of hand-picked deputies, brought back under bayonet guard, voted to abolish the Directory and appointed a three-man consulate to govern France. The coup, though far messier than planned, had succeeded. Napoleon was named first consul, the dominant position in the new government. As he rode back to Paris that night under escort, he was exhausted but exultant. "The revolution is over," he declared to an aide with quiet triumph. "I am the revolution now." In reality, it was a new beginning. The 30-year-old general had seized control of the nation. Over the next months, Napoleon solidified his power with breathtaking speed and shrewdness. While Sieyès and Ducos, the other two consuls, were shunted aside into irrelevance, Bonaparte set up residence in the Tuileries Palace, the former royal residence, signalling that a new kind of ruler had arrived. He worked ferociously, sometimes 18 hours a day, overseeing everything from military operations to administrative reforms. The third-person omniscient view allows a glimpse into his private routine. Rising before dawn, he would dictate letters to multiple secretaries in succession, his mind leaping from topic to topic, then meet ministers, then generals, sorting each issue with a decisive clarity. He seemed to scarcely need sleep, running on ambition and endless cups of strong coffee. France, weary of a decade of revolutionary chaos, responded enthusiastically to firm leadership, even as Napoleon tightened censorship on the press and set up an efficient secret police under Joseph Fouché. Many welcomed the stability these measures brought. A new slogan appeared: "Authority, not liberty." The very people who had once shouted for freedom now craved order. and Bonaparte delivered it. Abroad, he continued to prove his genius on the battlefield, further cementing his position at home. In 1800, when Austria threatened to overturn the gains of the revolution, Napoleon led a dramatic crossing of the Alps, guiding the army of the reserve through the high passes with cannon dragged by mules and men, in scenes that would later be immortalised in art, albeit with a white charger he likely never rode. He surprised the Austrians in northern Italy by securing a victory at Marengo in June 1800, a fierce battle where a midday crisis almost led to the French's defeat, but a timely cavalry charge reversed the outcome. Marengo became mythic in France. Napoleon spun it as a grand triumph of his personal leadership. Indeed, when his exhausted troops cheered Vive Bonaparte on the blood-soaked fields of Marengo, it reinforced his near-messianic status. Austria sued for peace, and Britain too signed the Treaty of Amiens in 1802, a rare moment of general European peace that the first consul used to consolidate his regime. During these years, Napoleon revealed himself not just as a brilliant general, but as a statesman of extraordinary talent and contradictions. He set about rebuilding France. The consulate saw sweeping reforms, a new legal code, the Code Civil, Napoleonic Code, was drafted to enshrine equality before the law, property rights, and secular authority. Napoleon took a direct hand in its formulation, personally chairing many sessions of the Council of State, quill in hand, debating points of contract law or inheritance. The code, completed in 1804, eliminated feudal remnants and became one of Napoleon's proudest achievements, a lasting framework of justice. At the same time, he brokered a reconciliation with the Catholic Church through the Concordat of 1801, healing the rift caused by a revolutionary dechristianization. To the horror of ideologues, this pragmatic deal recognised Catholicism as the religion of most Frenchmen, though not the state religion, and restored some church influence, but under Napoleon's terms. The once anti-clerical general understood that to pacify France, he must placate her believers. Thus, in Notre Dame Cathedral, where revolutionaries had once exalted reason, Mass was celebrated again by order of the first consul. No detail of governance escaped him. He created the Bank of France to stabilise the currency, overhauled education with new lycées and scholarships, and reformed taxation so revenues flowed reliably. Roads and bridges were built or repaired across the country. In the twilit halls of the Tuileries, courtiers once again danced at balls, but this time honouring a soldier in place of a king. France was regaining prosperity and confidence under Napoleon's firm hand. All the while, Bonaparte's personal power grew ever more concentrated. In 1802, a national plebiscite of Bizzare, carefully managed by his officials, made him first consul for life. The result was announced with fanfare. An implausible majority of voters in favour, which flattered him immensely. He would famously dismiss objections by pointing to such plebiscites, claiming he had the people's mandate. An emperor in waiting in all but name, he began to envision a dynasty. In the quiet of his private study, he pondered the fates of Caesar and Charlemagne, concluding that the revolution needed the permanence of monarchy in a new form. His siblings were given honours and arranged advantageous marriages. Napoleon was positioning the Bonapartes as France's new royal family, much to the ridicule of some old revolutionaries who muttered that we did not destroy one aristocracy to create another. But many others went along eagerly, trading ideological purity for the trappings of a renewed court. By 1804, foiled plots against his life, such as the infernal machine bomb on a Paris street in 1800, and royalist intrigues provided the pretext to take the final step. In the spring of 1804, evidence of a Bourbon prince's involvement in a conspiracy led Napoleon to order the Duke of Enghien seized from neutral territory and executed, an action that sent a chill through Europe's aristocracy but eliminated a potential figurehead for monarchists. Soon after, the Senate petitioned Napoleon to assume the title of emperor to stabilise the government. It was stage-managed, yet it answered a real yearning among the French for continuity and glory. Napoleon accepted. Another plebiscite was held, again approving by an overwhelming margin that Bonaparte become Emperor of the French. On December 2nd, 1804, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris hosted a coronation the likes of which Europe had not seen in decades. The medieval edifice, once defaced and neglected in the revolutionary turmoil, was lavishly restored and draped in crimson and gold for the occasion. Dignitaries from across Europe, some grudging, others curious, attended. Pope Pius VII himself was brought from Rome to bless the ceremony. a stunning coup that lent a mantle of ancient legitimacy. The atmosphere inside Notre Dame mixed grandeur with spectacle. Incense wafted through the air. Hundreds of candles illuminated the nave, and the 35-year-old Napoleon, clad in robes of velvet and ermine, processed down the aisle to the strains of glorious music. But true to his character, he subtly upended tradition at the climactic moment. As the Pope prepared to anoint and crown him, Napoleon stepped forward, took the crown, a new golden diadem modelled on Charlemagne's, into his hands, and placed it upon his head. The audience gasped softly. It was unheard of for a monarch to crown himself. Then Napoleon crowned Josephine as Empress, gently setting a small crown on her bowed head. Even as tears of emotion filled her eyes, their marriage had been rocky over the issue of an heir, but today they presented a united front in majesty. The Pope raised a hand in blessing, effectively ratifying what had already occurred. Observers noted the symbolism. Napoleon signalled that he owed his throne to no one but himself and the French people, by the grace of God and the Constitution of the Republic, as the formula ran. Some detractors whispered it was the ultimate act of Bonaparte's arrogance. Others saw in it the genius of a man who made and recognised his own destiny. Either way, Napoleon had risen from Corsican obscurity to imperial zenith in just 15 years. As the cannons boomed a 21-gun salute across Paris, and the newly crowned emperor stepped out on the cathedral steps, in the same uniform he wore at Marengo beneath the imperial mantle, the crowds acclaimed him wildly. Many had tears in their eyes, believing they beheld the saviour of France crowned in glory. Thus, the French Republic gave way to the French Empire, with Napoleon I on the throne. In him, people saw a rare combination of revolutionary change and traditional authority. He kept the slogan liberty, equality, fraternity on his lips, even as he founded a new nobility, granted marshals princely titles, and sat on a throne. The third-person omniscient perspective discerns in Napoleon a consciousness of this paradox. He sincerely viewed himself as the guarantor of the revolution's core gains, even while accumulating power more absolute than any Bourbon before him. On the night after the coronation in the Tuileries Palace, the emperor sat long awake. The imperial crown rested on a table nearby. Did he feel triumph, or the weight of what he had assumed? Perhaps both. He had achieved grandeur, but the drive that fueled him did not abate. He murmured to one confidant that evening, "I have crowned Josephine, but it is only a wreath on a journey. I refuse to slack off on the throne. We have only begun." Indeed, new horizons of power stretched out before him, kings to topple, nations to found, and an empire that, at its height, would redraw the map of Europe and leave an indelible mark on history. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law, who married into the Ancien Regime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian Hohenzollern archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland. His brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia. And in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grande Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805 without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed Sun of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient titles shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the Sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field Marshal Davout, with a smaller French corps, defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If he were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried, despite the trophy. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law who married into the Ancien Regime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland, his brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia, and in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grande Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805 without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2nd, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed sun of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient title shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the Sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field, Marshal Davout with a smaller French corps defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If he were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great as he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried despite the trophy. The Peninsular War, as the conflict in Spain came to be known, became a vicious, years-long guerrilla struggle that Napoleon later referred to as the Spanish Ulcer, draining his resources. It was the first major crack in his empire. The mighty French arm, designed for set-piece battles, found itself bleeding in an asymmetric war of ambushes and reprisals in the Spanish hills. Napoleon himself travelled to Spain in late 1808 to blitz the resisting Spanish armies and did win conventional battles with typical brilliance, but he could not pacify the proud and hostile populace indefinitely. The British seized the chance and landed forces under Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, to support the Spaniards and Portuguese. For the first time, Napoleon's aura of invincibility was under threat by an insurrection and a foreign expedition on his flank. Still, at the Empire's height, these troubles seemed minor compared to the grand canvas of Napoleon's dominance. In 1809, Austria, encouraged by French difficulties in Spain, dared to challenge Napoleon once more. The Emperor responded with swift fury. Though the Austrians surprised him and handed him his first personal defeat in a pitched battle at Aspern-Essling just outside Vienna, where in May 1809 Archduke Charles inflicted heavy losses as Napoleon's attempt to cross the Danube was repelled, the French regrouped. In July, Napoleon spearheaded a significant attack during the Battle of Wagram, a 2-day intense battle on the plains close to Vienna. It was a grim, attritional battle, lacking the elegant manoeuvres of Austerlitz, but Napoleon's larger reserve of men and artillery prevailed. Austria sued for peace again after Wagram. As part of the settlement, and to solidify the new Franco-Austrian amity, Napoleon took the dramatic step of divorcing Josephine, his beloved but now 46-year-old empress, who'd given him no children, and marrying Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria. The act was a profound personal sacrifice for him. Both he and Josephine wept bitterly at their formal parting, despite past infidelities on both sides. Yet Napoleon, ever pragmatic about power, knew the Bonaparte legacy needed an heir of his own blood, and an Austrian princess would bring legitimacy in the eyes of Europe. In 1811, Marie-Louise bore him a son, whom Napoleon grandly titled the King of Rome. At 42, the emperor had a healthy male heir. That year marked the pinnacle of Napoleonic confidence. He spoke of founding a dynasty that would last 100 years. One evening, holding the infant prince in his arms beneath the glow of chandelier light, he is said to have murmured, "You will be my living trophy. You will inherit all I have made." Amidst these triumphs, Napoleon's influence went beyond warfare and politics, leaving an imprint on society and even distant continents. He spread the Napoleonic code to the lands he conquered, laying foundations for legal systems from Italy to the Rhineland, systems that emphasized clear laws and the end of feudal practices. He abolished serfdom in Poland and introduced religious toleration and secular education in many backward corners of Europe. In the German states and elsewhere, his rule inadvertently sparked feelings of nationalism. Subject peoples, even as they resented French domination, also absorbed the ideas of the French Revolution that Napoleon carried with his armies. A young German or Italian, in 1810, might at once hate Napoleon's oppressive taxes and conscription, yet be inspired by the new concepts of liberty and nationhood that came in his wake. The consequences of his reign also rippled across the Atlantic. In 1803, needing funds for war, and sensing that holding territory in America was untenable after losing Haiti to a slave rebellion, Napoleon sold the vast Louisiana Territory to the United States, an act that doubled the size of the young American Republic and reshaped global geopolitics. He quipped that this sale would forever thwart British ambitions in the New World and ensure an American power that could rival England. In a way, he was crafting the future beyond his own empire. Similarly, his toppling of the Spanish regime jolted Spain's colonies in Latin America. Leaders like Simón Bolívar would soon take advantage of the chaos to fight for independence, indirectly influenced by Napoleonic upheaval. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Spear would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his Grande Armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Pstir would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his Grande Armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. The act left thousands on the far bank who shouted as the remaining escape path burned. Early December saw the Grande Armée, possibly 20,000 ragged, frost-bitten survivors from 600,000, stagger into Poland and Prussia. Napoleon sighed with satisfaction when he entered friendly territory, after narrowly escaping arrest multiple times during the retreat. The cost was nearly unfathomable. The Russian winter, attacks and starvation reduced the overwhelming force entering Russia. Less than 10% survived. Snow shattered Napoleon's European invincibility. Paris rumours about the disaster foreshadowed his return. Napoleon abandoned the remaining troops and rode a sled back to France incognito, and quickly in December 1812. He left Marshal Ney and others to oversee the terrible retreat. Napoleon left his forces to avert a domestic coup. A general named Malet had launched a strange coup in Paris, falsely announcing Napoleon's death, illustrating how delicate things were. Napoleon crossed blizzards day and night to Paris before the year's end. He made the country believe everything was fine, masking the devastation. Short-lived facade. After Russia won, Europe's rulers formed a coalition to destroy the weaker empire. Prussia joined Russia against France in early 1813. Austria prepared to jump. Napoleon quickly recruited youngsters and last resort reserves to replace his veterans. As before, he examined maps and made massive plans to defeat the Allies. He was still alive, but reality was looming. His marshals feared he could win an interminable war because the French were exhausted. Napoleon returned triumphantly in mid-1813. In March 1813, he beat the Russo-Prussian army at Lutzen and Bautzen with hardly trained conscripts, demonstrating his operational competence. He hoped to prevent catastrophe again. Too many odds were against him. October 1813 saw the Battle of Leipzig, later renamed the Battle of Nations, in Saxony. 3 days of fierce fighting between Napoleon's marshals and guard and a combined Russian, Prussian, Austrian and Swedish army. Napoleon was outnumbered roughly 2-1. Attrition and hostile teamwork defeated him despite his expertise and bravery. A scared French officer blew up a crucial bridge too early, trapping a rearguard on the wrong side of the river to be captured. Napoleon lost the biggest battle in European history, ending French rule in Germany. Many of Napoleon's German allies defected. The Rhine Confederation fell. While retreating over the Elster River, his beloved Polish hero, Marshal Poniatowski, drowned. Napoleon retreated to France with his 70,000 defeated soldiers, resolved to fight. In early 1814, the Allies invaded France, expecting a quick march to Paris. Napoleon's little force defeated elements of the bigger Allied soldiers in the 6 Days Campaign in February 1814, one of his most successful defensive campaigns, often overlooked. His youthful mobility and skill surprised his opponents at Champaubert, Montmirail and Montereau. Seeing the Emperor sprint like a firefighter gave French peasants hope. Math told him he was too outnumbered to win. Despite his few victories, the Allies reached Paris by late March 1814. After Marshals Marmont and Mortier left to defend Paris, concluded resistance was pointless. The coalition army took it practically in peace. After centuries without foreign rule, the victorious Tsar Alexander, King Frederick William of Prussia and other dignitaries entered Paris on March 31, 1814. Parisians flocked to the boulevards in despair or relief as Napoleon's epic adventure ended. Napoleon was outraged and unhappy in Fontainebleau following Paris's loss. He pondered marching his remaining men to seize the city. His marshals confronted him, exhausted and honest for the first time. Marshals Ney, Oudinot and Lefebvre, who had followed him across Europe, advised him to reason. They claimed France was defeated and resistance would be fatal. Napoleon was furious, accusing them of cowardice and betrayal. He faced reality alone in Fontainebleau at night. The Allies sought his unconditional surrender. Even his stepson Eugène and brother Joseph persuaded him to submit for the nation. Marshals Ney and MacDonald issued a stunning ultimatum on April 4, 1814. Philippe must abdicate before the army could march on Paris. Napoleon abdicated for his son, expecting an Allied regency. When rejected, he realised the game was over. Napoleon abdicated on April 11, 1814, relinquishing French regal rights. He received an annual stipend and a modest guard on Elba, a small Italian island, from the Allies, a beautiful prison for a fallen king. Napoleon said goodbye to his old guard in Fontainebleau's courtyard on April 20, 1814. France would remember a touching scene. Napoleon continued speaking with a steady, impassioned voice, saying to the soldiers of my old guard, I bid you farewell. You have been my constant companion on the path to honour and glory for 20 years. Do not mourn my fate. I want to document our wonderful deeds. Sweet kids, goodbye. Napoleon. Veteran grenadiers of 12 campaigns cried. The Emperor kissed the imperial eagle flag one last time and hugged General Petit, who was holding the regimental eagle. He said, Goodbye, kids, raising his hand in salutation. Napoleon, despite his best efforts, jumped into a carriage crying. That night, many jaded soldiers lay under the stars, unsure of France's or their future without l'Empereur. A veteran murmured, It's over. A wonderful person left. An imaginary kingdom held European ruler Napoleon Bonaparte captive. He arrived at Elba, 119 square miles of rugged terrain and vineyards in Tuscany, in late April 1814. He was rarely self-pitying. Keeping the title Emperor, the Allies gave him the name as a polite fiction, he established a small court in Portoferraio, Elba's main town, and reigned like France in miniature. Napoleon was restless on Elba for 9 months. He studied Lilliputian's iron mines and quarries, planned to modernise agriculture, and designed a flag, a diagonal band of white with red and bees, symbolising industriousness and potentially nodding to his imperial emblem. He formed a small navy and army with a few ships and hundreds of people, including a loyal Old Guard detachment. He rode tight routes, inspected olive orchards, and talked to port fishermen, villagers said. His micromanagement improved roads, built a small hospital, and accelerated tax collection. Elba's people were amazed and perplexed that this powerful man cared about their humble life. A friendly Elban elder joked, He thinks he's still ruling the world. Napoleon's vigour overwhelmed Elba's idyllic appearance. Connections and newspapers kept him abreast of French and European happenings. This information gnawed at him. The restored Bourbon monarch Louis XVIII was unpopular in France. The arrogant return of the old aristocracy led to the dismissal of many Napoleon-affiliated French officers and bureaucrats. Rumours of royalist revenge and economic recession circulated. Peasants feared the Bourbons would retake their gains after Napoleon's reign. During a congress of the great countries in Vienna to redraw Europe's map after Napoleon's fall, the British may send Napoleon to a remote Atlantic rock if he becomes too difficult in Elba. The island felt like a gilded prison. The Bonaparte family was infamous for their infighting, and Napoleon's mother and sister clashed often. Napoleon's busy mind was bored. He was sad looking at the sea via a telescope from Elba's cliffs in early 1815. "I live like a sleeping volcano," read one letter. He could not bear the world going on without him. His insatiable ambition and fate won. In late February 1815, Napoleon returned to France to reclaim his crown after hearing the Congress of Vienna was in disorder, and France's anger with Louis XVIII was growing. It appeared impossible. An expelled emperor escorted by allied ships trying to incite a civilian insurrection to overthrow a reconstituted monarchy. Napoleon had the ability to bring dreams to life. Napoleon fled Elba on February 26, 1815, under loose guards. He travelled to France with several hundred loyal warriors aboard the ship Inconstant and on numerous smaller vessels to evade British surveillance. He escaped capture on the voyage by chance and daring. Napoleon stared at the prow with a familiar fire as the Côte d'Azur appeared. "France is ours," he informed his troops. Bonaparte believed Louis XVIII's France would fail. On March 1st, 1815, the French Riviera witnessed an astonishing sight. Napoleon Bonaparte, the exiled emperor, landed near Cannes with a tiny force and unfurled his tricolour flag once more. Dressed in his trademark grey greatcoat and cocked hat, he stepped ashore and proclaimed, "I have come to save France." Thus began the episode known as the 100 Days, a final blaze of Napoleon's meteoric life. He marched northward, avoiding the royalist stronghold of Provence, choosing the Alpine route through the Dauphiné. His band was small, barely 1,000 men, but as they advanced, Napoleon's charisma and France's simmering discontent began to work miracles. At town after town, locals, especially veterans and peasants, turned out with curiosity and growing enthusiasm. To many, the news of his return felt like a long-lost family member coming home. A pivotal moment came on March 7th near the mountain town of Laffrey. Royal troops of the 5th Regiment, under orders to arrest the usurper, confronted Napoleon on the road. The two forces faced each other, nervous and silent. Napoleon, fearless, strode forward alone, flung open his coat to bare his chest, and shouted to the soldiers arrayed against him, "Soldiers, if there is one among you who wants to kill his general, his emperor, here I am." For a tense heartbeat, no one moved. Then, in an emotional rush, the royal troops erupted in cheers. "Vive l'Empereur" rang out as they threw down their white Bourbon cockades and surged toward Napoleon. The men of the 5th joined Napoleon's ranks in unison. Eyewitnesses saw veterans crying and laughing as they embraced their former leader. Word quickly spread throughout the countryside. Napoleon had returned, and the army was uniting behind him. King Louis XVIII's attempts to muster resistance faltered, as one regiment after another either went over to Bonaparte or melted away. Ney, once Napoleon's trusted bravest of the brave, had initially promised the king he would bring Napoleon back in an iron cage, but confronted with the fervour of his troops for the emperor, Ney too defected, overwhelmed by old loyalties and perhaps the irresistible tide of sentiment. By March 20th, Napoleon reached Paris. Louis XVIII had already fled into exile, supposedly leaving so hastily that he lost a shoe, thus giving a touch of farce to the Bourbon king's second departure. That night, Napoleon entered the Tuileries to the ecstatic roar of Parisians who, just weeks earlier, had been murmuring against him as the ogre. Public opinion had once again whiplashed. Remarkably, in a matter of 20 days, without a single shot fired in anger, Napoleon had regained his throne. It was one of the most dramatic political. The comebacks in history serve as a testament to his unequalled ability to inspire or intimidate, and they also reflect the French people's ambivalence about the restored monarchy. The tricolour flew once more from public buildings. In the streets people sang La Marseillaise and lit bonfires. Napoleon moved quickly to consolidate this unexpected second chance. He sent letters professing peaceful intentions and offering new alliances. He even adopted a more liberal tone, promulgating a revised constitution, the Additional Act, that granted a freer press and a constitutional monarchy-style government, an olive branch to liberals and to moderates in France who wanted reform. The emperor claimed he had learned from exile, and now desired to be a benign ruler of a free people. Many were sceptical of this late-hour conversion to liberalism, but they preferred him to the Bourbons regardless. However, Napoleon's escape and restoration shook Europe. The crowned heads at the Congress of Vienna were aghast and furious. A coalition of practically every other European power, Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia and others, immediately formed, declaring Napoleon an outlaw and enemy of world peace. "The devil has been unchained," said the Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich, encapsulating the shocked outrage of the aristocracies. The aristocracies quickly mobilised their idle armies to decisively crush Napoleon. Napoleon, aware that diplomacy was hopeless, the Allies refused anything short of his second abdication, prepared for war with a mix of urgency and confidence. He had perhaps 125,000 soldiers of the regular army immediately at hand, plus volunteers swelling the ranks daily. Both veterans and new recruits were present, many driven by a patriotic zeal to ensure that foreign monarchs would not dictate to France. He also reconstituted the formidable Imperial Guard. Still, facing him would soon be several massive Allied armies converging from all sides, potentially over 500,000 men. Napoleon's strategic instinct guided him to swiftly and forcefully attack the closest adversaries before the coalition could fully unite. He famously said to his marshals, "We must make a campaign that is prompt and energetic, as in the days of our youth." In June 1815 he marched into what is now Belgium, then part of the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, to preempt the Anglo-Dutch army under the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army under Marshal Blücher, hoping to defeat each in turn. On June 16, 1815, Napoleon's Armée du Nord clashed with the Prussians at Ligny and the Anglo-Allied forces at Quatre Bras. Napoleon defeated Blücher at Ligny, marking it as his last victory. However, it was not a rout since Blücher's Prussians withdrew in good order, bruised but not broken. Marshal Ney's fight at Quatre Bras against Wellington's forces was inconclusive. Ney was unable to prevent Wellington from later pulling back to a defensive position near the village of Waterloo. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's British-led Allied army on the rolling plateau of Mont Saint-Jean just south of Waterloo. The ground had been soaked by heavy rains the night before, delaying Napoleon's attack until late morning while it dried. Napoleon's fate would be decided on a field of clover and rye, 1 mile long and 3 miles wide, with Wellington's scarlet-coated infantry and Union Jack flags arrayed against the tricolour standards of France. Wellington, an experienced defensive general, had arrayed his 68,000 troops behind gentle ridges and in strong points like the farm of La Haye-Sainte, and he anxiously awaited the arrival of Blücher's Prussians to bolster him. Napoleon had around 72,000 troops, including the redoubtable Imperial Guard, but he too was looking over his shoulder for the Prussians, hoping his subordinate Marshal Grouchy would keep them at bay. The Battle of Waterloo was fierce and unrelenting, a true endgame between the era's greatest commanders. Napoleon launched a midday assault with a grand battery of artillery and a main attack against the Allied centre, while Ney led cavalry charges that thundered against Wellington's infantry squares. The British and their allies held firm on the ridge despite horrific losses. By late afternoon, Ney, misunderstanding an enemy movement, mistakenly believed the Anglo-Allied line was faltering, and led one of military history's most infamous mass cavalry charges. Dozens of squadrons with glittering cuirasses and pennants thundering over the ridge without infantry or artillery support. They were met by the resolute infantry squares. Wellington soldiers, in silent rows behind bayonets, endured repeated waves of French horsemen swirling around their bristling squares, unable to break them. Ney's valour was undeniable. His horse was shot from under him 5 times that day, but the charges gained nothing but heaps of dead men and horses. Napoleon watched this spectacle, and reportedly exclaimed that Ney had gone mad. As the afternoon wore on, news reached Napoleon that Prussian forces were approaching from the east. Blücher was coming, fulfilling his promise to Wellington. "For the love of God, come as fast as you can. We'll fight to the last man." Indeed, by early evening, Prussian advance units under Bülow attacked the French right flank at the village of Plancenoit, forcing Napoleon to divert troops, including part of the young guard, to hold them off. The iron vice was closing. With time dwindling, Napoleon took a final risk. He committed his Imperial Guard, his most loyal and elite battalions, in a final bid to break Wellington's centre before the Prussians could fully unite with the Allies. These battle-hardened veterans, short but tall in reputation, marched up the ridge in solid columns, drums beating the pas de charge. "Vive l'Empereur!" they cried as Napoleon watched them go, these men who had never tasted defeat. The Allied line buckled under the initial impact, but Wellington had kept some units in reserve lying down behind the ridge. At his command, the British Guards and other units stood up at close range and poured volleys into the flanks of the advancing Guard columns. A brutal firefight ensued near the summit of the ridge. Under hailstorms of musket balls and grape shot, for the first time in memory, the Imperial Guard recoiled. The cry went up among the Allied troops, "La Garde recule," which means, "the Guard is falling back." Shock rippled through the French lines, disbelief turned to panic as the Guard's retreat became general. Wellington seized the moment, waving his hat and ordering a general advance all along the line. Blücher's Prussians, now arriving in force, sashed into the French right. Napoleon's army, exhausted and with its morale shattered, began to disintegrate. On a gentle slope, a square of the Old Guard formed to act as a rearguard for the fleeing army. Surrounded by Allied forces, they were given a chance to surrender. One apocryphal version tells that when called to yield, a Guard general, perhaps Cambronne, retorted, "La Garde meurt mais ne se rend pas." The Guard dies but does not surrender, followed by a defiant merde. When eventually overwhelmed, many of these steadfast grenadiers indeed died where they stood rather than capitulate. Among the chaos, Napoleon, who had remained on the field until the Guard's repulse, almost fell into enemy hands. As all seemed lost, his marshals persuaded him to depart. He fled the field in a carriage as darkness fell, racing back toward Paris, his dream of renewed glory shattered. The Battle of Waterloo was over. Napoleon's final gamble had failed. Napoleon reportedly said, "C'est fini alors," "It's finished then," as he left. Back in Paris, Napoleon attempted to rally support for continuing resistance. But the political will was gone. The legislature turned against him, and even the ever-loyal Marshal Ney now urged abdication, saying another round of civil war would ruin France. On June 22, 1815, Napoleon abdicated for the second time in favour of his young son Napoleon II, though the Allies ignored this and restored Louis XVIII again. He then made his way to the Atlantic coast, initially hoping to escape to the United States. For weeks he lingered at Rochefort, with 2 British warships blocking any attempt to sail. Finally, realising he could not elude the global reach of British sea power, Napoleon surrendered himself to the British Captain Maitland of HMS Bellerophon on July 15, 1815. He perhaps expected he would be treated as a former head of state and allowed retirement in Britain or elsewhere. Instead, the British, driven by their government's resolve that he never trouble the world again, decided to send him to the remote South Atlantic island of St. Helena, far from any European shore. In October 1815, Napoleon arrived at this stark volcanic island, roughly 1,200 miles from the coast of Africa. Thus began his second, final exile on a speck of land that was essentially an open-air prison. He was 46 years old. The climate was damp, the terrain rugged but confined. There would be no dramatic escape or return from this place. The British governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, was dutiful and watchful, restricting Napoleon's movements to prevent any chance of rescue. Napoleon was given a residence, Longwood House, which was damp, windswept and hardly comfortable by imperial standards. He passed the next almost 6 years in a strange half-life. A small cohort of loyal followers voluntarily accompanied him, Generals Bertrand and Montholon, Count de la Cassez, and his valet Marchand among others, and they formed a tiny court in exile. Napoleon established a daily routine, dictating his memoirs and thoughts to his companions, especially Las Cases, who recorded his conversations in what would become the Memorial of St. Helena, tending a small garden, reading voraciously history and literature and the newspapers when he could get them, and taking the occasional ride or walk when his health allowed. Over time, his robust constitution began to fail. He grew stout from lack of exercise and rich food. They still dined formally each night on silver plate, maintaining pretences of an imperial household. He suffered from what appeared to be a stomach ailment, perhaps an ulcer or ultimately stomach cancer. His father had died of stomach cancer too. Some speculated he was being slowly poisoned. Indeed, arsenic was later found in hair samples, though modern historians lean towards natural illness exacerbated by the conditions and possibly the arsenic present in things like the wallpaper dye. Emotionally and intellectually, Napoleon oscillated between boredom, bitterness, and reflective calm. He would spend hours mapping out alternative histories, what he should have done at Waterloo, or regretting not crushing the Prussians more decisively earlier, or lamenting the folly of the Russian campaign. At other times, he would delve into philosophical discussions about fate and the future generations. He once stated, "They wanted me to be another Washington," referring to how Britain might have expected him to quietly retire and farm, but they will not find another Washington in me. As months turned to years, Napoleon became preoccupied with shaping his legacy. In dictation sessions, he portrayed himself as the champion of the people's rights against reactionary monarchs and as a soldier-philosopher who spread revolutionary ideals. He insisted that his true glory was not the 40 battles he won, for defeat at Waterloo overshadowed them, but what will live forever is my civil code, the administrative reforms, the memory of a nation I transformed. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by le Milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France d'Armée, l'armée, tête d'armée, Josephine. France, the army, head of the army, Josephine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by le Milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France glory, l'armée, tête d'armée, Josephine. France, the army, head of the army, Josephine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. Have you ever experienced the sensation of your jeans being slightly too tight after the holidays? Imagine if the designer of every piece of clothing you owned held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this, it's 1850, and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, it starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, "You know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe." But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, "From now on, women's waists shall be the circumference of a coffee mug." No, the outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, and the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate. Simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, the truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasised their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman, but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts were the magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s. Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition, maybe it was boredom, or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life were staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration, and yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, a complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting, others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, Along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then re-inflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns, but the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve. though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists. They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament. They were like wearing two small ballrooms complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. Imagine attempting to dry two fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers, preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story, because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated, They developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice, it was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter, and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool, or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty, but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept, divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, but by 1900 the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring, and with that, we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion, sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands. Imagine yourself curled up in a cosy chair with a mug of something warm, because we're going to meet one of the most misunderstood figures in American history. Perhaps you and your parents hummed the Disney song about Davy Crockett, the frontier hero with the coonskin cap. Instead of starting with bear wrestling or political speeches, the true tale of David Crockett begins with a restless lad who couldn't settle into anything, and he was far more fascinating than any myth. David, sometimes known as Davy, until the politicians had their hands on him, was born in 1786 into a nomadic family in a one-room cabin in what is now eastern Tennessee. John, his father, was the type of man who would constantly look to the adjacent valley for brighter prospects. Young David likely assumed that having a permanent address was something that only other people experienced because the Crocketts packed up and moved so frequently. Now, it's easy to picture rugged outdoorsy kids growing up on the frontier, but David was really quite the eccentric. Unlike his peers, David appeared to have an aversion to sitting still, even though they were learning to plough fields and tend to livestock. School as he knew it seemed as snug as a pair of pine bark shoes, and his thoughts ran amok like a free chicken. Formal education wasn't for him after only 4 days of class. This decision would come back to haunt him years later when he struggled to sound adult in letters to his wife. At the tender age of 13, David's father, likely distraught, rented him out to a cattle driver. Envision yourself as a 13-year-old who is unexpectedly tasked with transporting hundreds of finicky cows over uncharted land. David learned that cows had zero regard for a young person's timetable or dignity as he trudged through muck for months while sleeping under the stars. However, he felt a connection to that trip. Because of his restless personality, he thrived on the wide road, where he was always moving and had to tackle difficulties as they arose. David had gained the self-assurance that comes from facing adversity head-on, and had grown 3 inches by the time he reached home. However, he still had issues with his studies. In a family where everyone could write their names, he felt like the outcast because he still couldn't read past first grade when he was 15 years old. So he struck a bargain with his dad. He'd pay off the family's obligations if he could go back to school. Imagine a classroom full of 7-year-olds, with 15-year-old David crammed in, his knees banging the small desk, trying to learn his letters at a time when other boys his age were already planning marriage and starting families. Although it must have been difficult for his pride, David persisted for a few months as he gradually acquired the fundamental abilities necessary for the complex life that lay ahead. Like many other youngsters, David found himself thrust into manhood on the frontier before he was ready. At the age of 16, he had found a job with a nearby farmer, where he could support his family and begin to shape his future. Even when things became rough, he had a way of making people laugh, and his stubborn streak would keep them going long after they gave up. He wasn't the brightest student or the toughest worker, but he had something else. In those formative years, he virtually appears as a towering, lanky boy with enormous hands and a wicked grin that seems to be perpetually hatching a plot. Parents were first frightened by his boundless energy, but they eventually came to forgive him for his charisma. Years would pass before he became the renowned frontiersman, but he had all the makings of an outlaw, an innate desire to strike off on his own, and the growing suspicion that the easy way out might not be the best choice. Delving further into our narrative, let us discuss how a young David discovered a profound truth. The ability to bring joy to another person's life is nearly as valuable as their material needs. Almost there. David was smitten with a girl from the neighbourhood named Polly Finley when he was 19 years old. Polly, the daughter of a fairly well-off farmer, had her misgivings about this clumsy young man who couldn't seem to commit to a career. She wasn't your typical frontier woman, though. By local standards, she was actually quite refined. As a charmingly awkward wooing tactic, David would attend social events in the hopes of winning her over with his impressive storytelling abilities, and more importantly, his still developing practical capabilities. The catch was that David had never mastered accurate shooting. To you this may not appear significant, but in 1805 Tennessee, a guy who failed to strike his target was as valuable as a chocolate teapot. David realised he was in over his head when Polly's father proposed they go hunting together. It was a test of David's suitability as a possible son-in-law. Thereafter, he did what any reasonable young man in love would do. He practiced until his ears rang non-stop and his shoulder turned purple from overuse. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would borrow rifles, beg for ammunition, and shoot at anything that would remain still long enough. David transformed the entire county into his own private range by using objects such as tin cans, fence posts, and trees. He was able to thread a 50-yard musket ball needle by the time he wed Polly in 1806, a testament to his perseverance. I mean, not exactly, but it's near enough. Marriage was both a blessing and a curse for David. Though she brought stability, Polly also introduced expectations to his restless temperament. No one should live in a tent with a wife. It wasn't enough to just eat whatever the kids caught or foraged. They required regular meals. The age-old conundrum of how to reconcile risk-taking with one's responsibilities was before David. His response was as imaginative as usual. He would go on hunting trips for weeks at a stretch, returning with a bounty of wild turkey, bear and deer that would feed the family and be sold off. These were no ordinary camping excursions. Rather, David would go far into uncharted territory, often more than 100 miles from civilization, subsisting only on wild foods and his ever-improving marksmanship. The remarkable thing about David's hunting skills is that they came about almost unintentionally. He had no aspirations of becoming a world-renowned marksman. His only goals were to provide for his family and, on occasion, treat Polly to a store-bought dress. But David became someone special over those countless hours of tracking animals through dense forests and across rushing streams. He had an almost miraculous knack for reading the forest, for seeing when and where animals would be and how they would act. When David returned from hunting trips with tales that were too fantastical to be true, his neighbours started to take note. Bears that he had pursued for several days prior to obtaining the ideal photograph. Using just his patience and knowledge of the deer's habits, he had successfully brought them within arm's reach. He seemed to have the power to hypnotise wild turkeys with his turkey calls. The unintended consequence of David's rising profile as a hunter, though, was that others began looking to him to fix their own issues as well. Animals in danger from a wolf pack? Dave Crockett should be summoned. Strange footprints surrounding the chicken coop? He'll take care of it. Unidentified rumbling in the forest late at night. Hopefully, my point is clear. The ability to narrate stories was what set David apart from other adept hunters. Along with the meat, he brought home exciting new experiences. Even a mundane hunting trip would seem like an epic adventure when he was in his element, what with all the close calls, flashes of genius planning, and of course the occasional somewhat idiotic move that almost cost him his life. David had a talent for making even old tales sound thrilling and new, so even though Polly would roll her eyes, she would listen intently. When David was in his mid-20s, he had settled into a routine: hunt, provide, tell stories, repeat. While he was still a young husband attempting to master the most important role of his life, he was laying the groundwork for the fame that would come later. You would think David's issues would go away if he just mastered hunting, but surprises are a part of life. David learned the hard way that not even his famed hunting abilities could ensure financial stability on the frontier as his family expanded. Polly had bestowed upon him 2 boys, John Wesley and William. Modifications that would radically alter David's life occurred in 1813. David joined the Tennessee militia as a scout during the Creek War, which broke out in Alabama, along with many other young men seeking excitement, stable employment, and an opportunity to serve their nation. Unlike in the movies, this wasn't some idyllic military expedition. David devoted most of his time to slogging through marshes, searching for Creek fighters who were more familiar with the area than he was, and discovering that military food was infinitely worse than anything he had ever prepared himself. However, David learned an important lesson during his time in the military. He was born with leadership skills. His fellow troops relied on him for guidance, confidence in his judgment in high-stakes situations, and inspiration when times seemed bleakest. As a leader, he didn't believe in barking, out commands, and expecting followers to follow suit. Instead, he set a good example by treating everyone with the same laid-back respect he'd learned to value in a world where acting superficially may result in death. After serving his country, David came home to discover that his fame had expanded beyond tales of hunting. He had a reputation for being calm under pressure, able to make tough calls without letting his humour get in the way, and someone who could handle himself in risky situations. These traits would be crucial for David as he approached what he would later refer to as his bear period. To make matters worse, bears in early 19th century Tennessee were enormous, common, and completely disrespectful of human property rights. When bears came into towns in search of food, they would rip apart huts and generally make life difficult for the people who had managed to establish a civilized society. When confronted with a problem bear, most people either hoped it would go away or summoned a more courageous friend or relative for assistance. When others saw obstacles, David saw opportunity. Bear hunting, he came to see, may be more than simply a hobby. It could be a full-fledged enterprise. The meat from bears was highly prized, their fat could be processed into oil for use in cooking and lighting, and their fur was constantly sought after. So when farms and municipalities needed help with a bear problem, they would call David, who became something of a specialist in the field. He was meticulous and, to be honest, slightly obsessed when it came to hunting bears. David would take on the role of a naturalist studying certain bears, observing and studying their behaviours for several days or weeks, before devising tactics that were adapted to their unique personalities. Yes, the bears' personalities, David maintained that each one was unique, with its own set of peculiarities, tastes and degrees of brainpower. The outcomes were remarkable. David killed 58 bears in one very fruitful winter. Just one season, not across a number of years. He was able to become so proficient at hunting bears that he could find, kill and prepare one in a day or less before moving on to the next. A title that David felt somewhat humiliating yet gratifying was Bear Hunter of the District, a moniker that his neighbours began to use about him. However, there were unforeseen obstacles on the path to success in the beer industry. David's hunting trips became increasingly longer and more frequent, often lasting weeks. It must have been incredibly challenging for Polly to manage their household and raise their children all by herself. The more muddy and wild-smelling David would come home after his bear exploits, the more varied feelings Polly would have. During his time spent hunting bears, David also began to rise from the status of local hero to that of legendary figure in his own right. His extraordinary success and amusing anecdotes made him a popular speaker, and people started asking him to parties only to hear about his travels. When David realised he could take his life's events and transform them into stories that could captivate an audience, he knew he had a great aptitude for performing. David never felt the need to embellish his hunting achievements, which is an intriguing aspect. It was astonishing enough that it was true. However, he did hone an ability to paint vivid pictures of everyday life, bringing drama and humour to what others might perceive as dull happenings. An ordinary bear hunt devolved into a titanic showdown between humanity and the natural world, replete with terrifying moments, brilliant moments, and, more often than not, at least one instance of David's actions that were ingenious at the moment would almost cost him his life. As we wind down for the next chapter, it's important to discuss how, sometimes we have no choice but to start over, regardless of how prepared we are. While David was expecting to become famous in his hometown for his bear hunting exploits, he unexpectedly gained a reputation as someone who could solve problems and get things done. Because of his stellar reputation, his neighbours elected him to the position of magistrate in 1817. A magistrate was effectively a municipal judge who presided over smaller cases and disagreements. Just to refresh your memory, David's official education was limited to a few months in a one-room schoolhouse. So, when he was suddenly tasked with interpreting laws and administering justice, it was like expecting someone who had never piloted an airplane to ride horses. However, David brought his usual mix of modesty and common sense to the task. He had a really relaxed demeanour in court, fairness, practical solutions, and David's skill in mediating. Disputes amongst squabbling neighbours were more important than complicated procedures and legal precedents. David would advise the disputing farmers to go for a walk over the contested ground, and try to come to an agreement when they were arguing over who owned what. David may substitute community work for a fine where the offender is unable to pay the original amount. His rulings were mostly reasonable and equitable. However, they lacked legal sophistication. Greater political prospects arose as a result of the magistrate office. No one could have been more surprised than David when he was elected to the Tennessee State Assembly in 1821. Present in the state capitol was a man whose constituency was represented by someone who continued to struggle with language and spelling. However, David's political ideology was surprisingly uncomplicated. The government had to assist common people in resolving actual issues, not add further burdens to their lives. His character was congruent with his approach to legislation. In contrast to his fellow legislators, David spoke frankly about the issues at hand, rather than delivering lengthy ceremonial speeches replete with allusions to classical figures and legalese. Regardless of party pressure, he usually voted according to his conscience, which included supporting legislation that would help low-income households purchase land and opposing policies that appeared to benefit primarily the wealthy. However, everything changed when a tragic event occurred. David was left to raise their 3 children alone after Polly passed away in 1815. A devastating loss befell him. With Polly as his rock, he was able to channel his restless spirit while keeping the peace at home. David felt completely disoriented without her, and it had nothing to do with navigating the terrain. Hunting, farming, raising children, and attending to his political responsibilities were all things that David attempted to handle on his own for a period. It was a hopeless predicament. David sought assistance after realising he couldn't give his children the attention they required due to his busy lifestyle. Elizabeth Patten was a widow with 2 children when he wed her in 1816. Elizabeth had the patience, competence and practicality to manage David's unorthodox professional trajectory. While the blended family dynamic was harmonious, David's aspirations for public office were intensifying. He became a United States Senator in 1827. David Crockett, who had spent his whole life in the woods and small frontier towns, suddenly found himself navigating the complex political landscape of the nation's capital when he was elected to the House of Representatives, which required him to leave Tennessee for extended periods of time to serve in Washington, D.C. At dinner parties, this towering, unassuming congressman would tell tales about his bear hunts and appear genuinely bewildered by the complex social conventions that dictated political life. The members of Washington society were at a loss to understand him. The folksy demeanour of David belied his acute intellect and strong ideals. His colleagues had assumed he was a naive frontiersman who was easily influenced. Land policy was the central political problem for David. Poor households were having a hard time getting farmland, he thought, while rich speculators were buying up large tracts for investment. People who had been living on and improving land without legal title, known as squatters, would be granted the right to acquire that land at reasonable prices through the law he suggested. Although David saw it as a matter of basic justice, it pitted him against influential groups that favoured the status quo. David won over voters, but alienated powerful politicians with his support for common settlers. David became more and more alienated within his own political party as he fought against certain of President Andrew Jackson's policies, especially the Indian Removal Act, which he believed to be morally reprehensible. Ironically, David actually had very complex political ideas, despite how simple they appeared to him. Democracy, he realised, entailed more than just majority rule. It also entailed defending the rights of the defenceless. He thought the government should look out for everyone's best interests, not just the wealthy and powerful. For politicians who favoured easier arrangements, they weren't novel notions, but they were uncomfortable. David came to terms with the fact that his time as a Tennessee politician was likely numbered by the early 1830s. He lost popularity due to his rejection of popular ideas and amassed an army of foes due to his unwavering adherence to his principles. Adapting to political reality or forging a new route entirely would shape the remainder of his life. As you settle in for this section of David's journey, you'll find out how, at the same time, it can be freeing and terrible to stand up for your beliefs even if it means losing everything you've worked for. David's stay in the nation's capital was as entertaining as watching a fish scale a tree. It was his job to represent his constituents, vote on legislation, and serve on committees. But he felt like he was speaking a different language when it came to the culture of political manipulation. David adamantly refused to let the political ramifications of his votes influence his decision-making, in contrast to his fellow lawmakers who established coalitions and traded votes like poker chips. When David's beliefs were in line with public opinion, this strategy was effective. Nevertheless, it proved troublesome when they were not. Most of his Tennessee constituents wanted Native American territories opened for white colonization. Therefore, they supported the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Not because he was especially progressive on racial problems by today's standards, but because David had met and respected Native Americans as individuals, he was opposed to it. He thought it was morally reprehensible to forcefully uproot entire communities from their ancient homelands. Classic David Crockett. Passionate, direct, and totally at variance with political acumen. That was his opposition speech in Congress. Concerning the distinction between what is legally required and what is morally acceptable, he spoke about Cherokee families he had known, as well as government dishonesty and broken promises. Despite his colleagues' courteous listening, they ultimately voted to have him removed from office. Even while David's vote didn't sway the result, it did demonstrate that he was unreliable when it came to supporting party policies. There were covert but effective efforts by the political elite to undermine David. More trustworthy party members were given committee assignments. Important meeting invitations were misplaced. His colleagues in Congress no longer sought his advice on proposed laws. As he continued to serve as a representative for his area, David felt further and further removed from the political process. David faced political persecution in his home state of Tennessee due to his stance against Indian relocation. His detractors said he had been entangled in the corruption of Washington politics and had lost touch with his heritage, and that he cared more about Indians than his own constituency. Although David had changed while serving in Congress, it was not in the manner his detractors had envisioned, and this fact made the criticism all the more hurtful. David had grown increasingly certain that much political expertise was nothing more than a pretense to escape moral accountability, rather than being politically intelligent. He has seen co-workers vote for initiatives they were personally against just because it suited their political agenda. He was witness to the manner in which powerful people's pockets dictated laws that were ill-suited to the common welfare. Rather than turning him cynical, the experience had helped him better understand what was important to him. As usual, David remained unyielding in the face of political pressure. He did not learn to moderate his views or compromise more skillfully. Rather, he got more vocal. He started travelling around Tennessee giving talks in which he detailed his voting record, the reasons for his opposition to popular ideas, and his newfound knowledge of the inner workings of government. Though entertaining, David had a natural talent for storytelling. These remarks were political suicide. Campaigning for the 1833 election was a bloodbath. There was no shortage of ammunition for David's detractors. His stance against popular initiatives, his many trips out of Tennessee while in Congress, and his ties to controversial causes. For someone whose whole sense of self was based on serving the people, being portrayed as an alien who had become disconnected from everyday life must have been extremely hurtful. David retaliated with candour and humour, which proved ineffective against a well-organised political enemy. No matter the political fallout, he pledged to keep voting his conscience, and told voters just how he felt about a variety of subjects. It was noble, based on principles, and destined to fail. As the votes were tallied, David's congressional seat was vacated. He was out of politics and faced an uncertain future after years of public service. He was at the age of 47, which was neither too young nor too old to retire gracefully, but too old to start over comfortably. David was aware that he needed to find his life's purpose while. Elizabeth remained patient regarding their financial condition. Although David was disappointed, he was also liberated from unattainable expectations as a result of his loss. He was free from the burden of considering the potential political repercussions of his statements and the impact they could have on his career. It had been years since he could do or say anything he wanted without worrying about how it might affect his chances of winning the next election. The price he had to pay for this independence was financial instability, public disillusionment, and the realization that his time in politics was essentially over. It did, however, bring with it opportunities. Texas, that enormous western territory where independence from Mexico was being discussed, started to play on David's mind. To all appearances, it was the type of community where a guy could start over, where values might take precedence over party affiliation. As we settle in for the last stretch of David's journey, we'll witness firsthand how the conclusion of one dream may pave the way for a new and, perhaps, more significant one. David pondered his next move for months after his electoral loss. His life had been organised and directed by politics for more than 10 years, and now it was all gone. He resembled a river that had been blocked for a long time, and suddenly the barrier had broken, releasing him, but also leaving him with no idea where to go. Evidently suffering with what felt like early retirement from the only work that had ever truly suited him, Elizabeth observed, as Peter paced around their cabin, starting and then abandoning projects. David usually came up with a solution. If Tennessee wasn't interested in him, he'd look for another place that was. When Americans were looking for a location to start over, Where land was inexpensive and prospects were endless, many began to hear stories of Texas. The Mexican government was actively courting American settlers by distributing large tracts of land to those families who were ready to uproot and go. Texas was the pinnacle of new beginnings for David, who had lived his whole life seeking opportunity. It wasn't just personal reasons that led David to Texas. Something major was about to happen, according to his political instincts, and he had been keeping up with the news about the escalating tensions between the Mexican government and American settlers. The settlers' dissatisfaction with Mexican policies, such as those that limited local autonomy, mandated Catholicism among settlers, and restricted immigration, was growing. Conflicts where regular people were caught between their everyday demands and faraway government policies were echoes of those that had moulded David's own political career, he saw. In late 1835, David set off for Texas on an exploratory mission. He intended to survey the area, perhaps purchase some land, and then return to Tennessee to finalize his plans to move. Nevertheless, he was also cognizant of the fact that, regardless of his intentions, he might find himself embroiled if political events in Texas were to escalate. When faced with disagreements about right and wrong, David had never been adept at maintaining objectivity. By travelling through Arkansas and into Texas with a small band of followers, David was able to learn about the local conditions and interact with American settlers on multiple occasions. What he discovered was a people who were both Mexican and American in their cultural and practical identities. They were attempting to form communities based on familiar traditions while also adjusting to new rules and expectations. Hard-working couples wanting a better life for their children, the settlers David met mirrored his neighbours in Tennessee. They want solitude to cultivate land, engage in trade, and rule themselves rationally. However, Mexican policies that appeared more intent on controlling them than helping them grow were becoming more and more frustrating for them. David came away from his talks with these families with the conviction that the settlers would require leaders with expertise in both military strategy and political reality in the event of an impending battle. The timing of David's arrival in Texas was impeccable, though he could not have predicted it. A tense situation had quickly developed between the Mexican authorities and the settlers. Dissolving the Mexican Congress and advancing for total control, General Santa Anna jeopardized the minimal autonomy that had initially attracted American immigration. The Texans, who had just begun to organize resistance, were in need of prominent political and military personalities who might provide credibility to their cause. The scenario seemed like an opportunity for David to put his political experience and knowledge to use for causes in which he truly believed. The Texas settlers weren't demanding much. They simply wanted to be able to follow their own traditions when it came to government, freely practice their religion, and have a say in matters that directly touched them. Now that he was away from home politics, David could endorse the same causes he had fought for in Congress. San Antonio was under siege when David arrived in February 1836. As General Santa Anna's Mexican armies closed in, the small garrison sought sanctuary in the Alamo, a former mission. With only 200 defenders up against thousands of Mexican forces, the situation was dire. However, David knew from his military experience that with persistence and cunning, even in the face of overwhelming odds, victory was possible. For David, staying in the Alamo wasn't a choice at all. Everything he had ever done up to this point had been leading up to this point. His years spent hunting alone in perilous wilderness, his lessons in leadership under duress from military duty, and the lessons he had learned about the value of sticking up for beliefs no matter the cost from his political career. 50 years old and still clinging to the belief that certain conflicts were worth fighting for, he had a wife and children back in Tennessee. The symbolic and military significance of David's presence at the Alamo cannot be overstated. He was willing to put his reputation on the line for Texas's independence, and he had served as a congressman in the United States. His ruling bolstered support for the Texas cause and showed that the war was about national issues of self-governance and personal freedom, rather than petty regional disputes. David had to have understood his chances of survival were limited as the Mexican army encircled the Alamo, but he was also wise enough to know that values, not survival, are often more essential, and that it's better to lose a battle than to lose a life for a greater cause. The restless youngster suddenly had something to stand for. Our lengthy evening together is coming to a close, and with it, we reach the beginning and finish of David's story. the moment when a restless politician from the frontier became an enduring emblem of American bravery and independence. From February 23rd until March 6th, 1836, the Alamo was besieged for 13 days. A former congressman seeking a new beginning, David Crockett became a symbol of common people prepared to give their all for the idea of self-determination during those 2 weeks. A complicated man who had spent 50 years trying to balance practical demands with moral beliefs, the David who fought at the Alamo was nothing like the legendary figure with the coonskin cap. Inside the Alamo, David had a dual purpose, bolstering morale and providing military support. His background as a scout in the Creek War made him an asset for planning and reconnaissance, but more significantly, his storytelling skills lifted morale in what everyone knew would be their last days. Picture this. David was keeping his fellow defenders motivated during those long hours of waiting for the last attack by telling stories about his bear hunts and political experiences. In the mayhem of the last conflict, the precise circumstances of David's demise are murky at best. A generation of Americans was inspired by his presence at the Alamo and considered his death as proof that democratic ideas were worth dying for. We also know that he died fighting and never surrendered. The defeated congressman had figured out how to cast the most consequential vote of his life. Fascinatingly, though, the real David Crockett started fading into oblivion shortly after he passed away, and that is what truly defines his legacy. Newspapers began reporting greatly embellished accounts of his frontier adventures within a few months. In a matter of years, he went from being portrayed as a mere mortal to a superhero who could drink the Mississippi River dry and beat his weight in wildcats in cheap novels. Even though the real David most likely never sported a coonskin cap, it came to symbolize him. A meticulous and principled politician became a naive frontiersman. What this change reveals about the way Americans have historically treated their heroes is significant. Our heroes should be simple, and our symbols should be obvious. The complicated real-life David Crockett, who had difficulty spelling but had strong moral convictions, was an accomplished hunter and a brilliant political thinker, and was too complicated for simplistic mythology. Because of this, he became a cartoon character in popular culture, which oversimplified him. Despite this, a crucial aspect of the historical David managed to evade the myths. Regardless of the numerous urban legends surrounding him, the fundamental truth that captivated audiences, that common people are capable of extraordinary deeds, that principles take precedence over political expediency, and that at times doing the right thing demands giving up everything, remain powerful. The impact that David had on American society did not cease with his death. A regular guy thrown into extraordinary circumstances who rises to the occasion, he became an archetype of the reluctant hero. Throughout American storytelling for over 2 centuries, characters like Jimmy Stewart from Frank Capra films and contemporary politicians who highlight their humble origins have repeated David's example of honest leadership. The way David dealt with the conflict between pragmatic politics and moral convictions is what gives his story modern relevance. Compromise is inevitable in effective leadership, but he was also aware that there are certain beliefs that must never be compromised. The ups and downs of striving for moral integrity in intricate political institutions are laid bare by his political career. The lesson we may learn from David's tragic political career is that he was never effective because he refused to compromise his ideals. That seeming failure, however, became something far more substantial when he died at the Alamo. David, by laying down his life for the independence of Texas, demonstrated that there are values higher than political power, and that true citizens of a democratic society are willing to put their personal interests on the back burner in order to uphold greater ideals. Think about David's rise from a fidgety youngster to an American icon as you drift off to sleep tonight. He was never able to settle down, become politically powerful, or amass substantial riches. The knowledge that he had spent his life in accordance with his own moral compass, that he had utilised his talents for causes he believed in, and that he had not backed down when faced with the final test was something more significant to him. Instead of being the heroic frontiersman portrayed in popular culture, the real David Crockett was a multifaceted, imperfect human being who demonstrated that regular individuals are capable of remarkable acts of moral bravery. Being heroic isn't about having it all together. It's about having the courage to fight for what you think is right, no matter the cost. His narrative serves as a reminder of this. As we wrap up our evening together, it's worth reflecting on how we all encounter situations where we have to decide between doing what's easy and what's right, or putting our own interests ahead of our moral compass. The moral decisions made by average citizens form the bedrock of our democratic and free society. As David Crockett's account hints, rest easy, and always keep in mind that being heroic does not necessitate a coonskin cap. No matter the cost, you must have the guts to follow your own moral compass. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts, cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23rd, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on, in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain. They were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, you have the first folio published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present. Cyrus the Great came into a world teeming with mythic haze around 600 BCE, in a corner of southwestern Iran known as Anshan. Later ages wove legends of how his destiny was prophesied before birth. Tradition says his mother, Mandane, was the daughter of Astyages, the Median king. Alarmed by a dream suggesting her child would topple him, Astyages ordered the infant Cyrus's death. Yet the official tasked with murder found the baby too innocent to slaughter. He handed him to a shepherd's family instead, so the story goes, ensuring Cyrus survived in obscurity. Whether or not these details ring strictly true, they reveal how, from the start, storytellers recognized an extraordinary quality in him, someone rising from peril to shape an empire. In early boyhood, it's said Cyrus displayed remarkable empathy, bridging differences among local tribes. The southwestern fringe of the Zagros Mountains was no calm territory. Petty warlords vied over water sources, trade routes, and farmland. Yet Cyrus reputedly navigated these tensions with an uncanny mix of kindness and resolve, forging friendships among shepherds and minor chieftains. Over time, the local talk was less about a hidden child saved from a king's wrath, and more about a charismatic youth unafraid to challenge older men's assumptions. Elders, though wary, found him unexpectedly persuasive. When Cyrus reached adolescence, his lineage demanded he connect with the court in Anshan. He discovered that his father, Cambyses I, was a vassal to the Medes. The Median suzerainty overshadowed the region, with Astyages reigning in Ecbatana, an older metropolis perched among mountains. That overshadowing rankled. The once proud kings of Anshan had accepted vassal status for decades. Cyrus gleaned quickly that many in the southwestern region chafed under Median taxes and arbitrary demands. Observing resentments carefully, he concluded that if he ever rose to power, he might galvanise these frustrations into a cohesive front. Though overshadowed by the Maids, Anshan maintained a distinct cultural identity. The realm's traditions traced back to Elamite and Persian roots, forging a tapestry of customs. Cyrus, open to absorbing knowledge, studied the region's older languages, gleaning lore from wise men versed in archaic myths. One result, a worldview that placed bridging cultural divides at the centre of leadership. He recognised that stable rule demanded acknowledging local traditions rather than imposing a single rigid system. This concept would later manifest in how he governed a sprawling empire with myriad peoples. As a young man, Cyrus served briefly in the Median army, perhaps under the watchful eye of Astyages. Accounts differ on how cordial that relationship was. Some sources claim the older king ironically found Cyrus appealing, only belatedly realising the youth's growing ambition. Others propose that Astyages kept him close precisely to forestall rebellion. In either case, Cyrus saw the Medes' weaknesses from within. They boasted strong cavalry and fortress, but corruption and complacency riddled Astyages' bureaucracy. The king's courtiers squabbled, indulging in luxurious feasts. Meanwhile, lesser vassal states seethed under burdensome tribute. The stage was set for a revolt if sparked by the right figure. Upon Cambyses I's death, Cyrus became the nominal ruler of Anshan. He faced immediate tension with Ecbatana. Sometime around 550 BCE, Cyrus launched an uprising, unifying Persians under his banner. The old stories depict him proclaiming that the time had come to cast off Median overlordship, forging a new order that recognised Persian leadership. He marched north, leveraging alliances with other disaffected tribes. Astyages roused his forces, but discovered many loyal officers had turned coat, enticed by Cyrus's promise of a fairer rule. In a surprising turn, Cyrus captured Ecbatana with minimal resistance. Cyrus seized Astyages, thereby ending his rule. With the Medes subdued, Cyrus did something unusual for a conqueror. He spared Astyages' life, absorbing the Median capital and aristocracy without mass slaughter. This approach hinted at the hallmark of his future empire, respect for local elites, provided they served under him. Some ancient kingdoms might have sacked Ecbatana to destroy it permanently. Cyrus recognised the value in co-opting the existing administration, forging a dual monarchy of sorts, Median and Persian. Already, onlookers noticed that Cyrus was no typical warlord driven solely by conquest. He had a cunning sense of policy. The newly minted king of the Persians and Medes reigned from Ecbatana, adopting Median structures while weaving in Persian influences. He reorganised the army, combining Median heavy cavalry with Persian infantry discipline. Within a few short years, news of a rising power in the Iranian plateau spread westward, reaching Lydia in Anatolia and the edges of Mesopotamia. Many scoffed that a newly minted Persian kingdom couldn't overshadow established powers like Lydia or Babylon. Cyrus, unperturbed, busied himself forging alliances, building supply lines, and reinforcing frontiers. He sensed that other horizons beckoned, lands ruled by kings who viewed him as a mere upstart. The next chapters would prove them wrong, as Cyrus's unstoppable expansions would reshape the entire region's political map. Securing the Median throne was but a first step. Cyrus turned his gaze west toward Lydia, ruled by the wealthy king Croesus, famed for controlling vast gold reserves and forging alliances with Greek city-states. Croesus had observed the Persian takeover of Media with alarm. He reasoned that a swiftly rising Cyrus might threaten Lydia's eastern border. Some counsel suggested forging an alliance with the new Persian king, but Croesus, proud of Lydia's riches and alliances, opted for confrontation. The impetus came when Cyrus advanced from the Zagros region to the Halys River boundary. Croesus marched out, anticipating the swift campaign to impart a lesson to Persia. However, after some inconclusive battles, winter approached, and Croesus retreated. Believing warfare would pause, he sent mercenaries home, planning to resume hostilities in spring. Cyrus, defying typical seasonal norms, pursued the Lydians relentlessly during winter. This bold move caught Croesus unprepared. A swirl of smaller engagements left Lydia's outposts reeling. By the time Croesus scrambled his allies again, Cyrus was at Lydia's doorstep. The culminating siege of Sardis, Lydia's capital, became legendary. The city's walls perched on steep cliffs. Cyrus, scanning the fortress, found a seeming weakness, one cliff face that looked unclimbable to defenders, thus less guarded. Under cover of night, his men scaled that near-vertical slope, surprising the watch. They gained entry, opening the gates for the main Persian force. Sardis fell, and Croesus was captured. Tradition says that Cyrus initially planned to execute Croesus on a funeral pyre, but he changed his mind. Some say it was after hearing Croesus's lament about the cruelty of fortune. Alternatively, an oracle or a retainer's council might have spurred Cyrus's clemency. Croesus was spared, however, and given an honorary position in his new government. The gesture signalled a pattern. Cyrus subdued rivals yet frequently integrated them, preserving local structures if they accepted his authority. With Lydia subdued, Cyrus effectively inherited its Anatolian possessions, including Greek city-states along the Aegean coast. Those Ionian Greeks had treaties with Croesus, but were uncertain about Persian rule. Some tried resisting. Cyrus assigned local satraps governors who demanded tribute but otherwise left local customs intact. Over time, these Ionian city-states realized Persian governance could be quite hands-off if tributes were paid. The approach partially eased tensions, though pockets of revolt remained. The Persians recognized that shipping was crucial for Aegean commerce, so Cyrus refrained from heavy-handed oppression that might stifle trade. In effect, Ionian city-states found themselves overshadowed by a more tolerant conqueror than they might have feared. Then came the inevitable confrontation with Babylon, the famed empire controlling Mesopotamia. Babylon's king, Nabonidus, was known for eccentric religious policies, alienating certain factions within the city. Many priests of Marduk disliked Nabonidus's focus on the moon god Sin. Meanwhile, outlying provinces of Babylon grew restive. Cyrus aimed to exploit these rifts. He maintained correspondence with Babylonian dissidents, presenting himself as a liberator who would restore worship of Marduk and rectify neglect from the monarchy. Propaganda tablets found centuries later suggest that some Babylonian elites welcomed him. By 539 BCE, Cyrus marched to Babylon, defeating the main army at Opis with minimal trouble. Then, in an event overshadowed by myth, the gates of Babylon opened, letting him enter peacefully. The city's inhabitants, possibly fatigued by Nabonidus's misrule, found little cause to resist. With that, the storied metropolis fell quietly to a new empire. Cyrus formalized these conquests into what we know as the Achaemenid Empire. He proclaimed a policy of respecting local religions and traditions, seeing in this approach a key to stable governance across vast distances. The most famous artifact of this stance is the Cyrus cylinder, discovered millennia later. Inscribed in cuneiform, it praises Cyrus as chosen by Marduk to restore proper worship in Babylon. It also records how he repatriated displaced peoples, forging an image of a tolerant, almost benevolent conqueror. Historians debate the extent of tolerance, noting that tribute demands still weighed heavy on subject peoples. However, by the standards of the era, his approach was more lenient than typical. He rarely burned cities or enslaved entire populations. Rather, he integrated local elites, weaving them into satrapal structures. This policy extended to the Hebrews exiled in Babylon. Cyrus famously permitted them to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. Hebrew scriptures laud him as an anointed figure, a foreign king recognized as an instrument of divine will. The uniqueness of a Mesopotamian empire that championed the restoration of a local temple abroad was not lost on contemporary observers. For Cyrus, this meant forging loyalty across a mosaic of cultures. He recognized that the empire's core lay not just in fear of Persian arms, but in a sense of prosperity and religious freedom under Persian oversight. By the mid-530s BCE, the empire sprawled from the fringes of Anatolia to the edge of the Iranian plateau, with Babylon as a second capital. Cyrus oversaw the creation of roads linking these domains, encouraging caravans to travel more securely. A new administrative pattern emerged. Each province, satrapy, had a satrap, typically local nobility loyal to the throne, balanced by roving inspectors and lines of communication direct to Cyrus. Freed from local wars, trade flourished. Western sources sometimes labelled him a lawgiver, though he never compiled a code akin to Hammurabi. Instead, he simply refrained from supplanting local codes unless necessary, letting them continue under a broader imperial canopy. In forging this empire, Cyrus overshadowed the older pattern of fractious city kingdom. Now, a single rule united myriad tongues, from Ionian Greek to Aramaic, from Lydian to Elamite. For the moment, all seemed unstoppable. But an empire so vast inevitably brushed against fresh frontiers, beckoning the next wave of expansion. Or would caution counsel consolidation? The man who ascended from rumoured infancy in a shepherd's hut to commanding half the known region now faced the question: was the empire's thirst for growth ever sated, or did destiny push him onward, risking new hazards? With Babylon integrated into his empire, Cyrus contemplated the eastern frontier. The Iranian plateau merged into Central Asian steppes, home to nomadic or semi-nomadic tribes known for mobile warfare. Legends say that Cyrus's father, Cambyses I, once warned him that subduing such tribes required persistent vigilance, as they seldom recognised stable borders. But the new empire needed to anchor its eastern flank, especially if trade routes from the Indus Valley or Bactria, Bizzare, were to channel goods across Persian heartlands. Cyrus recognised the dual impetus: secure those routes and ensure no flank vulnerability. He dispatched armies along the Oxus River, Amu Darya, forging alliances with local chieftains. Some steppe tribes, intrigued by the prospect of stable trade and potential gifts from the great king, cooperated. Others resisted, leading to skirmishes in desert canyons. Cyrus accompanied part of the campaign, employing the same tolerance approach. Tribes that submitted maintained local leadership, paying tribute but enjoying relative autonomy. That method overshadowed the old practice of forced relocations or decimation. Yet his men found the environment harsh, with punishing heat by day and frigid nights, complicated by elusive tribal raiders adept at ambushes. In Bactria, Cyrus encountered a settled civilization older than many realized, an area with fortresses, irrigation, and a lineage of trade connections with India. He found skillful artisans and wise men with knowledge of local religions, some worshipping Ahura Mazda under variants of Zoroastrian practice. This encounter possibly reaffirmed his approach of letting each region keep its faith. Indeed, coins from that era show local imagery mixed with Persian inscriptions, reflecting a synergy rather than forced uniformity. Historians see in this pattern the seeds of an empire tolerant enough to last for centuries, overshadowing the ephemeral expansions of earlier conquerors who imposed uniform codes. Yet the East never fully bowed. Cyrus soon realized that beyond Bactria lay more formidable tribes. Surviving inscriptions mention a feared group referred to as the Massageti, dwelling across the Jaxartes River. They were skilled horse archers, famously led by a warrior queen named Tamiris. The problem was that direct conflict with them meant venturing into semi-desert lands where supply lines collapsed. But Cyrus's ambition, or necessity, drove him to attempt an incursion around 530 BCE. Some sources suggest he built a bridging strategy, possibly bridging the Jaxartes, or else luring the Massagetae into friendlier terrain. The outcome was tragic for him. Herodotus claims a pitched battle saw the Persian forces eventually outmaneuvered. Cyrus himself, refusing retreat, was either captured or killed in the melee. Legend has it Queen Tamiris dipped his severed head in a bag of blood, cursing him for devouring her people. We cannot confirm the dramatic details with absolute certainty. Ancient accounts vary. Some say Cyrus died from wounds, others claim an accident in the swirling desert. However, all accounts agree that his demise occurred on the eastern frontier. This abrupt end overshadowed the notion that he'd have consolidated further expansions. Without him, the empire defaulted to his son Cambyses II, who turned attention to Egyptian campaigns. If not for that fatal eastern gamble, Cyrus might have had decades to refine governance, bridging Asia Minor to the Indus under a carefully balanced rule. Fate intervened, bequeathing us only partial glimpses of what might have been. Back in the heartlands, news of Cyrus's death unleashed grief. He had reigned for around 3 decades, forging the largest empire the region had witnessed. Even many respondents felt sorrow. In Babylon, priests who previously lauded him as Marduk's chosen recognized that a new chapter approached under Cambyses' shadow. In southwestern Persia, folk tales circulated praising Father Cyrus, who delivered them from Median oppression. Ionian Greeks, though not always content with Persian rule, ironically expressed more respect for Cyrus than for subsequent kings, praising his measured approach. Cyrus's body, presumably recovered from the battlefield, was laid in a tomb in Passagarde, a site he had chosen earlier. Ancient travellers described it as a simple, yet dignified, structure with a gabled roof, overshadowed by no elaborate temple but set amid a garden. In subsequent eras, every Persian king revered that tomb, ensuring none defiled it. Alexander the Great, centuries later, visited and reportedly found the tomb with a simple inscription praising Cyrus as the founder of an empire, summoning the reflection that every conqueror, no matter how grand, meets mortality. That tomb, though occasionally looted or neglected, endures in partial ruins, a quiet testament to a man's ephemeral hold on a vast territory. His death unsettled the monarchy's immediate stability. Cambyses II embarked on expansions into Egypt, overshadowing local satrap tensions. The memory of Cyrus, however, never dissipated. Each subsequent Persian ruler, from Cambyses to Darius, traced legitimacy to Cyrus's lineage. They credited him with forging a national identity that encompassed diverse languages, faiths, and social customs under a unified administrative framework. In every corner of the empire, from the Ionian shore to the Indus Valley, the idea of the King of Kings who protected local traditions while demanding loyalty remained a cornerstone of imperial ideology. Cyrus, even in absentia, overshadowed the realm with his moral-laced approach to rulership. The Achaemenid dynasty that Cyrus initiated endured for 2 centuries, overshadowed eventually by Alexander's conquest in the 4th century BCE. Yet even as Alexander marched across the Persian Empire, local memory of Cyrus spurred a measure of pride and unity. Some communities, upon Alexander's arrival, recounted how Cyrus had first liberated them from oppressive rule. Alexander, intrigued by these accounts, visited Cyrus's tomb at Passagarde in 330 BCE. An eyewitness described the tomb as humble yet dignified, with a stone chamber and the remains resting on a golden bier. Alexander allegedly ordered repairs after discovering the tomb rifled by unscrupulous soldiers. This gesture signified how deeply Cyrus's reputation for magnanimous leadership struck even his empire's eventual conqueror. Greek sources, like Xenophon's Cyropaedia, further amplified Cyrus's legacy. Xenophon depicted him as an exemplary ruler, wise, just, and beloved by soldier and subject alike. Scholars debate how factual Xenophon's portrayal is. Some see it as half moral treatise, half historical novelle, but the Cyropaedia shaped Western ideas of kingship, overshadowing alternative narratives. Roman thinkers like Cicero or Machiavelli cited Cyrus as a model for wise monarchy. Indeed, the phrase benevolent conqueror found perhaps its earliest champion in how Greeks recast him. The reality of his campaigns, like forcibly subduing Lydia or merciless battles in the east, fell into the background in these moral sketches. Meanwhile, in later Persian tradition, Cyrus emerged almost as a cultural hero, overshadowing even Darius in terms of moral reverence. Some medieval Islamic scholars wrote of him as Du al-Qarnayn, the two-horned one, in certain interpretive traditions, linking him to a figure in the Quran who travelled widely and overcame great challenges. Though not universally accepted, that association underscored how widely his image ranged in cultural memory. People in West Asia recognised him as a champion of religious tolerance, referencing the famed cylinder in which he declared Marduk's blessing. Others found in him an early blueprint for empire building balanced by moral codes. During the Renaissance in Europe, renewed interest in classical text revived Cyrus's story again, overshadowed though it was by more immediate local concerns. Princes might glance at Xenophon's treatise as an allegory for how to rule with both justice and might. In the 18th century, Enlightenment and thinkers, too, referenced him while discussing universal monarchy or the philosophy of tolerance. Voltaire, for instance, occasionally invoked Cyrus as an example of a more enlightened conqueror compared to the brutal expansions of certain European empires. Yet ironically, the earliest archaeological revelations about Cyrus, such as the unearthing of the Cyrus cylinder in 1879, reaffirmed that the Persian king's claims of tolerance weren't purely myth. That artifact, discovered in the ruins of Babylon, inscribed in Akkadian cuneiform, outlines how Cyrus restored shrines and returned displaced peoples to their homelands. The cylinder stands as one of history's earliest known declarations of religious freedom, overshadowing older examples that typically validated conquests with deities, but rarely promised oppressed peoples new liberties. Historians debate the precise context. Maybe it was partly propaganda to legitimize his new rule, but it remains a striking departure from the standard forced assimilation typical of the era. Modern Iranians view Cyrus with a blend of national pride and fascination. Some see him as a unifying father figure of the Iranian identity, overshadowing the fractiousness of medieval and modern periods. Even secular nationalists in the 20th century embraced him as a symbol of a culturally rich, tolerant heritage. For instance, the Shah of Iran in 1971 staged a massive ceremonial event at Sicily, referencing Cyrus as the empire's founder. This extravaganza, ironically overshadowed by a modern discontent, showed how deeply his memory resonated. Revolutionaries later disdained the monarchy's appropriation of ancient glories, but not necessarily disclaiming Cyrus's historical significance. One underexplored angle is the possibility that Cyrus's style of leadership strongly influenced how subsequent Middle Eastern powers approached empire. The notion that subjugated peoples might keep their local laws, worship, and aristocracies in exchange for paying tribute and remaining loyal established a precedent. The Ottoman Empire, centuries later, had a millet system that rang with echoes of Cyrus's approach. This overshadowing legacy remains subtle yet persistent. Thus, Cyrus's story flows across epochs, from a child rumoured to have escaped an execution order, to a cunning statesman uniting Persians and Medes, to a conqueror forging an empire that overshadowed old regional polities, culminating in a cultural hero for multiple civilizations. Each era reinterprets him, some extolling him as the ultimate wise king, others cautioning that the realities of conquest always bear a darker side. But no matter how the narrative shifts, the essential thread is that of a man forging a novel empire with broad tolerance, overshadowing the archaic tyranny or petty squabbling that preceded him, and leaving a blueprint that outlived the ephemeral politics of the day. When we examine how Cyrus governed, the structure of his empire stands out. Instead of imposing Persian officials everywhere, he created satrapies, granting local elites some autonomy so long as they pledged allegiance and taxes to the great king. Each satrap managed daily affairs, overshadowed only by the king's authority and roving inspectors called the eyes and ears of the king. This system reduced rebellion likelihood, as local customs largely stayed intact. The difference from older empires, like the Assyrians, who often deported populations or used terror tactics, was striking. People recognized a new brand of rule, where assimilation demanded fewer forced migrations and more recognition of local identity. Cyrus's approach to water management tells a compelling story. In certain arid provinces, older feuds erupted over irrigation ditches. The Persian administration introduced consistent oversight, ensuring farmland disputes were arbitrated by official judges. This reduced local clan violence, boosting agricultural output. Some speculate that the reason the empire thrived economically was precisely these micro-level reforms, overshadowing the simpler, older pattern of a warlord, merely collecting tribute through intimidation. Diplomatically, Cyrus engaged in inter-empire marriages. The melding of Persian and Median lines was the earliest example, but he also welcomed Lydian aristocrats into his court, forging alliances with families once loyal to Croesus. In rare cases, a princess or daughter from a subdued region might join the Persian court. These events overshadowed the typical scenario of forcibly taking hostages. Instead, Cyrus wanted them to partake in the empire's splendour, weaving them into a social fabric that dissuaded rebellion. The old hostage system became more subtle, shading into an inclusive aristocracy where local leaders found new status as part of the Achaemenid nobility. Spiritually, Cyrus's personal faith remains debated. Some modern Iranians claim him as a Zoroastrian, but direct evidence is scarce. The extant sources suggest he revered Ahura Mazda, reflecting Zoroastrian influence, but never forced that worship on diverse realms. The Cyrus cylinder emphasizes Marduk's acceptance into Babylon, while Greek accounts mention that among Persian elites, certain rights to the elements, like the sky and fire, were honoured. He overshadowed earlier warlords by not imposing a single religious identity. Indeed, many credit him with forging an empire that for centuries maintained a measure of tolerance for local temples, overshadowing the simpler approach of idol smashing or forced conversions. Cyrus's persona in the eyes of Greek contemporaries varied. Some depicted him as a gentle father figure, others found him cunning, exploiting tolerance only to keep rebellious hearts subdued. In Ionian Greek city-states, certain segments admired him for toppling Lydia's Croesus, who had overshadowed them, ironically forging a liberator narrative. But Ionian elites soon realised Persian suzerainty had its demands: tribute, garrisons, and complicated negotiations if they wanted to maintain local autonomy. Despite celebrating their commercial expansions under Persian rule, the Ionian elites were vigilant for potential changes in the imperial stance. Perhaps the most surprising dimension is how Cyrus never crowned himself with an elaborate new regal title akin to Emperor of all lands. Instead, he used older traditions like King of Anshan, King of the Medes and Persians, or King of Babylon in official inscriptions, linking them in a chain that overshadowed old rivalries. Each region saw him as successor to its last legitimate monarchy. This acceptance across diverse lands is a reason the empire stabilised swiftly, overshadowing typical post-conquest chaos. The synergy of recognised kingship and practical policies prevented many local revolts. Even in the eastern frontiers, only the fiercely independent steppe tribes remained wholly beyond easy assimilation. Modern archaeologists rummaging through sites like Pasargadae or Ecbatana unearthed inscriptions attributing grand titles and praising Cyrus's benevolence. However, they also find glimpses of forced tribute or conscript labour, reminding us that no empire extends without cost. The difference is that Cyrus balanced typical harshness with broader leniency. Instead of mass enslavement or forced relocations, he practiced strategic generosity. A city that surrendered might keep its local council, paying only partial tributes for a time. A rebellious region, once subdued, found him open to restitution if they accepted imperial suzerainty. This pattern repeated across Anatolia, Mesopotamia and beyond, forging an empire that outlived him by centuries. One wonders how the world might have changed had Cyrus not died in that eastern campaign. Perhaps he'd have established a definitive capital bridging Persian and Mesopotamian aesthetics. He might have expanded further into the Indus region, overshadowing future expansions by Darius. The abruptness of his death left many of those what-ifs unresolved. Yet his blueprint was so robust that successors like Cambyses II or Darius I built upon it seamlessly, rarely discarding the system of satrapies or the approach to local autonomy. This continuity underscores how deeply Cyrus's approach was woven into the empire's bedrock. His policies, akin to the reformed water channels, permeated the imperial veins, surpassing the fleeting preferences of subsequent kings. In the centuries following Cyrus's empire, wave after wave of conquest battered West Asia: Alexander's invasion, the Seleucid Empire, the Parthians, and the Sasanian dynasty. Each new regime staked claims over the old heartlands, yet repeated references to the old ways of Cyrus appear in local legends, overshadowing short-term rule. Cyrus's system became a benchmark for managing a multi-ethnic domain. Even the storied House of Sasan, centuries later, argued they recaptured the spirit of a Achaemenid monarchy. Their coinage or rock reliefs sometimes invoked motifs reminiscent of Cyrus's era, overshadowed by a new version of Persian identity. That cyclical pattern of referencing Cyrus indicates he was not just a fleeting conqueror, but a permanent archetype. Outside the Middle East, Greek authors transmitted an idealized account, culminating in Xenophon's Chiropedia, which painted Cyrus as a paragon of kingly virtue. Over the next 2 millennia, that text influenced statesmen from Machiavelli to the founding fathers of the United States. They gleaned from it lessons on balancing fear and love, forging alliances, and uniting diverse peoples. Ironically, the real Cyrus might have been more pragmatic and occasionally ruthless than Xenophon's moral hero, but the overshadowing effect of the text shaped Western political thought. Early modern Europe's fascination with enlightened absolutism found in Cyrus a distant model, someone who overcame fractious petty lords by imposing a central authority tempered by tolerance. Back in his homeland, Tomb at Pasargadae endured storms and conquests, overshadowing ephemeral shrines. When Alexander visited, he left it intact. Later Parthian or Sasanian kings, though not worshippers of Cyrus, recognized the tomb's significance as a link to an illustrious Iranian heritage. Under the Muslim conquest, centuries later, legends persisted around the tomb, some calling it Kaaba-e-Madar-e-Suleiman, Tomb of Solomon's mother, though the local population likely kept the memory that it was Cyrus's final resting place. Rare travellers, from Venetian merchants to Ottoman envoys, occasionally documented a solitary, tower-like structure in the Iranian plateau, overshadowed by no massive city. Inside lay inscriptions or faint carvings referencing a king who once bestrode the region like a colossus. In the 20th century, as modern Iranian nationalism stirred, Cyrus's memory was rehabilitated as an emblem of national unity and historical grandeur. Reza Shah Pahlavi visited Pasargadae, staging ceremonies that overshadowed the site's archaeological hush. The monarchy sought symbolic links to an ancient lineage, championing Cyrus's cylinder as an early human rights charter. This overshadowed complexities like the imperial nature of his conquests, but offered a rallying point for Iranian identity. Even post-revolutionary Iran, while reinterpreting pre-Islamic glories, cannot fully disregard Cyrus's significance. Pilgrims still come, some quietly leaving flowers by the tomb to honour the father of the Persian realm, overshadowing theological differences. In the global sphere, the Cyrus Cylinder tours museums, sparking discussions on religious tolerance, good governance, and the narrative of enlightened empire. Some critics caution that while the cylinder reveals a progressive tone for its era, we shouldn't anachronistically label Cyrus a modern democrat. He was, after all, an absolute monarch. Nonetheless, the overshadowing message of leniency and returning exile stands out in a time when many ancient conquerors pillaged and enslaved. Indeed, the notion of a state respecting local gods and temples was radical for the period. Yet it's not as if Cyrus overcame all cruelty. In certain provinces that resisted, the Persian armies could be ruthless, using siege tactics to starve city populations. But once victory was secured, the mercy or acceptance of local practices overshadowed total subjugation. Scholars highlight that such a measured approach likely prevented constant revolts. People under Persian rule might pay taxes and serve in the army, but they kept shrines, local councils, and a measure of cultural autonomy. This delicate interplay formed the empire's core strength, overshadowing older Mesopotamian or Neo-Assyrian methods reliant on sheer terror. As we revisit Cyrus's life in total, we see an interplay of epic achievements and ephemeral mortality. He rose from a rumoured near infanticide to forging a realm from the Aegean to eastern Iran, overshadowing kings who once boasted unassailable might. Yet he too succumbed to the hazards of frontier warfare. The Grand Empire remained, shaped by his administrative blueprint, overshadowing the ephemeral nature of any single mortal. Even in death, he overshadowed the typical memory of warlords by becoming a cherished legend in multiple cultures. The cyclical references to Cyrus over millennia, by Greeks, Romans, Iranians, and modern statesmen, affirm that the imprint he left on governance and tolerance was never fully erased, overshadowing the typical ephemeral conquests that vanish into dust. Reflecting on Cyrus the Great's journey, a picture emerges of a ruler who both embodies the archetype of ancient conqueror and subverts it. His life, bridging the mid-6th century BCE, shaped an enduring empire that overshadowed ephemeral local kingdoms. He fused compassion aid with power, forging a blueprint of rule that soared beyond typical tyranny. He used violence to conquer and wove a multi-ethnic fabric under the Achaemenid banner. In the swirl of centuries, intangible threads of his approach, satrapies, cultural respect, and integrated administration surface repeatedly in later states' governance. Take, for instance, the phenomenon of repatriating exiled peoples. The Hebrew text describing Cyrus's decree for the Judeans to rebuild their temple highlight a radical departure from norms. Empires often exiled populations to quell rebellion. Cyrus reversed that policy, overshadowing earlier cruelty with a stance that returning exiled groups might yield loyal gratitude. This perspective resonates in modern dialogues about religious freedom. Indeed, some interpret the cylinder's references to various shrines as an early charter of rights. Though historians caution about overstating it as a universal human rights document, the overshadowing principle remains. For the 6th century BCE, it was remarkably forward-thinking. Consider also the architecture of Pasargadae, Cyrus's capital. Known for its symmetrical gardens and a design-mixing median, Elamite, and local Persian styles, it overshadowed simplistic fortress cities of older times. Greek visitors centuries later found it distinctively airy and open, as if the city layout reflected Cyrus's inclusive policies. The tomb there, so unpretentious yet dignified, speaks volumes about how he conceptualized rulership, not as an aloof god-king, but as a caretaker bridging lands. While subsequent palaces like Persepolis overshadowed Pasargadae's scale, the latter's multi-ethnic decorative elements reveal a microcosm of the entire empire's synergy. A final puzzle is whether we can glean Cyrus's personal temperament behind the annals and legends. Greek sources paint him as kindly, though they were motivated to highlight the good Oriental king. The Babylonian Chronicle calls him the chosen of Marduk, overshadowing older conquerors who defiled the city. Persian lore emphasises his cunning rise from near-death infancy. Different perspectives idealise him. Likely, the real Cyrus was at times ruthless, at times merciful, and always pragmatic. He overrode petty local customs when they hindered stable rule, but mostly let communities maintain their identity. He believed that an empire spanning from Lydia to Gandhara needed cohesive laws but flexible local governance. That strategic approach overshadowed simpler warlord tyranny. In subsequent Iranian national consciousness, he emerges as the father of the country, overshadowing the ephemeral wars that battered the region. The cyclical invocation of his name in times of crisis or reform underscores how deeply he impacted the Iranian sense of historical continuity. Even diaspora communities scattered by centuries of migrations might refer to him as an emblem of tolerant monarchy, rare in an age typically remembered for despots. Meanwhile, as the West rediscovered antiquity outside the region, Cyrus eclipsed many lesser-known figures, emerging in classical references as a conqueror who maintained his moral integrity. From a modern viewpoint, we might weigh whether his expansions cause moral dissonance. Can one hail a conqueror as great who still inflicted bloodshed on resistors? The question spiraled the ancient world's norms. Where might typically equaled right? The hallmark of Cyrus was a partial departure from that norm, applying might but overlaying it with a veneer of diplomacy and local respect. That bridging stance singled him out among his peers, unlike the more brutal expansions of the Assyrians or the narrower religious zeal of some later rulers. Perhaps the abiding lesson is that leadership emerges from forging alliances across boundaries, respecting differences while forging common cause. Cyrus's key achievements, unifying diverse populations, fostering trade routes, and standardizing administration, didn't revolve solely around battlefield triumph. They also hinged on compromise, negotiation, and an awareness that towering fractious divisions was essential to build an empire that endured beyond his lifetime. Indeed, though he died in a frontier skirmish, the empire's scaffolding carried on for centuries, the ephemeral nature of any single ruler's lifespan, and so, as we close the pages of Cyrus the Great, we glean an image of a man who both harnessed power and recognised that an empire's heartbeat lay in a bridging cultural mosaic. He overcame the swirl of petty wars and archaic tyrannies, setting an example of pragmatic tolerance. In the tapestry of world conquerors, some savage, some cunning, he stands out for weaving the threads of compassion into conquest, showcasing a purely brutal approach. The centuries that followed, from Alexander's awe to modern retellings, affirm that his memory remains luminous, an archetype of how unstoppable ambition can be tempered by a genuine concern for the governed, forging an empire that obliterated old patterns and set new standards for rulership. When Emperor Alexios I Komnenos dispatched his emissaries to Pope Urban II in 1095, he hardly imagined his diplomatic outreach would unleash 2 centuries of bloodshed across 3 continents. The Byzantine ruler merely sought military assistance against the Seljuk Turks, who had claimed significant portions of Anatolia following the Battle of Manzikert. What transpired instead was the weaponization of religious fervour on an unprecedented scale. Pope Urban II's response at the Council of Clermont transcended mere strategic calculation. The papacy, having emerged from the investiture controversy with its authority diminished, saw an opportunity. Urban's speech, so often sanitised in modern retellings, was a masterclass in medieval propaganda, deploying fabricated atrocity stories and eschatological fearmongering. He falsely claimed that Eastern Christians faced systematic extermination and that Muslim forces were desecrating Christian holy sites in ways that historical records simply do not support. "Let the deeds of your ancestors inspire you," Urban proclaimed to the assembled nobility and clergy, invoking not biblical compassion but rather Carolingian conquest. The First Crusade was marketed not merely as a defensive action but as a path to spiritual and material redemption. Urban's innovation was profound. He offered plenary indulgences, complete absolution from temporal punishment for sins to those who took up arms. This spiritual economy of violence transformed killing from a sin requiring penance into a means of achieving it. What historians often overlook is how the Crusades emerged precisely when Europe was experiencing its first sustained period of economic growth since the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. Agricultural innovations had increased food production, creating population pressures and land scarcity among the noble classes. The promise of new territories served the interests of younger sons disinherited by primogeniture. Urban's call offered a providential solution to social pressures that threatened to destabilise the feudal order. The earliest crusading armies included not just knights, but apocalyptic peasant bands led by charismatic figures like Peter the Hermit. These popular movements, largely written out of triumphalist narratives, conducted the first pogroms against Jewish communities across the Rhineland. In cities like Worms, Mainz, and Cologne, thousands of Jews were slaughtered when they refused forced baptism. Bishop Albert of Mainz's eyewitness account notes that, unless they chose baptism, the Crusaders killed the women as well as the men and nursing infants. This violence wasn't an aberration, but a logical extension of a worldview that regarded non-Christians as legitimate targets. When these irregular forces reached Byzantine territory, they subjected Orthodox Christian communities to pillaging and assault, revealing how quickly religious justifications could be abandoned when plunder was at stake. Emperor Alexios, alarmed by these supposed allies, hastily transported them across the Bosphorus, where most were promptly massacred by Seljuk forces at Sivito, an episode sympathetic chroniclers strategically minimised. The military contingents that followed, led by figures like Godfrey of Bouillon, Raymond of Toulouse, and Bohemond of Taranto, were hardly more disciplined. They extorted provisions from Byzantine cities and refused to swear the customary feudal oaths to Alexios, exposing the political ambitions that drove many crusade leaders. Their journey through Anatolia was marked by tactical blunders and internal power struggles that somehow escaped the sanitized chronicles produced by clerical propagandists like Fulcher of Chartres. What emerges from primary sources is not a divinely ordained mission, but a chaotic military expedition riven by competing interests, logistical failures obscures, and strategic incoherence. The Crusaders weren't unified by shared purpose so much as trapped in a mutual dependency born of hostile territory. Their eventual success against overwhelming odds at Antioch and Jerusalem owed more to factional divisions among their Muslim opponents, unexpected disease outbreaks, and sheer desperation than to divine intervention or military brilliance. The mythologizing began almost immediately, transforming a brutal campaign of conquest into a miraculous triumph of faith. The fall of Jerusalem on July the 15th, 1099, stands as perhaps the single most notorious episode of the entire crusading era. The typical narrative describes the conquest as exceptionally brutal even by medieval standards, but seldom examines the psychological mechanics that enabled such violence or its broader implications for crusader governance. When the city's defences finally buckled after a month-long siege, crusader forces moved methodically through the streets. Raymond of Aguilera, an eyewitness, described the scene at the Temple Mount. Men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins. In the Temple and Porch of Solomon, men rode in blood up to their knees. This was not the chaotic frenzy often depicted in popular accounts. Archaeological evidence indicates a systematic execution of the city's inhabitants. The Crusaders corralled civilians into confined spaces, synagogues, mosques and courtyards, where they could be efficiently dispatched. What's missing from many accounts is how this violence was ritualized. Survivors reported the Crusaders singing hymns and religious canticles during the massacre. Their bloodshed wasn't merely strategic but performative, a violent liturgy symbolizing the purification of sacred space. When Godfrey of Bouillon entered the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he did so barefoot and in penitential garb, even as his followers continued their bloody work. This ritualized violence established a template that would be repeated throughout the crusading period. The immediate aftermath revealed the contradictions inherent in the Crusader project. Having secured Christianity's holiest sites, most crusaders fulfilled their vows and returned to Europe. Only a small fraction remained to hold these conquests. The Kingdom of Jerusalem that emerged was a precarious entity, a narrow coastal strip perpetually on the defensive, never possessing the demographic depth to secure its existence without constant reinforcement from Europe. The governance structures established by the remaining Crusaders have been romanticised as a model of feudal efficiency. The reality was far messier. The Frankish nobility that ruled the kingdom refused meaningful integration with the local population. While other conquerors throughout history had typically intermarried with indigenous elites to secure their rule, the Crusader states maintained rigid social segregation. Even Eastern Christians were relegated to secondary status, creating a two-tiered society that undermined the kingdom's legitimacy among its subjects. Perhaps most revealing was the Crusader state's economic foundation. Despite religious justifications, the Kingdom of Jerusalem quickly demonstrated its fundamentally extractive nature. The Italian maritime republics, Venice, Genoa and Pisa, established commercial quarters in coastal cities, turning holy war into profitable enterprise. These merchants secured monopolies on trade between East and West, transforming religious pilgrimage into a commercial activity. The kingdom levied taxes on Muslim caravans passing through its territories, profiting from the very commerce with infidels that Crusader rhetoric condemned. Agricultural production relied on the exploitation of the native peasantry through a system that differed little from serfdom. Indigenous farmers were subjected to oppressive taxation that channeled wealth to a thin layer of Frankish nobility. The military orders, the Templars and Hospitallers, became major landholders, developing sophisticated financial instruments that made them Europe's first multinational corporations. The gap between rhetorical ideals and governance realities widened with each passing decade. Most striking was the kingdom's diplomatic pragmatism. Despite their origins in the religious warfare, Crusader leaders regularly formed alliances with Muslim powers against rival Christian factions. Baldwin I negotiated with Fatimid Egypt against Damascus. The Principality of Antioch allied with Aleppo against Byzantine claims. These expedient arrangements exposed the fundamentally political nature of institutions supposedly dedicated to defending the faith. The indigenous response to Crusader rule was neither the uniform hostility portrayed in nationalist historiographies nor the passive acceptance suggested by colonial narratives. Archaeological evidence reveals creative forms of resistance and accommodation. Local Christians maintained their religious practices while adapting to new political realities. Muslim communities preserved their identities through parallel institutions. Jewish communities, though devastated by the initial conquest, eventually re-established themselves in peripheral areas. The conquest of Jerusalem left a lasting impact due to its brutality. For Muslim populations throughout the region, it represented not just a military defeat, but a profound betrayal of intercommunal norms that had generally protected civilian populations during warfare. The psychological impact reverberated far beyond the immediate victims, creating a narrative of existential threat that would fuel counter-crusades for generations to come. Most striking was the kingdom's diplomatic pragmatism. Despite their origins in the religious warfare, Crusader leaders regularly formed alliances with Muslim powers against rival Christian factions. Baldwin I negotiated with Fatimid Egypt against Damascus. The Principality of Antioch allied with Aleppo against Byzantine claims. These expedient arrangements exposed the fundamentally political nature of institutions supposedly dedicated to defending the faith. The indigenous response to Crusader rule was neither the uniform hostility portrayed in nationalist historiographies nor the passive acceptance suggested by colonial narratives. Archaeological evidence reveals creative forms of resistance and accommodation. Local Christians maintained their religious practices while adapting to new political realities. Muslim communities preserved their identities through parallel institutions. Jewish communities, though devastated by the initial conquest, eventually re-established themselves in peripheral areas. The conquest of Jerusalem left a lasting impact due to its brutality. For Muslim populations throughout the region, it represented not just a military defeat, but a profound betrayal of intercommunal norms that had generally protected civilian populations during warfare. The psychological impact reverberated far beyond the immediate victims, creating a narrative of existential threat that would fuel counter-crusades for generations to come. Pope Innocent III, who had authorised the crusade, initially expressed shock but quickly accepted the reality, legitimising the conquest as divine judgment on Greek schismatics. This theological flexibility demonstrated how easily crusading ideology could be retrofitted to justify naked aggression against fellow Christians. The Latin Empire established in Constantinople would last less than 6 decades, but the breach between Eastern and Western Christianity proved permanent. The Children's Crusade and Fourth Crusade bookended a crucial transition. What began as a defensive response to a specific request for military assistance evolved into an institutional framework that could justify virtually any exercise of violence when properly sanctioned by ecclesiastical authorities. The victims of crusading violence now included Eastern Christians, Jews, Baltic pagans, Christian heretics, and political opponents of the papacy. Jerusalem had become almost incidental to a movement that had developed its own internal logic of sacred violence. The Islamic response to the Crusades challenges simplistic narratives of religious polarization. Initially, Muslim rulers viewed the First Crusade not as an existential religious threat, but as merely another Byzantine-backed incursion into a politically fragmented region. The limited resources committed to resisting the initial invasion reflected this miscalculation. Only gradually did a coherent counter-crusade ideology emerge, transforming localized resistance into a pan-Islamic response. The early Muslim world's disunity was its critical vulnerability. When Jerusalem fell in 1099, the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt was engaged in bitter rivalry with the Abbasid Caliphate centered in Baghdad. The Seljuk Turkish Empire was fragmenting into competing emirates. These divisions allowed the numerically inferior Crusaders to establish footholds in territories that might otherwise have been easily defended. The first systematic intellectual response came from Ali ibn Tahir al-Salami, who composed the Book of Holy War around 1105. Al-Salami interpreted the Crusader invasion as divine punishment for Muslim disunity and moral laxity, particularly the abandonment of jihad as a communal obligation. His work received limited attention in his lifetime, but established conceptual frameworks that later leaders would deploy more effectively. Imad ad-Din Zengi, the Turkish Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo, represented the first phase of organised counter-crusade. His recapture of Edessa in 1144, the first major Crusader state to fall, inspired a new consciousness among Muslim elites. Zengi's propaganda portrayed him as a mujahid, holy warrior, rather than merely a territorial ruler. His assassination in 1146 prevented further advances, but his son Nur ad-Din continued this ideological project. Nur ad-Din's innovations were structural rather than merely rhetorical. He systematically redirected religious endowments, waqf, to fund military campaigns against the Crusader states. He sponsored the construction of madrasas, religious schools, that promoted jihad ideology, while commissioning architectural projects like the minbar, pulpit, intended for Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque after its recapture. This material culture of counter-crusade created tangible symbols around which resistance could coalesce. The Byzantine-Seljuk peace treaty of 1160 allowed Nur ad-Din to focus exclusively on the Latin states, creating unprecedented pressure on the Kingdom of Jerusalem. When Nur ad-Din's forces intervened in Fatimid succession struggles, his Kurdish general Salah ad-Din, Saladin, eventually emerged as ruler of Egypt, creating a united front against the Crusader states for the first time. Saladin's complex legacy has been distorted by both Western Romanticism and modern Arab nationalism. Contemporary evidence suggests he was neither the chivalric paragon portrayed by Sir Walter Scott nor a proto-nationalist hero. His initial campaigns prioritised eliminating Shia influence in Egypt and securing his own dynastic interests. Only after consolidating power did he fully embrace counter-crusade as his central purpose. The Battle of Hattin, in 1187, represented the culmination of decades of strategic preparation and ideological development. Saladin's victory was not merely military but psychological. The capture of the True Cross and mass execution of Templar and Hospitaller Knights symbolically reversed the humiliation of Jerusalem's fall nearly a century earlier. When Jerusalem surrendered later that year, Saladin's calculated clemency toward its Christian inhabitants explicitly contrasted with the 1099 massacre, establishing moral superiority within the conflict's narrative. The Third Crusade from 1189 to 1192 revealed the changed dynamics of the conflict. Despite mobilizing the full resources of England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, the expedition secured only a narrow coastal strip and negotiated access to Jerusalem for pilgrims. This limited outcome, despite unprecedented investment, illustrated the counter-crusade's effectiveness. The Muslim world had developed institutional resilience against external aggression, while crusading had become a fiscally ruinous obligation for European monarchs. Less acknowledged in traditional narratives is how the counter-crusade transformed Islamic institutions. The military dominance of slave soldier Mamluk units accelerated during this period, eventually culminating in the Mamluk Sultanate that would deliver the final blow to Crusader presence in the Levant. Religious endowments were increasingly militarized, diverting resources from civil development. Political legitimacy became increasingly tied to anti-Frankish credentials, narrowing the space for pragmatic coexistence. The Ayyubid dynasty established by Saladin initially maintained his balanced approach, but gradually succumbed to internal rivalries. When Ayyubid rulers negotiated the surrender of Jerusalem to Frederick II during the Sixth Crusade in 1229, they faced intense opposition from religious scholars and the general population. The city was retaken by Ayyubid forces in 1244, demonstrating how counter-crusade ideology had become self-sustaining, able to override elite diplomatic calculations. The Mongol invasions of the mid-13th century initially appeared to signal a new Christian-Muslim alignment against a common threat. The Mongols destroyed the Abbasid Caliphate in 1258, creating a political vacuum that transformed regional dynamics. When Mongol forces entered Syria, they allied with Christian powers against the Mamluks of Egypt, who had overthrown the Ayyubids. The Mamluk victory at Ain Jalut in 1260 halted Mongol advancement and paradoxically reinforced counter-crusade ideology by linking it to broader resistance against foreign domination. The final stage of the counter-crusade culminated in the systematic dismantling of Crusader territory under Mamluk Sultan Baybars and his successors. The fall of Antioch, 1268, Tripoli, 1289, and finally Acre, 1291, eliminated Latin presence in the Levant. These campaigns were marked by meticulous planning, technological innovation, particularly in siege warfare, and strategic ruthlessness. The centuries-long encounter had transformed both Islamic military organisation and religious thought, creating new paradigms that would influence Muslim societies for generations to come. The brutality of the Crusades extended beyond the battlefield into the realm of cultural warfare. While physical violence claimed immediate victims, the crusading movement's assault on cultural identity and knowledge produced casualties that would never be counted. This dimension of Crusader brutality remains underexplored, overshadowed by more visually dramatic aspects of military conflict. The Library of Tripoli, reportedly containing over 3 million volumes, represented one of the medieval world's greatest repositories of knowledge. Crusaders systematically destroyed this irreplaceable collection when they captured the city in 1189. Raymond of Aguilera, who had earlier glorified the bloodbath at Jerusalem, described this destruction as necessary because many texts contained the abominable teachings of Mohammed. The specific targeting of libraries was not incidental but ideological, an attack on knowledge systems that challenged Latin Christian exclusivity. The Crusaders' cultural program extended to the built environment. Upon capturing Jerusalem, they immediately converted the Dome of the Rock into a church called Templum Domini and Al-Aqsa Mosque into Templum Solomonis. These appropriations were coupled with iconographic additions that overlaid Christian symbolism onto Islamic sacred spaces. Art historians have documented how Crusader modifications deliberately obscured or defaced Islamic inscriptions while preserving architectural elements that could be incorporated into Christian narrative frameworks. Linguistic violence characterized the Crusader states throughout their existence. Despite ruling predominantly Arabic-speaking populations for generations, most Frankish nobles never learned the language of their subjects. This linguistic isolation was not merely practical but ideological, a refusal to engage with local cultural frameworks. When administrative necessity required translation, this work was typically performed by local Christians or Jews, creating mediated power relationships that reinforced colonial hierarchies. The Crusaders' ideological impact extended beyond the immediate conflict zones. In Europe, the movement accelerated the development of a persecuting society that would reach its full expression in the late medieval period. The juridical framework was gradually turned inward, providing templates for persecuting domestic minorities after being established to identify and punish enemies of the cross abroad. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which formalised much crusading theology, also mandated that Jews wear distinctive clothing, institutionalising their otherness. Intellectual casualties included the severing of philosophical and scientific exchanges that had previously flourished across religious boundaries. The translation movement centred in Toledo and Sicily, which had transmitted critical Greek texts preserved in Arabic commentaries, faced increasing suspicion. As crusading ideology hardened boundaries between Christian and Muslim intellectual worlds, opportunities for cross-fertilization diminished, delaying European access to crucial classical knowledge for generations. Even artistic production was militarized. The Chanson de Roland, initially composed before the First Crusade, was expanded and modified to incorporate crusading themes, transforming a regional conflict into an existential struggle between Christianity and Islam. This literary weaponization created cultural templates that would influence European perceptions of Muslims for centuries. Similar transformations occurred in visual arts, where depictions of Muslims became increasingly stereotyped and dehumanized in manuscript illuminations and church sculpture. Women's experiences during the crusading period reveal particularly complex dimensions of cultural violence. Anna Komnene's Alexiad documents how female Byzantine nobles were forced into marriages with crusader leaders, creating bloodline claims to eastern territories. In the Crusader states, policies regarding intermarriage shifted according to demographic necessity rather than principled acceptance. Local Christian families permitted temporary accommodations with Frankish women when they were scarce, but these arrangements remained exceptional rather than normative. The cultural legacy of Crusader brutality survived long after the military conflicts ended. The Portuguese and Spanish voyages of discovery explicitly framed their enterprises as extensions of crusading, with Columbus carrying a crusader banner when he landed in the Americas. The juridical frameworks developed to dispossess Muslims and Jews in Iberia following the Reconquista were directly transported to the Americas, informing colonial practices toward indigenous populations. The papal bulls that divided the New World between European powers explicitly reference crusading precedents. In the Muslim world, the cultural memory of crusader aggression created enduring suspicion toward Western intellectual traditions. The earlier openness toward Greek philosophical traditions, which had produced figures like Avicenna and Averroes, faced increasing resistance within Muslim intellectual circles. Theological positions that emphasized distinctive Islamic identity gained prominence over those that had sought common philosophical ground with other traditions. This cultural retrenchment represented a significant loss for intellectual exchange across civilizational boundaries. Perhaps most profoundly, the Crusades transformed religious violence from an incidental feature of political conflict into a central expression of devotion. By sanctifying warfare through elaborate theological frameworks, the movement created templates for religious militancy that transcended its immediate historical context. These templates proved remarkably adaptable, capable of being invoked in radically different circumstances across centuries. The cultural brutality of the Crusades thus extended far beyond the immediate violence of conquest and occupation, reshaping how religious communities understood themselves in relation to others. When the Crusaders ruled, people had to deal with intimate forms of violence every day that are often left out of stories that are mostly about battles. These daily acts of violence, which hurt people's bodies, families, and spiritual lives, were part of life for indigenous people living on Crusader lands. Evidence from archaeology, court records, and non-Latin chronicles shows patterns of dominance that went beyond regular military operations. Movement itself became a tool of control. The Crusader states set up complex networks of internal checkpoints that made it hard for Palestinian farmers to get to their farms and crops. Toll booths made it costly for locals to travel between towns. These limits significantly impacted Muslim pilgrimage routes, transforming religious journeys into periods of frequent harassment and financial demands. In the 1180s, Ibn Jubayr was moving through Crusader lands and wrote about how Muslim travellers were detained without a reason, had their goods taken away, and were physically abused at these border areas. Physical punishment in Crusader law systems demonstrated racial hierarchy. The Livre des Assises court records show that the sentences given to Franks and native Christians were very different, and the sentences given to Muslims and Jews were even tougher. Frankish people who broke property laws were usually fined, but native people who broke the law could be mutilated. Written reports of different punishments are backed up by archaeological evidence from burial sites. Skeletal remains show patterns of amputated limbs and trauma consistent with judicial torture that are more common in non-Frankish cemeteries. Under Crusader rule, homes turned into dangerous places. Latin settlers were given more property rights than native people, and native landowners were often turned into tenants on land that their families had owned for generations. In cities, housing was separated, with Muslims and Eastern Christians living in separate areas that got more crowded as Latin settlers moved in and took the best spots. Archaeological digs in Ecre and Tyre during the Crusader era show the stark difference between the large Frankish compounds and the more crowded native areas. Getting to water, which was important in the temperature of the Levant, became another way of controlling people. The Crusader government changed the flow of water to help Latin towns and military bases, which messed up traditional irrigation systems. In Jerusalem, cisterns were increasingly reserved for Frankish use. These restrictions meant that native people had to drive farther to get water. This hydraulic colonialism entirely changed farming methods and community habits that had developed over hundreds of years to make the best use of water. During the Crusades, religious experience changed in big ways. Muslims and Jews could practice their faiths, but there were many restrictions. In many places, going to the mosque was limited. So Muslims from rural areas often had to go to cities for Friday prayers, where they could be watched more closely. In places where there were many Christians, the call to prayer at hand was not allowed. The ban stopped a key part of Muslim life. Jewish communities had to deal with new rules about building and fixing up synagogues. Archaeological evidence showed that Jewish religious buildings were purposely left out of urban makeover projects. There were many problems for Christian villages in the East. Theoretically, they shared the same faith as the Crusaders, yet their distinct religious beliefs and liturgical practices were increasingly undermining each other. The Latin Patriarchate regularly replaced Orthodox bishops with Latin-appointed ones, disrupting the historical lines of succession within the Church. Latin power stepped in and took away the religious freedom of Greek, Armenian, Syrian, and Coptic Christians. Their actions caused divisions within these Christian communities that lasted longer than the Crusader states themselves. During the Crusades, it was challenging to start a family and be sexual. When Latin men married local Christian women especially, it caused complicated legal questions about inheritance and status. These unions placed their children in a challenging situation, frequently facing abuse from both sides. For Muslim women, being Crusaders made them more vulnerable. Contemporary Islamic legal opinions, known as fatwa, discuss the prevalence of abuse against women by Crusader troops. These papers demonstrate the struggle of communities to maintain their unity amid systematic dominance. Under the Crusader seigneurial system, work in agriculture changed. Native American farmers were given new responsibilities, such as working as corvée on Crusader building projects. To meet the needs of European markets, traditional planting patterns were changed. Cash crops like sugarcane, which needed a lot of watering and processing, were given more attention. Archaeological and paleobotanical studies show that these changes had long-lasting effects on the environment, such as more soil erosion and tree loss that changed the Levantine landscape forever. Everyday conversations were full of linguistic abuse. Latin or Old French court cases often required native defendants to rely on biased translators. More business contracts required Latin documents, making it harder for Arabs to do business. Over generations, this linguistic exclusion led to a kind of cultural amnesia, as indigenous communities fought to keep up their literary and intellectual traditions while being shut out of government programs. Medical care showed and strengthened the order of things in society. Historical records praise the hospitals built by the military orders, but most of their clients were pilgrims and settlers from Latin America. Native people relied on traditional networks of healing that had fewer means when the Crusaders were in charge. Archaeological evidence from cemetery sites shows that the health of native people in those areas got worse during the Crusader time. Skeletal pathologies show that they were malnourished and sick more than people who lived there before the Crusaders. These kinds of personal violence were not just a side effect of Crusader rule, they were what it was. The Crusader states didn't just keep their power by the winning battles, they also kept it by enforcing daily rules of body control, space separation, and spiritual disturbance. When Saladin took back Jerusalem in 1187, it was just as important that he lifted these daily restrictions on movement, worship, and property ownership as it was that he won the war itself. Native people's support for his troops wasn't based on some vague theological agreement. It was a response to the personal violence of Crusader rule. The Crusades continued to be violent after Acre fell in 1291. Diplomatic relations, religious discourse, and cultural memory still echo its effects. Understanding the crusading movement's legacy demands appreciating how its violence altered institutions and mentalities throughout civilizations, generating patterns that remain today. Diplomatic consequences followed immediately. In 1302, Mongol Emperor Ghazan Khan issued peace overtures to European nations, offering united action against the Mamluks and creating distrust. Pope Boniface VIII wondered if Islam had tainted the Mongols' Christianity. This diplomatic setback showed how much crusading ideology has limited cross-civilizational cooperation. Pragmatic coalitions were nearly unimaginable due to the religious warfare paradigm. Crusading violence set permanent precedents in European politics. Special levies for expeditions generated new fiscal mechanisms that increased state power. Henry II of England imposed the Saladin tithe in 1188, one of the earliest systematic national taxes in medieval Europe. Financial advances outlasted the Crusades and became permanent parts of new states. External cruelty helped extract resources from local communities. Crusading laws were assimilated in European communities. Domestic religious minorities gradually adopted Fourth Lateran Council restrictions against enemies of the faith. The medieval Inquisition used existing methods to locate and suppress Muslim resistance in conquered regions. Crusades were used against Cathars in southern France, pagan people in northeastern Europe, and papal opponents in Italy. European societies handled internal diversity differently due to this procedural legacy. Colonial expansions after the 15th century expressly cited crusades. Portuguese armies deliberately continued the Crusades when they took Ceuta in North Africa in 1415. Columbus thought his journeys would revive the possibility of freeing Jerusalem by avoiding Muslim-controlled territory. Papal bulls that directly cited crusading powers justified the Spanish conquest of the Americas by providing indigenous Americans with foundations for battle against Muslims. The memory of Crusader assault affected Ottoman institutions and diplomacy. The millet system, which united religious minorities under their leadership with relative autonomy, was partially a response to Crusader subjugation of Eastern Christians. Ottoman diplomatic correspondence with European nations sometimes invoked Crusader atrocities to frame current disputes. The Sultanate's claim to sacred sites contradicted the Crusader narrative of freedom. The Crusades caused significant theological and institutional damage to Eastern Christians. Eastern Christians who acknowledged papal authority while keeping their liturgical customs formed Uniate churches, dividing Orthodox communities permanently. The Maronite Church in Lebanon, the Greek Catholic Church in Syria and Palestine, and the Armenian Catholic Church evolved from these difficult talks between Eastern Christians and Latin authority. Modern Middle Eastern sectarian dynamics are shaped by these ecclesiastical divisions' political identities. Jewish communities across Europe saw the Crusades as a major break with Christianity. The First Crusades' targeted brutality against Rhineland villages devastated centuries-old Jewish study centres and caused a steady eastward migration. Sacred poetry, piyutim, commemorated these massacres, preserving their memory. Theological links between crusading and anti-Jewish violence set precedents for successive persecutions, including expulsions from England 1290, France 1306, and Spain 1492. Cultural legacy created lasting symbols. Nationalist, colonial and religious groups used the Crusader cross for centuries. The Swedish flag used during the Northern Crusades and the International Red Cross flag, paradoxically a humanitarian symbol, bear the Crusader cross. These visual continuities show how deeply crusading iconography shaped European culture, often without historical context. Literary and artistic depictions skewed stories. Medieval epic poems like the Song of Roland made Muslims into monsters, shaping European perceptions for generations. Renaissance paintings of Moors used Crusader iconography. These cultural productions actively maintained differences between Christian Europe and the Muslim world. Modern nationalism in the 19th century politicized crusading memory. European colonial powers in the Middle East justified their presence with Crusader tales. Press coverage purposely evoked Crusader imagery when British General Allenby invaded Jerusalem in 1917. Syrian-French Mandate authorities rebuilt Crusader castles as proof of their dominance. Arab nationalist organizations defined their struggle as continuing Saladin's liberation of Jerusalem in response to colonial appropriations. Political discourse about the Crusades shows their unfinished business. The immediate uproar demonstrated the lasting impact of the term when President George W. Bush referred to the War on Terror as a crusade in 2001, extremist movements in Western and Muslim countries use crusading iconography, showing the conflict's enduring relevance to modern problems. Excavations continue to reveal Crusader violence's material legacy. Recent excavations at Caesarea Maritima found Frankish and Christian mass graves from Baybar's 1265 conquest. The bone remains indicate hurried burial after systematic execution, echoing Crusader tactics at Jerusalem about 2 centuries before. Popular culture romanticizes, but this archaeological record is sobering. Many Eastern Mediterranean tourism economies whitewash Crusader bloodshed by commodifying their past. Crusader castles like Crac de Chevalier in Syria and Belvoir in Israel are portrayed as architectural marvels rather than military weaponry. This limited commemoration shows continued difficulties in confronting Crusader brutality and its effects on Western Middle Eastern relations. Epistemologically, the Crusades changed how different civilizations perceived themselves and others. This time hardened religious identities, associated territory with confession, and sanctified violence in defense of faith, all of which continue to impact contemporary conflicts. The Crusades changed the conceptual terrain of international contacts. True revolutionary historical events create new paradigms that last beyond their immediate influence. By this metric, the Crusades' violence was one of history's most significant events. After nearly a millennium, Urban II's fatal sermon at Clermont continues to impact our world because it cuts to the heart of how civilizations identify themselves and others. Crucifer violence haunts modern discourse as the Middle East struggles with recurrent wars and Europe grapples with religious and cultural identity. Addressing this history's enduring legacies requires understanding its complexity beyond triumphalist narratives and simplistic condemnations. The Crusades' cruelty was a revolutionary historical process with lasting effects.